Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Smart Issei Started the Domination. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You aren't running away, you bitch, roared Isay to Raynare, who was trying to fly away with her wings. No, get away from me, you monster, shouted Raynare as Isay took hold of her leg with his left hand covered in a crimson-red gauntlet and brought her closer to him. This is for Asia, you fallen crow. And with one massive punch, Isay punched her into the wall with his right hand. Raynare hit the wall with a lot of force to break it and fly out in the backyard of the church. With his opponent defeated, Isay fell to the ground only to be caught. Kiba. Yo, Casanova, you're late, said Isay to Kiba. Sorry Isay, President orders were to not intervene, said Kiba. Prez told you that, said a shocked Isay. Yes, I told Kiba not to intervene because I have full confidence that you could take her down on your own, said Rias as she entered the basement with her queen Akino. And I must say excellent job, my adorable pawn, said Rias. Ara, it looks like Isay did a good job, said Akino with a smile on her face and a lick of her lips that sent a little shiver down Isay's spine. Thanks, Akino, said Isay to Akino as she smiled happily. President, I brought the trash, said the small white-haired girl as she throws the unconscious form of the fallen angel on the floor in front of the group. Thank you, Kaneko. Now Akino, what do you say about waking up our little jest, said Rias as she thanked her rook and asked her queen. Yes, President. Splash. Raynare was immediately awakened after the cold water hit her body. She looks around. The sight front of her made her blood chill and her body to shake in fear. Ooh, you are finally awake, I see. Well, introductions are in order. I'm Rias Gremory, the heiress of the Gremory clan, and these are my adorable servants. You already know my pawn. The others are my queen Akino, rook Kaneko, and the knight Kiba. Not that was necessary because you're not going to live for long, said Rias to the shocked Raynare. Gremory ... You think you won just because you're here with your servants. There are other fallen angels here with me. They will soon come to hell. They won't come to help you because my queen and I finished them off before coming here. I think you can recognize these feathers. You fallen can see the difference in them from who they are, can't you? Rias stopped the fallen in mid-sentence. Terror overtook Raynare as she saw feathers of her fallen comrades and allies Kala Warner, Donasek and Middlet in the hands of Chrisman-haired Princess of Destruction. You want to know why you lost to this boy, fallen angel Raynare? Asked Rias as she looks in the purple eyes of the shaking Raynare. The answer to that is very simple. His sacred gear isn't a twice critical. It's the booster gear, the gauntlet of the Red Dragon of Domination, aka the Red Dragon Emperor, explained Rias as Raynare stared at her before her eyes turns to Isay. Why you are saying that the legendary and one of the most powerful sacred gears in the world is in the hands of this pervert, shouted Raynare in disbelief. Yes, it is, and just as it was told, it has the power to double one's strength every 10 seconds, and even if given the time he can boost himself to the power that can reach the power of the Maoist and God, said Rias calmly. Now that explanation is over, it's time to wrap things up here and go home. But first, we need to return Twilight healing that you stole from cute little Asia, so prepare yourself. This is the end of you, fallen angel Raynare. You made a lot of trouble for my adorable little pawn and his friend. As she said that, in her hand black orb of destruction started to gather in volume. Just before she was to fire the magic that can destroy anything, a new voice made itself known. Lee, here, shouted a very unwelcome guest. Fried, save me, I will do anything, just get me out of here, shouted Raynare at Fried, who took time to think about it. Anything. I always wanted to have sex with a fallen angel ... Yes, that would be a good price for saving you, said Fried in his relaxed tone. Don't be an idiot and save me already, you buffoon, yelled Raynare back as she was getting really angry at the laid-back priest while her life was at stake. No sex. No save. Even if I try, I can't beat all of them together, so I will leave you. Have fun, said Fried as he looked around till he spotted Isay and had a large smile on his face. Isay, you have such beautiful power with you. I'm getting more and more excited about killing you. So when we see each other again, let's have a beautiful and romantic fight to the death, okay, said Fried with a wink, making Isay shiver from clear bloodlust that the crazy priest has. Bye, have fun with her, said Fried before running away from the group. Now Raynare, it's time to finish this, said Rias now that the crazy priest was gone. Raynare for her part was trembling out of fear now that her one way out was gone. She looked around and saw her last bit of hope to get out of here alive. Isay, help me, please help me, Raynare said in her Yama voice that was even more pleading. Why should I help you? You deceived and killed me, and now you did the same to Asia. Why should I help you? Said Isay with his head down, hair hiding his eyes. Although he still felt bad for her, even though she did kill him, she was still his first girlfriend. Please Isay, I will do anything. Anything just helps me. Together we can beat those devils, Raynare said with her eyes full of tears. She still had little hope that she can manipulate Isay into helping her. That's enough of you, fallen angel. I will not allow you to manipulate even more my cute adorable servant's emotions, is that understood? Said Rias as she put her hand on Issei's shoulder, which made him a little calmer. Seeing this, Raynare understood what had happened and how Issei was back to the land of the living after she blasted a hole in his guts. She saw literally last chance of saving her. Issei, how can you trust her? Raynare said to Issei, who lifted his head to look at her like she had grown a second head. She is my master, she saved me. Issei simply stated. Oh, and how that came about? Asked Raynare now that she felt a little bit of her confidence coming back. All devils tense at that full well how it came about and that it would lead to catastrophe if Issei found out. After all, even the newly awakened Red Dragon Emperor can be a destructive force that can easily destroy Kyo if he unlocks Juggernaut Drive and let his emotions run wild. Issei didn't see the devils behind him tense at the question and answered the question easily. If you must know, after you blown my guts and left me to die, President came and saved my life and revived me as her pawn. That was all that Raynare need to press advantage on the devils and use Issei as her way out. Then why didn't she tell you earlier and save you when she had a chance before I killed you? Asked the Fallen. That simple sentence made the devils even tenser and left Issei for the loop. What are you blabbing about, Raynare? Asked the brunette in confusion, still not knowing what the Fallen in front of him is saying. It's simple, Issei. That redhead knows who and what I was doing here in her territory. She could have helped you to and easily stopped me, but she let you die so she can revive you to add you to her collection. Explained Raynare, now feeling that she only needs a little push and she would have Issei on her side and get out. She knew that Issei was emotionally damaged after what happened between them and she planned to take advantage of him now. Issei was known even more confused. It didn't make any sense to him. Why would Rias, a girl he admires, leave him to die? Sure, he was the biggest pervert in history, but still, that didn't mean to just let him die. Issei just stood there with eyes wide and not knowing what was happening. But when he turned to Rias and the others, his was even more surprised that Rias and other looked like they were caught red-handed. Guys, is she lying? The brunette asked. What I'm telling is truth, Issei. I may have betrayed your trust and killed you, but I never lied to you, unlike some people here. Raynare said to him in the most sincerest voice she could muster. I really loved and had a lot of fun on our date, but orders are orders, I hope you know that, right? Issei was now betrayed and heartbroken even more. He really didn't want to believe what the foul Fallen was saying, but a small part of him was telling him that what she was saying was true and that she was right. WWHY? He asked in completely stunned and hesitant voice. It's very simple, Issei. It's the very same reason I had to kill you. Because of the sacred gear you possess, said Raynare with a grin as she pointed with her hand at red gauntlet that was on Issei's left arm. Is it what she says the truth? There was no response. Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko had their heads bowed down, having no answer and refusing to look into the brunette's eyes. That left Issei empty with his will broken, and now the anger and rage that was inside him started to release a lot of aura around unintentionally. He started to feel even more powerful with each second. He was getting angrier and it started to show into others. He was going to get answers why was he left to die, and why he was again being manipulated. Rias finally got over her shock, wanting to end this quickly before it goes even worse. She felt that the seals that she put on Issei on his revival to keep his full power at bay were start to break, and he was slowly getting to his full power. So she stepped in front of the broken form of Raynare with her demonic energy gathering in her hand. Fallen angel Raynare, you have done enough damage with your words and actions. You played with my adorable little pawn's emotions for the final time. Rias informed the Fallen with a cold and dangerous voice. That was enough to break Issei out of his thoughts. As he turned around, he was met with the sight that was telling him that if he doesn't do something, he wasn't going to get any answers. Yes, begun Raynare to say when she felt that her doom was at hand. As the demonic energy in Rias' hand grows, Raynare tried one last time to make him do anything. Issei. In that moment, Issei finally decided to stop this, and he stood in front of the Fallen with his hands spread out, surprising everyone present. My eyes, what are you doing? Move so I can end this filth, said a surprised Rias. No one is going to die anymore tonight, Issei said as his head was down with his hair covering his eyes from everyone. Issei, please, Rias told him softly as she moved towards him and tried to put her hand on his shoulder. Don't touch me, yelled Issei as he was starting to shake in rage as his aura started to grow more powerful. Devils were in complete shock. They were in shock that their second-year friend and comrade had snapped. Even more at the girl that he was idolizing. Issei, please move aside so we can end this and we can talk later, okay? Rias told Issei in the smoothest and tenderest voice that she could muster. Shut up, roared Issei, lifting his head, showing the devils his now has green narrow eyes like a snake that were full of the fury and rage, with his aura increasing in volume that made all of them step back. Now before anything else happens, I'm going to get some answers, is that understood? He told them in the voice that was full of power and authority. But seeing that no one spoke or confirmed anything made him even angrier and even closer to lashing out at them. I said, is that understood? He roared as he unleashes even more aura, and the church began to shake with his voice and aura. Seeing this, all of them nodded in fear of what may happen if he was refused. To refuse an angry, pissed-off dragon is like begging for death in a most gruesome way. Good, now then, what was the real reason you revived me, Rias? Asked Issei in cold and dangerous tone that promised pain and death if he wasn't given the real reason. I was banking on you, that you have a powerful sacred gear, answered the redhead, and you would have left me for dead if I hadn't had it. He asked, Risss, yelled Issei, seeing her trying to think of another way to answer him. And no, Issei's eyes hardened and narrowed even more. Still green color radiate from his eyes, making them even more dangerous. With that done, Issei turned to Rainer, who was now even more scared for her life. She thought that she was stronger than Pawn, but that was in an instant shot down when she took a look in his eyes at her to try anything and promising her instant death. Rias, Issei told to the stunned red-haired heiress as she was still frozen in shock and fear from the power he emitted. Why yes, Issei, asked the heiress. You do have some evil pieces with you, right? He didn't even bother to turn around. Rias stiffened at his question. Yeah, I have, but you are going to reincarnate this little crow over here, is that clear? Issei ordered Rias. Said both Rias and Rainer at what Issei said. Rias, Issei threatened. Why yes, Rias quickly said in fear. Hey, don't I have a say in this? Rainer said in anger. That was enough to make Issei took her arm and yank her toward him, her face a few centimeters from his. You can choose, serve or die, your choice, Rainer. Because right now I'm so little away from snapping you like a twig. You did kill 2 innocent people, Asia and I don't want someone like Asia to be revived and serve someone who lies and deceives others to become her servants, told her Issei in cold voice as he pointed to Rias at the end of his sentence. Rias wanted to argue because her pride was hurt, but green radiant eyes prevented her from doing it. Rainer here now possesses Asia's sacred gear Twilight Healing, and she already has good control of it. Plus she will benefit both sides. Hey, I didn't agree to this, yelled the fallen angel, trying to get away from the angry Issei. You had your chance to choose. Right now nothing is stopping me from destroying you and ripping you to shreds for what you did to Asia. Choose now, death or servitude. This is your last chance, told Issei. His green eyes bore holes in purple ones of Rainer. Rainer was left with one real choice, and that was servitude, so she just nodded to Issei and stopped trying to pull herself off him and surrendered. Seeing this, Issei just nodded and turned to Rias. Do it. It was all done quickly. It didn't take any more than a few minutes for the procedure to be done and Rainer to become half fallen, half devil. Good, now all of you get out. I will see you when I feel like it, ordered Issei as he took a few steps towards the fallen form of the nun. Everyone else quickly left, not wanting to get an angry dragon even angrier and feeling his wrath firsthand. Asia, I swear to you now I won't be late ever again. I will change my ways for the better, that I promise you, and I hope that I can see you in heaven if I ever get there. Issei swore to the body of Asia as if she was still there. Goodbye, my true friend, and sorry for not being there for you, said Issei as he now had tears in his eyes. After a few more seconds he stands up and left. He missed the glowing light that surrounded Asia's body. And done. When he left the rundown church, Issei began to think of how can he become stronger. His first big obstacle came directly from the fact that he was a pervert, and an extremely big one at that. That gave others chances to use him and manipulate him in every which way they wanted by just showing him tits, and he will do anything. So his first order of business came at trying to somehow someway manage to toe down on his lecherous tendency, and he acknowledged that he will need help in doing that. On his way home, Issei came across the same place where this whole madness started, at the newly built park, a place where he brought first girlfriend after a date, where he suppressed his pervert side to a minimum and was killed in cold blood and then revived into literally a slave, to a beautiful red-haired girl that till tonight he idolized so much, to the point that he thought she was perfect, only to find out that she was literally worse than him in a way. So I came again here. It's strange how fate has a funny way to laugh at you when you're at your lowest, mused Issei as he took a look around him, feeling the cold evening wind. Oh well, better get home before my parents get there, said Issei to himself as he departed for home. After a few minutes, Issei arrived home, and seeing that his parents were asleep, he simply went to take a shower and eat something before going to bed. In his dreams, Issei found himself in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by an inferno, and from that inferno 2 emerald eyes were watching him with interest. Spoke a deep ancient voice filled with power and might. Who are you? What are you doing here in my dream? Stuttered terrified Issei. You have already forgotten about me. I was the one that gave you the power to defeat that little crow you were fighting after all, told the dragon as he stepped out of Inferno to be directly in front of Issei, rising to its full height, which was more than 50 meters. The dragon had red scales that looked like it could take a nuclear explosion and still remain without a scratch on them, and emerald eyes that sent a shiver down Issei's spine as he looked at them. Why, you are D-Drag, the Red Dragon Emperor, the Heavenly Dragon, asked Issei, still afraid of the massive red dragon whose power was said to rival gods and malice. Indeed I am, and I am your partner from now on. You do not need to be worried, I will not harm you, D-Drag reassured the boy. The dragon looked down on Issei, seeing his expression as Issei was beginning to shake in fear at the thought of a massive dragon he was talking to. Hi, it's nice to meet you, D-Drag. I'm Issei Hayatu, but you know that already, I presume, told Issei, now feeling a little relaxed as he felt that the dragon in front of him would not hurt or eat him. Yes, I know who you are, and until recently I couldn't make a connection to you, to speak with you, because you were too weak for that, but your emotions and desire for power had made that connection possible. But now the question is, what do you intend to do with my power that is at your disposal? Spoke D-Drag in his powerful voice as he still looked down at his partner. I want to get stronger so that I can prevent what happened to Asia to happen to other people I love and care for. I will do anything that is necessary to get stronger. I will even suppress as much as possible my lecherous behavior if it is necessary. Issei honestly told the Red Dragon Emperor. D-Drag was very amused at what his host said. Sure, he was weakling, but he had great potential, and if he was willing to go through the pains and horrors of what he was going to teach him, then maybe some others that he knew, if they were willing, will teach him and train him. But he first needs to confirm it with his partner and see if what he was going to do with it when he gets what he wanted. That is very interesting, partner. I can see a strong will and desire from you. But if you truly plan on getting stronger, that you must do it quickly, because now that your sacred gear is activated, you will attract both strong enemies and allies to you. Many of them stronger than you. Are you ready for that, Issei Hayaudu? Because if you try to run away, they will go for those you love and care to get to you. Issei gulped at that. That was something that he wanted to avoid at all cost. To fight the foes that are much stronger and have much more experience in combat than him was dangerous, and even worse is that the said foes are going to go after the people that he wanted to protect if they can't get to him. Yeah, I am ready as I ever be, said Issei to D-Drag as he looks up at him with a strong desire in his eyes. Very well, I, D-Drag, the Red Dragon Emperor, will aid you in your quest, but for now this is all the time we can talk here. But rest assured, we can now talk even when you are not dreaming. But you'll need to become stronger enough for that, told D-Drag as Inferno suddenly disappeared just as it appeared, waking Issei from his slumber just before his alarm came. Wow, that was a strange dream I had, mumbled Issei as he looked around his room. That was not dream, partner, it was real, said a deep and powerful voice. What? So I wasn't just dreaming, Issei muttered. Correct, partner, what we talked about was all real, and it will happen if you don't become stronger. Oh, okay then, what do you suggest, D-Drag? What should I do to get more powerful? Asked Issei, feeling a little dread creeping up his back. You should start with your physical strength, since from what I can see your magic is down to the bottom to almost non-existing. That will help you maintain more than a few boosts in a fight and will also increase your stamina, advised D-Drag as he analyzed Issei's body and magical reserves. That is a good idea. I'm more of a close combat fighter than a magic user, never liked magic anyway. With that, the conversations done, D-Drag returned to his slumber, telling Issei to, if he needs his help, to just summon the booster gear and he will wake up. After getting up and putting on his school clothes, he started packing his training clothes into his bag, as he planned for the next 3 to 4 weeks train himself to become stronger. With his mindset, he went down to the kitchen to eating breakfast with his parent before going out to train. Of course, he didn't tell his parents that, because he was sure that all hell will break loose if his parents found out what he became, and that just by knowing him that they were in danger. With his preparations completed, Issei set out to go train, and if the dragon was in a good mood, maybe he could learn some other things from the heavenly dragon that would be helpful in the future. After about half an hour, Issei made it to his destination, an open field outside Kyo, far enough for him to train and not be bothered by anyone. He stood in the opening with his bag on his shoulder looking at the field in front of him, and with satisfied nodded he began with his training. For the first hour or so, Issei just did simple exercises, running, jumping jacks, push-ups, sits-up. After doing the basics and feeling a little tired, D-Drag instructed Issei that he should try doing the same exercises as before but with one boost. Partner, you should try using one boost and it will give you enough power to do those exercises easily, but it will leave you exhausted after the effect wears out. It will also be good to your expending stamina and for your body to get used to added strength. So the side effect of the booster gear won't affect you later on, explained D-Drag as Issei took to the heart what the legendary dragon said. Of course, D-Drag warned him that the more he uses the booster gear and the more he boosts, the drain on his stamina will be greater, so it would be smart to start small and after a few days to increase the number of boosts. So for the rest of the day, Issei did the exercises with adding some new ones to make it even more difficult for him as much as possible to grow more. This pattern was repeated during whole month and during breaks in between exercises. D-Drag educated Issei on what he knew and what was important for him at the time to know about the supernatural world, about 3 factions, dragons, yokai, vampires, nekomata, etc. During his education, he found out that when the wielder of the sacred gear dies, a small part of his soul was transferred there and kept. D-Drag also mentioned his eternal battle against his rival the White One, or also known as Vanishing Dragon, the English Dragon Emperor Forbidden Move Balance Breaker, that Issei was still far, far away to unlock it. During his training, D-Drag started to teach Issei magic, and as expected, Issei found that it was even harder and difficult for him, that physical part of the training. Since D-Drag's most powerful move was Fire Breath, that was so powerful that it would burn even gods and wouldn't die down until only ashes are left, that was what the mighty dragon taught Issei. And so as monthly training slowly finished, Issei knew he improved in stamina and strength. But he also knew that it was far cry from being at some decent power level that he can begin to try and do things that will lead him to his peace and safety of his loved ones. While his physical training showed some improvements, his magical training was still an area that he was extremely lacking. With all the training and education on his new life and what he can expect in future courtesy of Red Dragon of Domination, Issei was finally confident to return to his normal way of life. It happened to be Monday that he returned to school and his friends. As he walks through the school gate, he was met with a sight that made him want to laugh. All students' eyes landed on him the moment he stepped through the gate. Some people were wondering who was the new guy. Some girls were also thinking that he looked cute and handsome. It looked that they all forgotten him during his month of training, although to their defense he did look a little different from before. Before he looked a little skinnier and had an average built body, but after his whole month worth of training he gained little more muscle and more athletic. Let his hair grow slightly to his shoulder, and his face became a little sharper than before. While walking to his classroom he could hear, thanks to his devil senses, what other people were talking about, and that made him almost burst up laughing. "Wow, look at the new kid, he's cute isn't he?" spoke some girl to her friends while looking at him with stars in her eyes. "I wonder if he's single," told another as he walks past them, trying his best not to start laughing. As he entered his classroom he was met with silence as everyone was looking at him with confusion as to why was a new student at the entrance of their classroom. "Sorry for being late, teacher, I overslept," spoke Issei as he bowed to the teacher that still looked at him with a confused expression. "I didn't receive anything about a new student coming to this class." "Who are you?" said the teacher, still not recognizing Issei. "It's me, teacher, Hayao Issei," told Issei to the now shocked whole classroom. "What? That guy is the pervert beast Hayao," yelled in shock females in class. They still couldn't believe that they didn't recognize him the moment he entered through the gate, and when some of them remembered that they called him cute and asked if he was solo, it made them go green in the face. "Issei, man, we are glad that you are finally back. The school wasn't the same without you, bro," yelled two male students. One had athletic built body and was both bold and bald. His name was Matsuda. He was one of the biggest perverts in school, a self-proclaimed lollican, and his nickname was Sexual Harassment Paparazzi. While the other was skinny, had black hair, and was wearing glasses. His name was Motohama. He had an ability that can get accurate females' measurements at sight. His nickname was Three-Sized Scouter. They with Issei were known as Perverted Trio for their tendency to peek at girls while changing. Their special target was the kendo club that had some of the most beautiful girls in it. The said kendo club was also their main enemy, since every time they peek at them it was almost for sure that they would end up getting the beat down. With the classroom in an uproar, the teacher began to calm down the students. After regaining some control over the situation, he asks the million-dollar question. "Where have you been, Hayao? It was over a month since you disappeared," stated the teacher. "I had some unexpected family problems that made it impossible for me to come to school," answered the brunette. "I hope that the problem is solved now and that you will have your full attention on the lectures that are coming up. Also, come to teacher hall during lunch break to get all your missed assignments." "Yes, the problem was solved and thank you, teacher. Can I go to my seat now?" "You may." With a bow, Issei made his way to his seat. All eyes were on him as he started to pull out his school supplies. One pair of purple eyes were narrowed and specifically glued to him as they watched him. The class after Issei came returned relatively to normal as it could be. Some students were still surprised, some upset that the pervert beast returned, and some shell-shocked that they thought that he was a new student. After the class was over, all of his classmates surrounded him and started bombarding him with questions about what happened to him and where he was. "Where have you been, Issei? We were worried sick about you. You didn't tell anyone what happened to you, and even Orc didn't know where you were," yelled Motohama and Matsuda at the same time. "Like I told the teacher, I had some family emergency that left me in no condition to come to school," said Issei. "Okay, then with that done, what do you say about getting to see some nice pieces of the body? We found some new places that will give us all that could dream," Motohama told Issei while pushing his glasses up. That made all female in the room to send death glares at them. They were shocked at Issei's answer, as they never in a million years thought they will hear it. "Nah, I'm not in the mood today, guys. Maybe next time," said Issei as he put his head on the table. While that was a technical lie, it was also a good opportunity to toe down his less popular tendency. What? Issei, what are you saying? Are you feeling well?" stuttered Matsuda. "Yeah, I'm alright. I'm just not in the mood today to go with you guys." That made some girls that were listening the conversation to pull the two perverts away from Issei so that they could confront him. Well, that was the unexpected answer coming from the breast beast. "What, we aren't good enough for you now, ni Hayao?" mocked a pink-haired girl as she stood in front of Issei. "I thought that with me gone for a whole month and not peeking on you, and not doing it today would at least make you happy a little bit more, Cadace," muttered Issei, his voice tired of the constant sarcastic remarks of the pink-headed girl. "We are very happy about that, Issei, but it's really strange hearing it from you of all people, you know that, right?" spoke brunette girl that was a few centimeters taller than Cadace. "Well, as much as it is strange hearing it from me, Muryama, even I have those days. That isn't to say that both of you are not good enough. Heck, both of you are very beautiful, if I may say so myself," told Issei as he moved his head so it was resting on his cheek and looking directly at Muryama. Both girls blushed, their cheeks turning a little red at the comment he made about them. That left both Muryama and Cadace dumbfounded. They were very both happy at what Issei said. Happy that he wasn't going to peep on them, at least for today, and maybe there was a slim chance that the pervert trio will be cut down to pervert duo. That would be a miracle that both Muryama and Cadace would gladly pray for. Issei suddenly got a headache. With all that said and done, the rest of the day went as one can expect. Issei was under a constant barrage of questions about his disappearance and return. He didn't even acknowledge his king and rest of Orc, as he made sure to be as distant as possible. Well, look at who came back after a whole month," spoke a familiar voice filled with sarcasm from behind him. "Oh, Rainer didn't know that you are in my class," said surprised Issei as he turns around to the familiar voice, only to look at Rainer and was not surprised to see her in her Yama form that she used to get him on that fateful day. "My name in school is Yama, remember that?" hissed Rainer as she stepped closer to him. Yeah, so what do you want, Yama?" asked Issei in his uninteresting voice. "Where have you been, you jerk? And Rias wants to see you after school," nearly yelled furious Rainer at the boy who ruined her life. "Where I was isn't important, and you can tell Rias that I don't care what she wants. I will come to the clubroom when I feel like it," Issei told her in a serious voice while rising a little bit of his aura for her to get a point that Issei was serious. Rainer cringed a bit when she felt his aura come near her. She still remembered well that night at church when he was close to snapping and when he almost killed her. "Have fine, be it your way," said the half-breed as she made her way towards Orc to tell her king what the pawn said. "Well, that went better than I expected," said to himself Issei as he went home. As he went going home, Issei didn't realize that he was followed by someone who was going to change his life upside down even more. And done. Also, I have already selected his peerage, but he won't receive his evil pieces until later, but he will meet some of his future members soon. Returning home, Issei found that focusing on other things besides porn made wonders when he saw how much time for something else he had. Of course, that didn't mean that he has given up on it. He would watch it from time to time. After all, he was still a 17-year-old teenager craving for a female body. But given how his life was turned upside down, he tried to focus as much as he could on other things. One of those things was family. Ever since his childhood friend left, Issei was left empty. He was always alone. That was until he comes across an old man who told him stories about the power of tits. Issei came every day to listen to him, and that's how his perverted side come about. That side was beginning to show itself in middle school, where he actually met his two friends that with him made up Pervert Trio. Even during his first year in middle school, every girl he meets would almost immediately turn around and walk away, or slap him seeing that he was undressing her with his eyes. He wanted to have a harem, but when the girls wouldn't even give him the time of a day to even say hello, let alone be with him, he did the next best thing, and that was peeping on them. Of course, that ends up usually at him and his pervert friends getting the shit beaten out of them, but that didn't stop him or his friends from doing the same thing over and over again. That was how his days would end up from the begging of the first year at middle school all the way to a few days ago. Finally, after the whole supernatural thing was revealed to him and what he could expect from that side, he understood the importance of living and that there are some other things besides porn. So after dinner, Issei went to his room to do his homework and talked to Heavenly Dragon that he was a partner now to see if there are some other ways to gather strength and power so that he could at least protect his family. "So D-Drag, is there other ways to increase in strength than just plain exercise?" wondered Issei as he was keen on doing some other things at basic training. "Yes, partner, but you have to remember that since you extremely lack in magic, you have to make it up in strength," answered the great dragon. That sounds like I don't have many options then, ensured D-Drag as he felt Issei's sadness at not doing much to improve in other areas. "Really, D-Drag, is what you say really the truth? That I can awake my predecessors if I get stronger?" asked Issei, now filled with hope that maybe some of past users will help him in his quest for power to protect. "Thank you, D-Drag, you are a real friend," answered honestly Issei. "You are welcome, partner, but I suggest that you finish your work and go to bed. I will train you from now on personally in your dreams. This should help you in some techniques that I have, that are because you are my host should come easily to you. And it will also increase your chances to achieve balance breaker," instructed D-Drag, since he had a strange feeling that things are sure to hit the fan very soon and his host needed every bit of advice, training, and experience he could get. With that said and done, D-Drag cut the feed and Issei was left to his own devices. He first thought was how to at least subdue his tendencies. 2-3 people came to his mind, but he was sure that they would likely beat the tar out of him even before he asks their help. But that was something that he needed to do before he could write them down. I think I should just ask Muryama and Kade straight and see if they are even willing to help. Plus it could be good if they could also train me in swordplay. It wouldn't hurt to know how to use a weapon. Issei pondered on that for the moment before deciding that he would ask and hope for the best before going to bed and going to sleep, where his dragon friend was waiting for him to begin the most terrified and painful training he will experience. Fucking D-Drag, fucking dragon breath, fucking sadistic lizard bastard. That was what Issei repeated constantly over and over in his head as he went to school. At the beginning of his training, as D-Drag called it, Issei quickly realized that the Heavenly Dragon was insane and that what he called training was much closer to pure torture than the former. Issei was forced to dodge D-Drag's flames, sent flying, bruised, burned, and for the lack of the better term left on just a centimeter away from death's door. D-Drag's constant reminder that this was just the beginning, and for that reason Issei could feel the shivers go down his spine, wishing that he didn't want to know what was in D-Drag's opinion heavy training. As he made his way to school, Issei saw 2 people he was going to ask for help, and as luck would have it, the said people were also arriving at school. Thinking that after training with his sadistic dragon training instructor nothing could get any worse, he made his decision to approach them. "Muryama, Kade, do you have a moment? I would like to ask you something," called Issei as the duo stopped at the sound of his voice and turned to face him. "What do you want, Hayato?" asked angrily Kade. "I was wondering if ... by any chance you guys are willing to help me with something," Answer Issei, feeling very afraid of Cadiz as she narrowed her eyes at him. And what would that be, pervert? Well, how could I say this, but Issei started feeling terrified of her and a bit embarrassed that he would ask her for help. Spill it, what do you want? You want to see us naked, is that what you want? Spouted Cadiz, feeling a lot angrier that one person that was always peeping on them, except yesterday, was here in front of her asking for something, and she has no doubt something perverted at that. Cadiz, cool down a little bit, you are scaring him senseless, said Muryama, seeing that Issei was getting paler at the sight of angry Cadiz in front of him. Fine, Mura, but if it's something perverted, he is getting shinai so deep in his ass that the doctors would need to struggle to get it out, answered Cadiz as she was trying to calm down a little bit. Now Issei, what did you need to ask us? Asked Muryama at seeing Cadiz calm down. Well, I wanted to ask you guys if you would be willing to help me with toning down my perverted side, stuttered Issei, as he was still embarrassed for asking them of all people for help. That answer left shocked Muryama and Cadiz. They first looked at each other, then at the sky to see if it wasn't falling down because they were sure that it was, and lastly to Issei to see if he was alright. Why, you want our help in stopping your perverted tendencies, is that right? Stuttered stunned pink-haired girl as she was still shell-shocked at the question. Why yeah, that's what I'm asking. Would you two be willing to help me with this? I will do anything and everything you say. Embarrassed Issei answered honestly. Hayadu, would you wait for the end of the school to hear our decision? Asked an equally shocked brunette. Yeah, I can wait. Meet me at the gate after school, sounds good, said Issei, feeling a little more hope in his decision on asking those two. Sure, that would work. Well, see you in the classroom, Hayadu, answered Muryama as she was the first to outget of the shock that Issei gave them. Cadiz was so in shock that after getting the answer from Muryama was forced to drag her to kendo club. Well, that went pretty good if I may say so myself, thought Issei, glad that the girls were even considering to help, and he was sure that if they decided to help that he would have 2 more sergeant instructors that will make him feel like hell was heaven if he screws up. Yes, partner, that was a good decision on your part of asking for help in your less honorable trait, spoke Deepening in Issei's mind as he listened to the conversation and found it amusing to see his host behaving like this. Yeah, I know, right. Well, better get to the classroom before class starts, responded Issei in his mind while making his way to the classroom. When he was about to enter the classroom, unwanted voices have gotten his attention. Eyes, a very familiar voice to him shouted. Where have you been? I was worried sick about you, questioned the owner of the other voice. As Issei turned around, he was met with his king and bishop, who were from the look of things going to his classroom to get him. Seeing them, Issei gave a tired sigh, knowing what the duo wanted. What do you two want? Questioned the pawn as he looked into the eyes of his king with the bored expression. Where have you been for the last 4 weeks? Repeated Rias as she wanted to know what was the secretary doing in that period of time. Training, he simply answered. And why didn't you tell me or come to the club? Continued Eris. Because I didn't feel like coming to a liar of liars and killers. Again Issei simply answered as he entered his classroom, leaving a hurt Rias and an annoyed Raynare. Raynare, when school finishes, follow him and see what he is up to and report it to me immediately, ordered Rias to her bishop. And why do you think I will do those, princess? Said Raynare in an annoyed tone. You want for Akino to punish you again for disobedience, smirked Rias as she saw fallen devil hybrid's face. Raynare was white as a sheet as she remembered how Akino tortured her for 2 hours for not following Ria's orders, and that was something that she didn't want to happen. She just nodded and left in a hurry. As school continued like normal, Issei found that his 2 perverted friends were even more annoying, and he realized that what they are doing was to get him in trouble so they can escape the brutal treatment of the kendo club. He tried to keep distance from them since he was focusing on trying to suppress his perverted nature so that he can at least not get used. As the class ended, Issei was confronted with his 2 pervert buddies. Issei, let's go, shouted in joy Matsuda. Yeah, Issei, let's go. We found a beautiful spot where we can peep on the girls and explore female body to its fullest, added Motohama, while Matsuda nods his head in agreement with glasses wearing pervert, ignoring the death glare sent from girls that heard them. Seeing the conversation going on, the girls that didn't leave the classroom yet and waited to hear Issei's answer, since coming from his month-long absence he changed in a good way, for the girls didn't even bother to say hi to him, though now they are even willing to have a sentence or 2 with him, and his new look did help a fair bit in the girls' opinion. 3 girls, in particular, were expecting him to accept their offer, but his answer still proved them wrong. As I said before, no, I will not go with you guys to peep on the girls, since for once I can talk to some girls without a problem, and it's nice for a change, stated Issei as he looked into the eyes of his slowly but surely ex-friends. Inside he wanted to go with them badly, but he knew that he needed to grow up from his perverted state and mature. Still, that didn't mean that he couldn't get a side glance under the skirt or shirt of a beautiful girl. But he felt good that some girls, after seeing that he wasn't with the duo when they were caught and brutally beaten to shit a few times, started to open just a little bit to him and be more friendly. What are you talking about, Issei? Asked Motohama in disbelief as he pushed his glasses up. Yeah, Issei, what happened to you? Also questioned Matsuda, also not believing his friend has just refused this beautiful offer to see girls in their birthday suit. It's just as I said, I'm not going with you guys. he said now in a serious and commanding tone that made them shiver in fear, and some girls and a certain fallen angel shiver in excitement of his commanding tone as he released a little bit of his dragon aura to complete the effect of intimidation. Fine, you win Issei this time, but we will bring you back to your senses eventually, Madohama stated angrily as he and Matsuda left to go and peep at the girls. With this done, Issei took his belongings and left the classroom, leaving the kendo duo alone to discuss what just happened. Well, that was definitely awkward, said Kata, still not believing that Issei was beginning to change. Yeah, it is awkward, but looks at it on a light side. It's a good opportunity to reduce Pervert Trio by 1. And if Issei doesn't behave, you can still beat the crap out of him, stated Muryama. Yeah, I guess you're right, Mura. But still, I think it's just some plan of his to get a better look at us under clothes, answered back Kate as she was unsure about this whole ordeal. Well, if we don't try, we wouldn't know if he is fooling around or really trying to reduce it. Who knows, maybe you will fall in love with him, Kate, said Muryama with a smirk at seeing her pink hair friend have a look of disbelief in her eyes, but her cheeks turn a little pink at that statement. Muryama knew that Kate had a small crush on Issei, and if he was normal and not breast beast, she would have asked him out on a date, but since he was what he was, she outright refused to do anything. Don't make it sound like you are any better, Mura. I know that you had a crush on him since day one, retailed Kate. Yup, and I still do have one. That's why I will help him and with some luck maybe get along with him. But first things first, we need to get him to control his perverted urges. I like him way more when he isn't in his pervert mode, Muryama said, as like talking about the weather and not about her secret crush. Well, if you are so sure about this, then I will also give it a try, but one wrong move and he will get a shinai in his ass so deep that even the doctors would have to cut him up to get it out. Kate reluctantly agreed to Muryama's train of thoughts, but also promised her that if Issei gave her a perverted look, then all hell will break loose on him. Good, now all that is left to do is inform him and to see when and where do we start his training, said Muryama with a smile on her face. Soon, Issei, soon I can be with you. I can wait for that day, thought Muryama as she and Kate left the classroom to go and eat lunch. Elsewhere, Issei was confronted with Kiba as he was sent to get Issei to go to the orc clubroom. What do you want, Kiba? Asked Issei as he was about to start eating his lunch. President sent me to retrieve you so that she can talk to you, Issei, answered Kiba as he looked into Issei's eyes and was ready to summon his sword if need be. Issei just shook his head at seeing that he wasn't going to win this argument, even if he refuses Kiba. Rias was going to send Kaneko or Akino to get him next, and he knew that if Akino was refused, then let's just say it would be a one-sided fight where he was going to get electrocuted until he was a centimeter from death's door, knowing her sadistic side. And that was something that he would like to avoid at all cost until he gets stronger, where he can at least retaliate back. Fine, Kiba, I will go with you, but this better be good or I will break both your legs and have Rainer heal them and then break them again. You got that? Issei warned as he put his lunch back in his backpack and moved towards the old school building. It will be Issei, Kiba quickly answered, not wanting to test Issei's claim on himself. Well, let's go then, Issei simply said as Kiba quickly caught up to him. As they entered the building, he felt that everyone from Rias' peerage was there, but from looks of things they seemed in disarray for some reason. President, we are here, stated Kiba as he entered with Issei right behind him. Clubroom still looked like as Issei remembered. It still had a Victorian style to it, with a couple of leather sofas and a small wooden table in the middle, and had a back door that leads into a hallway that had doors that were for the kitchen, spare room, and bathroom. All in all, Clubroom looked more like an apartment than an old school building. Ah, Yuudo, Eyes, it's good that you came here. I have news for you both that we just take a sit. Akino, would you please bring us some tea? Told Rias as she sat at her table and waited for Akino to bring tea to the rest of them. Here you go, President, said Akino as she brought tea to Rias and the rest of the club. Okay, Rias, what do you want and what is so important? Questioned Issei as he still wasn't over what happened in the church and he wanted to spend as little time as possible with them. I thought I told you to call me President, Eyes, stated Rias as she folded her arms under her breast as she looked Eyes with narrowed eyes. And I thought I told you that I don't want to see you still, but knowing that you are annoying as hell, I came here, so tell me what's so important. He responded back as he released some of his aura for intimidation, a nifty trick that he learned from Deepening and from the look on everyone's face at work. Although Akino had a blush on her face as she licked her lips in a seductive way, her M side in full force, showing that she very much liked the idea of her cute junior dominating her in bed. Well, what I wanted to say is that since you have time to adapt to life as a devil, and after your month worth of leave, that you will have to return to your devil duties, and that soon we will have to go to the familiar forest to get you a familiar, since all of us here have it. But that is for the next month, and I would like to know how good was your training went, answered Rias after collecting enough of herself. Eyes just sighed as he should saw this coming, but he still needed to at least follow orders from her even though he didn't want. Sure, I will continue my devil jobs, and as for how training went, it went good, but there are still a lot of things that I need to improve if I ever want to advance through the ranks to become high class, replied Issei while closing his eyes and putting his hand on his chin in a thinking manner. That's good to hear, Eyes. If you become strong enough and do your job well, you can increase in rank for sure, said Akino as she was standing behind Rias. Yeah, I know. Well, if that's all there is to know, I will take my leave. There is still school and I'm hungry, so goodbye for now, said Issei as he stood up and left. When Issei left and was out of hearing, Rainer, that was until now silent, said something that made them all interested in their pawn even more. "Well, it looks like Issei is looking for a way to decrease his perverted nature," said Rainer. "And how do you know that, Rainer?" questioned Rias. "Well, you did say to follow him, and since I'm with him in class does have some benefits. Anyway, I heard those two kendo captains said that he asks for their help in it, and from the looks of things, both of them will help him, plus both of them have a crush on him," answered Rainer as she stood up and excused herself and left to also go get lunch and see what the man that put her in this position would do next. "It seems that things will become even more interesting from now on, don't you think, Rias?" said Akino as she was sipping more tea that came from Kaneko, who was too much focused on her snacks to even bother about other things. Yes, it would seem that way, Akino," Rias said in thought. On the other end of the town, figure that followed Issei entered a house that looked fairly modest. It was a 2-story house that had 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, living room that had a futuristic look to it. As the figure entered the living room, it removed its hood to reveal a beautiful girl that had pale skin, auburn hair, and red eyes, butterfly headphone accessory on her head with a lollipop in her mouth. She looked like she was the same age as Issei. "Well, Issei Hayatu, it looks like we will have a meeting in a very near future. I'm really looking forward to it," the auburn teen said with a soft smile on her face. After the lunch break that was fairly annoying for Issei, because he had to deal with people that hurt and betrayed him in the worst possible ways. Issei is now eagerly, with a bit of fear mixed in, waiting for school to end to see if the kendo duo were willing to help him with his problem. As the school bell sounded the end of today's lessons, he quickly packed his belongings and went to the gates to see what their decision was. Not too long after he got there, the people he waited for showed up with a neutral expression on their faces that upset him a little bit. "Yes, so guys, what did you decide?" he stuttered as he was now a bit afraid of their refusal. "We decided eyes, but before we tell you our answer, we need to know some other things." "Sounds good," answered Muryama as she looked at him with her neutral expression. "Yeah, that sounds good, so what do you need to know?" he replied, feeling a bit of hope since it sounded like that they accepted his request, but he tried not to show it. "Well, the things we want to know are a bit complicated to speak in public, so do you know any place where we can talk?" This time Kades spoke. "Sure, we can talk at my place. My parents aren't home, so it's secure to talk to about things that are private. And before you, Kades, go for the shin. I know, I didn't think of that things," he quickly answered, seeing that Kades was about to grab her sword to hit him. "It better be like you said, or I will put this sword in your ass. You got that?" Kades said with venom in her voice. "It's like I said, you can trust me on that. I may be a pervert, but I'm not a liar or a sexual maniac that will rape you too." Issei replied back. "Fine, lead the way," she said, accepting his words. "This way, ladies." As they left, Rainer followed them with interest, since she too wanted to know what made Issei ask his arch-enemies for help and what the duo wanted to know. So she masked her presence and went after them. What she and the trio didn't know is that the auburn-haired girl that was following Isay for a few days now was also following them now, and she looked excited about the prospect of having some fun with all of them. So she hurried to get as fast as can to his house and set all hell loose on him. After about 15 minutes, the trio arrived at the Sekiryute's house that looked like the rest of the houses in the neighborhood. It was a normal 2-story terraced house with a light blue exterior, a balcony on the second floor, and a brown roof. "Well, here we are. Make yourself comfortable here. I will get some drinks and snacks," said Isay as he led the duo into his house, not noticing another presence in his house. Seeing that her camouflage and masked presence was working beautifully, the auburn teen decided to have some fun. That was why she came here for after all. "Oh, honey, you're home," she said in a sweet and seductive tone as she stepped out of the kitchen. Hearing the voice, Sekiryute immediately activated his sacred gear in front of the two girls as he stepped in front of them. "Who are you and what are you doing in my house?" asked Isay as he started boosting his power. "Oh, my, have you already forgotten about me? Shame on you, my dear, and here I thought that you loved me," she stated in a fake hurt tone as she put her hand over her heart. While this was going on, Muryama and Kades were in shock. First, Isay said that he was alone at home, and now from the looks of things it looked like he lied. The second was a strange-looking gauntlet that appeared out of nowhere, and what was even more strange is that it started saying boost after every so often. And the third was the auburn teen that looked like she knew Eyes very well. After getting over their shocked state, they looked at each other and with a nod decided that they were going to milk every last information out of Isay for this. But for now their attention returned to the girl that was standing in front of them. And both girls could agree that she was very beautiful, with her long auburn hair that went down to her middle back, butterfly headphones accessory on her head. She wore a black vest along with a white long shirt that was underneath it with a red ribbon, a red mini skirt, and had black leather boots. "Cut the crap and tell me who you are and what are you doing here?" stated Isay, feeling angrier at the unknown girl that was in his house. "Boost? Oh, will you look at that? So the information about you was correct. You are the Red Dragon Emperor," she said nonchalantly, as if she was used to seeing it all the time. "Yes, I'm the current Sekiryute. Now answer the damn question," he answered, his voice becoming dangerous as he felt a little bit annoyed that she still didn't answer him. "My name is Chelsea. A pleasure to meet you, Sekiryute. As for what I'm doing here, well, that's easy. I'm here to have some fun. And don't worry, I'm not here to fight, so can you please dismiss you sacred gear?" Even though I may be stronger than you now, if you boost enough times you can easily beat me, and from counting how many times you boost already, I will have to say that we are almost even now," the girl now known as Chelsea stated. She knew that her experience can get her an advantage over him, but knowing that one lucky shot from the powered-up Securite would spell instant death to weak opponents and heavy injuries to some average, she didn't want to test her chances with him yet if she can prevent that. "And how can I trust you that the moment I dismiss my sacred gear you won't attack me or my friends behind me?" questioned Issei. He was told by Drake that situations like this would happen when an opponent would try to make him lower his guard and when he was at his weakest attack him. "I see that you thought about that possibility also, but rest assured that I'm not here to fight. I'm more of an assassination than a straightforward fighter. If I was ordered to kill you, you would have been dead long ago, as I had plenty of opportunities to do it," Chelsea stated calmly as she took out a lollipop out of her skirt pocket and put it in her mouth. "So what are you doing here then, besides having intruded into my house?" Issei asked as he saw that what she said was the truth. "Why don't we all sit down and talk about him?" said Chelsea as she made her way onto one of the sofas in the living room. Issei, you do know that you have a lot of explaining to do, right?" said Muryama as she and Cadis finally able to get a word out since they felt the dangerous situation in front of them vanish, and what the Chelsea girl said made them shiver in fear. That made Issei went pale as he forgotten that the duo behind him didn't know anything about the supernatural world, and he knew that once you entered it there was no going back. He sighs heavily as he decided that if they were going to help he would at least tell them what they wanted to know. "Yeah, I know, but let us first sit and then we will talk about it," he answered back as he went to the kitchen to get some drinks and snacks. After a minute or so he came back with a tray of food and drinks. He put them down on a table and proposed to sit down on a love sofa so that he could see all three girls. Muryama and Cadis took the large sofa as they sat near each other. "Okay, before you two begin to question me, let's see what our new friend is doing in my house. Sounds fair?" he asked the kendo duo, and seeing them nod made him smile a little bit. Before he turned his attention to an intruder which he could honestly say was extremely hot, and if the situation was different he would be all over her in a blink of an eye. "Since you insist, darling." She smirked when she saw a little jealousy in the brunette-haired girl's eyes, but she had to first diffuse the tension that was in the room before she could tease the life of the girl and the boy, which she found to be very cute and handsome. "Like I said, my name is Chelsea and I was assigned to watch over you and see if you have a sacred gear. And if you have, to see what in terms of power level is. If you were at a lower level of power, I was told to bring you with me, to our faction with force if necessary. But seeing that you already have activated it and that you have, I would say, decent power, I think that that wouldn't work, so I choose another way, to come directly to you so that we can talk and see if you are willing to come with me, darling. We could have so much fun together," she said in a normal voice in the beginning and ended in a flirty and seductive tone while licking her lips, which made Issei go full red that put even his gear at shame. Muryama, seeing this, decided to make herself known to the other girl, as she didn't like an idea of Issei leaving when she was so close to having him. "What are you talking about? What faction? And what is a sacred gear?" she questioned as she wanted answers, and seeing Cadis nod her head in agreement with her. "Well, I can answer the first two questions somewhat, but I will let my darling answer the last one," was the reply she gotten from the auburn teen. "Don't call him darling," sneered Muryama as she felt that she had little chances against the girl in front of her. She was very attractive, and from the look in Issei's eyes, Muryama knew that she was losing the battle over him. "Oh, jealous about my interaction with my dear little Issei?" she questioned with a smirk at seeing the brunette becoming red with each passing second from embarrassment and anger. "That's not what I meant," Muryama stuttered as she felt her cheeks blush even more than they were a moment ago. "You sure about that?" Chelsea sends another jab at her. She loved this. Her mischief side was now in full force, and he would enjoy this sweet torture for as long as she can. Unfortunately for her, Issei decided to enter the conversation and release Muryama from even more embarrassment. He knew that she had a small interest in him, since every time he was caught Muryama would hold back a lot as to not hurt him too badly and would avoid sensitive parts. And if he was honest with himself, he did have a crush on her since day one at Kyo Academy. "Okay, Chelsea, I think you had your fun. Now answer the questions," he stated seriously as he was also curious about this faction she spoke about. Chelsea cutely pouted at her fun being cut short but decided that she would continue later on. "What I'm talking about is that there are other factions in this world, not just humans, but you already know that, my dear," Chelsea said as she looked towards Issei and then to the duo on a sofa. "As for you two, Muryama and Cadis, yes, there are other factions, like devils, angels, fallen angels, vampires, yokai, and so much more. And before you ask how I know your names, the answer is simple. I was also following you two also since you knew Issei and interacted with him on the daily basis," answered Chelsea while drinking some juice and eating some snacks that Issei brought for them. That left the girls on the edge. To hear that you were followed by an assassin no less was a hard pill to swallow for anyone. And the discovery that the mythical beings exist was even more of a shock to the girls. "Wait, so what are you saying is that mythical beings like devils and angels really exist?" For the first time since this conversation started, Cadis spoke in disbelief. "Yes, they exist. My darling, here is a proof of that. Aren't you my sweet and cute little devil dragon?" replied Chelsea with a smirk, while making Issei blush and Muryama even angrier at the flirting that the auburn-haired girl was doing with her love interest. But what she first said died her anger down. That little revelation left the kendo girls looking at Issei like he had grown a second head. Issei, is she saying the truth? You aren't human. Muryama spoke in a saddened tone. Sorry, but no, I'm not a human anymore. Well, not 100%, but since I was born I wasn't completely human, he answered as he looks over from Chelsea to the duo at the opposite side. Then what are you? Asked Cadice with a little edge in her tone that made Issei flinch a bit. Well, I'm from what I gathered, a 50% devil, 35% human and 15% dragon. But as you can see I look like a normal human being, he answered in a soft tone. Okay, then that leads us to the next question, what faction are you from? This time it was Issei who asked as he looked at Chelsea with a serious look. Chelsea for her part blushed a little at the gaze that made him look even cuter and more handsome in her opinion, and if what she knew about Issei was correct she wouldn't mind being with him even in a harem since she knew that that was his dream, to become a harem king. She also caught him a few times looking her over. He gave her body a complete scan which she found amusing and flattered that she was attractive to him. As much as I want to answer your question, my dear, I can't, at least not until you decide to join us, and then I can answer any question you ask or you desire, she seductively answered with a wink. But that is it for today. I must be going home now. It's getting late and I need my beauty sleep to look good for you. And don't worry, we will see each other soon, you three. Bye. With that, Chelsea stood up, but before she left, she quickly gave Issei a kiss on the cheek that made him turn crimson red with embarrassment and the girls red with anger. All of that made Chelsea giggle at the amusing sight as she left 2 fuming girls and 1 stunned boy in its wake. Now that that's over, Issei, before we give you our answer to your request we need to know some things, said Cadice as she was the first to return to normal, while Muryama looked like she was ready to murder someone. Issei for his part was still in shock over the kiss, but one look from Muryama that could prone instant castration and chopping of the head was enough to bring him back. What that Chelsea girl did to make her so pissed off was beyond him. Muryama was now in her own world, planning how to deal with this auburn teen that was stealing her Issei from her. Oh, you just wait, bitch. I'm going to enjoy chopping your head and putting it on a pike when I'm done with you. No one is going to steal him from me, not now when I have a chance to bring him back to normal and be with him, thought menacingly Muryama as her eyes darkened at all the murderous ideas she could do run through her head. Issei and Cadice gulped, paled and backed away as they saw her lips turn into a sadistic smile that in Issei's opinion would put even Akino's best to shame. Well, Issei, I think it would be wise to answer some questions before Mura goes on to do whatever that smile on her faces represent. Don't you agree? Cadice asks, hoping that she could break the dark thoughts in her best friend's mind, not wanting to get a beat down from her friend when Cadice hit Issei and his family jewels. Issei just nodded his head in acknowledgement, not daring to speak. Okay, you said that you are a devil now, who are also devils that you know? Cadice asked. That question made Muryama break from her thoughts of murdering the auburn girl, to look at him and waiting to hear his answer. Well, as far as I know, all member of work are devils, and Rias Gremory is our king, answers Issei quickly and honestly, not wanting to feel the duo's wrath. Wait, all the members are devils, even Yama and Kiba? Muryama questioned. Yes, Kiba was devil long before me, and as for Yama, or should I say Raynare, she was only turned devil when I intervened with her death. She was a fallen angel before, he said, as he was still haunted by what he experienced with Raynare and his discovery in the church. Raynare, Rias, and how did you become a devil? Eyes? Cadice was next to ask, and to Issei, it looked like that they were synchronized with each other. Yes, Yuma Mano or Raynare was a fallen angel until a month ago. As to how I become a devil, well, let's just say that a spear of light, courtesy of Raynare and Rias intervening when she did, was all that took. He answered in a tone that gave both girls a signal that he wasn't ready to tell them and that he wanted to forget that day. So Rias saved you in the end? Is that what are you saying? Eyes. In a way, look guys, I'm still not ready to tell you what happened, so can we just skip it and get to the next question? He said as he looked Cadice in the eyes. Yeah, we can do that. So what is a sacred gear? That Chelsea chick sure knew about it. She continued, seeing that it was still a sore subject to him. Sacred gear are items made for the humans from God of the Bible. There are many sacred gears and they are connected directly to user's soul. Raynare has Twilight Healing, and before you ask, she stole it from a human. I was born with the Gauntlet of Red Dragon Emperor which you saw. Kiba has one that makes swords and so on. Issei said as he thought about it, who of the ones he knows have some, but none came to his mind. Satisfied with his answers, for now, both girls nodded and answered his unspoken question. Well, we come to an agreement that will help you with your problem, but know this now, if you do some things that we think are wrong you can expect a shinai up your ass. We will start your training tomorrow after school at the kendo club. Do we have a deal? Said Cadice as she stood up and extended an arm to him. Seeing this, Issei felt joy and immediately agreed to their demands full-heartedly as he shook her hand. Yes, we have a deal. Now though, I think you two should go home, it's getting late. I will escort you back. Now that you know of this world that I'm a part, anything can happen, better safe than sorry, Issei stated as both he and the girls went out. As they were walking toward Cadice's home, they had a small talk about what they were going to do and how were they going to help him. To say that Issei would be going through a world of pain was an understatement. He thought that at the end of his training regiment with the duo he would be able to take Deedrag's strongest attack head-on and feel nothing. He knew that he was exaggerating, but still, from what he was told, it didn't sound so much far from it. After about 10 minutes they left Kadace at her front door and then went to Muryama's place. As Muryama talks about how he was going to train in kendo to improve his stamina, also to increase his reflex speed, he felt that this part of the training wasn't so bad. But then again, he was going to be proven to be wrong so many times that he still didn't believe it was all that good. As they stopped in front of her house, Muryama turned around to look at him before speaking. "Well, this is my stop. Thank you for escorting us home, Eyes. You are really a gentleman when you are not being a pervert. I like this side of you better than when you're a lecher. Thank you again, and I will see you tomorrow." "Yeah, see you tomorrow and have a good night," said Eyes. But before he could turn around and walk away, he was suddenly grabbed by Muryama as she kissed him on the lips for a few seconds before running into the house with a smile on her face and leaving a stupefied Issei in front of her house. What just happened? He thought as he was shell-shocked that the girl that hated his guts just kissed him on the lips. To think that he was kissed by 2 girls in one day was unimaginable to him. What just happened, partner, was your dragon part doing its magic. Like I told you, you unknowingly attracted those girls to you. That is what happens when they are exposed to your aura for a long period of time. They become attached to you. Deedrag answers his thoughts as he saw all that happened to his host this day, and to say that he was impressed at the speed that his host made 2 girls to show affection towards him so quickly was something that even he couldn't do. "Deedrag, do you think that Chelsea girl is a threat?" Issei asked. He started walking home after a few minutes of being in a shell-shocked condition after what happened. "To be honest, I don't know yet. I didn't see her abilities, but what is for sure is that she has a powerful sacred gear that in right hands could spell death to anyone. Best to be on your guard, partner. You never know what can happen next," spoke the red dragon as he felt the presence earlier but didn't want to alert his host as he didn't feel any malicious intentions towards him from the girl. "Yeah, I guess you're right. Now though, that leaves us to what we should with Rias and her gang. You don't need to worry about them, partner. As you are now, you can probably take the midget rook, the blonde knight, and the crow easily, but her queen is on another level compared to you. You still need to improve your stamina and durability," said Deedrag. "You really think that I improved that much, Deedrag?" "Yes, and if you continue to improve, at this rate you will be able to match your king in no time." "Thanks, pal. That coming from you means a lot." "Anytime, partner. Now I'm going to sleep, so when you need me you know how to call me." With that said, Deedrag cut the connection as he went to his slumber, leaving Issei alone as he entered his home and went to bed. Just as he was about to sleep, a red magic circle appeared in his room, and from it came Rias as she looked depressed. "Rias, what are you doing here at this time of night?" asked Issei as he was confused as to why she was here. "Sorry, Issei, but I have no choice," she spoke as she quickly climbed on top of him and started undressing. "What are you talking about? And why are you undressing yourself?" he questioned as he felt uncomfortable. "You are the only one that will do this for me, Eyes. Kiba won't do it since his knight's pride won't let him, and I can't think of anyone else. Now stay down, I will do the rest," she answered as she unhooked her bra and threw it away. Issei, hearing this, started to get angry. Sure, he was glad and was looking forward to having sex with her, but the way it sounded and what she was doing was that set him off. She was using him again for her selfish things, and he hated being used. "And why do you think I will do it with you?" he asked as he started to pick himself up and pushing Rias away from him. "What, am I not good enough for you?" she questioned, with her eyes slightly narrowing. "That's not what I mean." He didn't finish his sentence as he saw another magic circle that he didn't recognize. As the circle shined brighter, a figure appeared out of it. When the light died down, Issei was left like he just saw a figure revealed itself to be a beautiful woman in her 20s. Her hair, which flows all the way down to her back, featured a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest is let down, ending in twin braids. She was wearing a maid outfit that made her look, in his opinion, even sexier. Seeing her, Rias just sighed as she knew that it was too late for her plan to work. "So what brings you here, Grayfia? Was it father, brother, or is this of your own accord?" the red-haired princess asked as she lifted herself from her pawn. "On all 3 accounts, my lady," the woman known as Grayfia answered in a regal tone that very impressed Issei. "Why do lower yourself to this worthless specimen, my lady? You should know better than to expose yourself to the lower classes. You are the heiress of the Grayfia after all," said Grayfia as she looked at the position the 2 teens were. Issei didn't know if he felt insulted or to be thankful to the maid for stopping Rias, so he settled for both. "You know I'm not some peasant, lady," he told her sharply. That made her look at him and just raise her eyebrow at him. "Grayfia, even though you are my brother's queen, I will not tolerate how you treat my cute and adorable servant. Is that understood?" Rias said as she relisted a small amount of her power to show her point. Grayfia knew that even Rias and her peerage combined couldn't stand up to her even at 10% of her full power. But she also knew that she couldn't do anything to her since she was the little sister of her husband and he was way overprotective over his little sister. So she just did what was expected of her. "I'm terribly sorry for my words. My name is Grayfia Lucifuge, the head maid of the Grayfia and the queen of Rias' brother," she stated as she bowed. "Rias never told me that she had a brother," Issei thought, until he remembered that he didn't show at the clubroom for more than a month, so even if she wanted to tell him, she couldn't. "Apology accepted. My name is Issei Hayadu, the current secretary and the pawn of Rias' Grayfia," "It's pleasure to meet you, Grayfia," he said as he stood up and bowed to the maid. Grayfia widens her eyes a little bit at hearing that her sister-in-law had gained a very powerful piece. "Now that the pleasantries are over, my lady, we need to go. We have a very important meeting to attend to," stated Grayfia as she dressed Rias and a little later activated her circle. "Can Akino come with me?" asked Rias as she was now Dries, Princess of Thunder. "I see no problem in that. It's acutely a very good thing to have a king escorted by his queen," was the reply from the silver-haired maid. With a nod, Rias turned to her pawn and kissed his cheek. "Let's forget all about this, Isay. I will explain everything in the morning. Please come tomorrow," said the Crimson Princess as she teleported with the maid. As soon as they were gone, Isay asked his partner about the Queen of Rias's brother. "Drag, are you awake? I need to ask you something." "Yes, partner, I was awoken by a sudden increase in magic." "You want to know who that maid was and about her master?" questioned Drag, as he could clearly feel that the maid was still as strong as he remembered. "Yes, if you know about them, maybe that could help in the future," Isay replied. "I do know about both of them, and from the look of things it looks like they are still as I remember them. That maid was and still is the second strongest female devil in the underworld, second only to current Mao, has mastery over ice, and if I remember her sister also has it but with a mix of light. Sadly, I can't remember her name, but I did remember how she looked like, and if ever cross paths with her, if she is alive of course, I will tell you if it's her. As for her master, he is the one of the 3 known super devils. Sirzich Lucifer, the master of the power of destruction that your master has but only on a much, much higher level," answered Drag as he still tried to remember about a little girl that his last host. "Wow, they are that strong, Drag?" asked Isay as he felt that even at his full power and then some he wouldn't stand even a second against any of them. "They are, partner, and I won't lie. If you want to get your own peerage, you would need to up your training regimen even more. But we will need to find a strong dragon to train you, since only a dragon can train a dragon. And you need to be ready for pain, a lot of pain if you plan to go to the next stage of power and unlock Balance Breaker," said Drag with a battle-hungry smile at a thought that his partner was going to get to fight a strong opponent and that he was going to fight someone that was at his level or higher. Isay just sweated and shivered at the thought of having to train and maybe fight against the full-grown dragon. "Yeah, that sounds like fun," he said sarcastically as he sounded terrified of that idea. As he finished his conversation with his dragon resident, Isay fell asleep having no idea what was going to happen tomorrow. As the morning came, Isay woke up having a very bad feeling about this meeting at the old school. With that in mind, he got ready and headed towards school. After about 10 to 15 minutes he arrived at the clubroom only to be surprised at seeing the maid standing beside his king. "Oh, Isay, you made it. That's good, now we can start the meeting," stated Rias as she felt a little at ease that her secretary had finally arrived. "My lady, do you want me to tell them?" Grayfia asked politely. Shaking her head to the sides, Rias replied, "No, I will tell them. After all, this is my problem and my peerage should hear it from me." Taking a deep breath, Rias started to say until something interrupted her. "Everyone, the truth is that I'm an Inga." Everyone turns to look at what stopped her from saying anything further, and what they saw was a magic circle with an unknown symbol to Isay at least. Though that only lasted for a moment since Rias answered his unasked question with venom in her voice. "Phoenix, Phoenix," Rias said with venom as she saw who appeared out of a magic circle. Out of the circle stepped a young-looking man that appeared to be in his 20s. He had short blonde hair and dark blue eyes. His outfit was a burgundy blazer with matching pants and black shoes. Underneath his open blazer was a simple white shirt. It's been so long that I have set foot on Earth," voiced the young man. "Riser, what are you doing here?" Rias questioned as she tried to keep her voice neutral, but it was obvious that she was very close to exploding. Rias, my love, have you forgotten already about it?" replied the now-named blonde man as he took her arm. "No, I didn't forget, and it was agreed that I have at least until I graduate from college in a human world. So I ask you again, what are you doing here?" she said as she yanked her arm from his grasp. Seeing this and not knowing about anything that was said or what was the talk about, Isay decided to ask the obvious question that was on his mind. What the fuck is going on here and who is this guy?" "Isay, this here is Riser Phoenix from the Nobel House of Phoenix," Kiba politely answers, making Isay look at him. "And that means what?" he questioned again, still not understanding the situation at all. Riser, seeing this exchange, decided to intervene. "Riser is surprised that a simple peasant doesn't know who I am. The Riser is disappointed in you, Rias. I thought that you told them about Riser," he said while referring to him in a third person, making them want to facepalm. "Hard, who are you calling peasant? You overgrown fried chicken?" Isay demands as he glared at the nobleman. Predicting that the fight is about to begin, Grayfia decided to intervene. "Isay, Riser here is from a noble house of Phoenix, has said he is also Rias' fiancé, and thus they are in an arranged marriage." Isay was left stupefied with this info. While he didn't like Rias, he hated arranged marriages. What was the point in being with someone for eternity if you don't love that person? Rias was still fuming about an idea of having to marry a playboy devil who wanted nothing more than to fuck her senseless. She wanted to get married to someone she loved and love her back. Not for political or any other thing, just from love. She wanted nothing short of killing Riser, but she also knew that she didn't have power and experience to do it. That was why she had the Red Dragon Emperor. Even one as weak as Isay could beat him, given enough time to train. While she was in deep thought, Riser decided to take this opportunity to check out the other girls of Ria's peerage, specifically her queen. "Come on, my dear, let's get married already, you know it's for the greater good of our race," he told her after he finished his gazing and grabbing her hand. That made her return to the real world, where she immediately pushed him back. "For the last time, no, Riser. I will not marry you, I will marry someone that I love and that loves me back," she snapped at him, while her eyes turned red and a scary aura surrounded her. "If you don't want to marry me the easy way, then Riser will do it the hard way," Riser said in a serious tone as he started generating extremely hot flames in his hands ready to incinerate anything. "What do you say, Rias? If Riser burns you servants to ashes, will that finally make you see reason?" he questioned as he was lifting his arm up and pointing the flames toward Isay and Rainer that were standing opposite of him. Finally having enough of this bullshit, Grayfia released some of her power to terrify them and to make them take this talk like nobles, like they are or were supposed to be. She wasn't sure anymore. "Enough of this. My lady, your parents and brother have expected this from you, so they propose a rating game between Lord Riser and you," she said as she was about to freeze both high-class devils to cool down a little. "So they still don't understand. Fine, I will accept what they propose. If I win I'm free, right?" she stated as she looked at the maid who just nodded. You really think you can beat Riser? Rias, you are far too fucking weak, and is this all you have to offer in our match? Just 5 people, all of which are as weak as fuck except your queen. She can maybe match my rook Zulan, and that is if she is lucky. And Riser has a whole set to boot," Riser arrogantly declared as he snapped his fingers and another magic circle of fire appeared with 15 people exiting it as the fire swirled around them for a few moments before returning to the circle and disappeared along with it. Isay hated to admit, but this fried chicken sure had a good eye for well-developed or some who had a potential to evolve their figures even further. Women that were present were very good-looking and hot. Some had breasts that could match Akino's and Raynar's in her fallen form, while others had a little bit above average. Not that he minds, he welcomed good tits any time of a day, but what caught his eyes was a blonde-haired girl that had her hair in a twin drill-like curls, one on each side. Dark blue eyes that were mesmerizing, and she was wearing a pink dress with a darker pink bow at the front. She looked a lot like Riser, and if he had to jest, she was his little sister that was also a good-looking. As you can see, Rias, Riser here accepts. Riser has a full set, and so Riser will give you a handicap. You have 10 days to prepare for the battle to come. Riser continued with an arrogant tone, knowing that he had this in a bag. "Very well, if both sides agreed with this, then I, Grayfia, will inform the heads of both houses to your agreement." Grayfia spoke before disappearing into a magic circular. Riser was about to leave also, but seeing that Isay was looking at his peerage with leech's eyes, he decided to give a final display for today. "Ebaluna, come here," he ordered, as the busty-looking woman with long purple hair that went all the way to her lower back. She also had purple eyes just like her hair color and was wearing a navy blue tunic top with some golden accents and a white shirt that showed her large breasts that bounced and threatened to burst free from their prison, much to Isay's delight. "Yes, Mass," she didn't finish her sentence as Riser forcibly kissed her and again started to grope her in front of everyone. Isay was burning red with jealousy as this guy got to do this to a bombshell of a girl. The purple-haired girl could put to shame more than 80% of school's female population without breaking a sweat. "Okay, fried chicken, you had your fun, now get lost. You're annoying," Isay stated, finally having enough of this bullshit after watching Riser do nearly everything to a member of his peerage except for having sex with her. "Riser sees that you are quite the foul-mouthed peasant, and Riser will enjoy incinerating you in a rating game if you survive till the end." Yeah, we will see about the UKFC, replied Isay as he looked Riser in the eyes, not intimidated by a high-class devil in front of him. He was more afraid of Grayfia if anything, and she didn't even move a muscle and force all of them to go to their knees. "Why, you ungrateful, you wait," Riser said, his eye twitching from the constant barrage of insults that the pawn in front of him said. Riser and his peerage finally left the orc, and the members of the said club finally begun to breathe normally. Well, that was until Rias snapped at Isay. "What do you think you are doing, you idiot?" She yelled at him as she tried to slap him, but Isay just grabs her hand before it could connect. "What?" He was annoying. He answered casually. "You don't have any idea of what you're doing. You'll be executed because of your behavior." Rias scolded him. Even though he didn't interact with them that much after church incident, she still worried about him. Yeah, he said nonchalantly as he took a sit on a sofa that was nearby. After a few seconds, the Gremory magic circular appeared, and from it, Grayfia appeared looking as regal as ever. "The rating game is in effect." Both heads agreed to it. "You have from tomorrow 10 days to get ready for the upcoming battle. Use them well, my lady," Grayfia informed them as she bowed and then disappeared in a flash of light. "Good, that will give us just enough time to get strong enough to beat Riser. So all of you pack your stuff and we will tomorrow go to one of the estates that my family has, and there we will train." Rias informed everyone, who all nodded in response. "Well, since it looks like all the talk about game stuff is over, we could talk about what were you doing with 2 normal girls and a sacred gear user in your house, weakling." For the first time since the meeting started, Rainer spoke, getting the attention of all the members present. Isay looked at her in shock and then enraged that she was spying on him again. "And how do you now, that you little piece of shit crow?" he questioned with narrowed eyes as he gave her a death glare and started to release his aura that made her pale in fear. "I was ordered by our king to follow you after school. So if you are going to let loose hell on someone, leave me behind on your rage path. Half-breed answered quickly, not wanting to get blasted by a rage-fueled dragon to oblivion. Issei turned his death glare to his king, who was also turning a little white from sheer hatred he was emitting to her now as her knees started to shake a little, but she manages to somewhat steady herself to answer him, since she was also in silent agreement with her bishop that if she didn't answer quickly enough she would get blasted to oblivion, and that was something that she would like to avoid as much as possible. Yes, I ordered her to follow you since you were acting strangely. Now then, what were you doing with those girls at your house, Eyes? She questioned, as she also liked to know what was he doing and who was that sacred gear user. If she had a powerful gear, then Rias could use her in an upcoming fight against Riser. What was I doing with them is not important to you, my king, he said in a mock tone as he returned his aura and loosed his death glare, making both girls to start breathing normally again. But, since you are annoying as hell and I know that you will question me till the end of days, you spoiled little princess, I will answer your questions. He finished with a smirk as he saw the angry tick mark on her forehead at the insult he gave her. Eyes, you are so cute when you are pissed about something, and your domination aura sure is a turn on. Giggled Akino as she blushed beside Rias as her side was in full forces at the intimidating and dangerous aura that promised a lot of hurt to anyone that opposed him, making Eyes sweat drop as he looked at her blushing face that made her look even cuter. Okay, now on to the questions. What were you doing with those girls? Rias asked him as he looked from Akino to her. I was talking with them, my king. Since as all you can see I started training to get stronger, and I asked them, well, 2 girls for help in another department. He told her, not seeing the point to lie to her. Pervert. Kaneko chipped in with her emotionless voice as she hated perverts and Eyes was the embodiment of lust. No, Kaneko, I wasn't thinking about that, you perverted girl, Eyes said as he started to think that anytime he said anything that had a girl in a sentence that Kaneko thought about sex or anything related to it. Then tell us, what were you thinking about, my dear little pawn, Rias demanded impassionately as she wanted to know what he was doing. Well, if you must know, I was talking to them how to reduce my perverted side. Since seeing that both Raynare and you used it to get me, it would be nice to control that side so that things don't happen again to me. Happy now, princess? The pawn answered while looking bored, which started to piss Rias off. Yes, now the next question, what about that sacred gear user you encountered? What about her? She pressed on. What about her? He asked. What do you know about her? Rias asked. Oh, he knows a lot about her, don't you, my dear darling? Spurred on Raynare as she was enjoying being on offense than on defense against the pawn. Issei was blushing at that thought of Chelsea and him being a pair. Well, you know her, Eyes, and you didn't tell me. The Princess of Ruin snapped at him, which made him flinch a little. Well, yes and no, he answered. That made everyone confused. How could he answer like that? It made them suspicious at the thought that he worked behind their back. Seeing their looks of confusion and anger, Issei decided to elaborate what he said. What I meant by that is that I just met her yesterday and that I don't know what she wants with me. All that I know is that she was spying on me and to see if I had a sacred gear and what power level was I at if I had it. She said that since I was more or less equal to her strength that she decided to approach me directly than to do it like both of you did, answered Issei as he looked at both the bishop and the king. He didn't mention that she said that she was from the different faction and that she was to recruit him to help her cause. Hehehe, Eyes, you are really a womanizer, giggled Akino as she licked her lips seductively at him. She liked this more matured Eyes a lot more than a perverted one. Well, I don't think I'm a womanizer, but thank you, Akino, Issei answered, blushing a little. Didn't she tell you anything else? She did say that I will see her soon and that was it. Now that we finished this, when do you want me to come here with my stuff for the training? He said. Okay, everyone, the meeting is finished. I will see you at 8 p.m. here so we can go training. That's it, Rias told her peerage as they nodded and left. When Eyes left the building, he started to text Muryama that he needed to tell Cadis and her something important. Hey Muryama, can Cadis and you meet me at the park in about half an hour? I need to tell you something important. After about a minute or two, he received a reply from the brunette-haired girl. This better be good, Eyes, we were just about to go training. Yup, don't worry, just come to the park. With text sent, he started walking toward the park where he was about to meet his 2 new tutors. As he entered the park, he went to the first bench he found empty and sat there thinking about random things till the duo arrived. What he wasn't expecting was that after 10-15 minutes to come face to face with the girl that was one of the topics on the meeting he had with his peerage. Well, who do we have here? What are you doing here all alone, my dear? Said the voice that was very familiar to Issei as he turned around to see the auburn-haired girl sitting beside him on the bench. Oh Chelsea, what are you doing here? You know that the devils are following me, right? He questioned as he saw her moving closer and closer to him. Yep, but don't worry. I came here to tell you something, my sweetheart. She replied in teasing tone that made Issei blush. And what is that you wanted to tell me, my darling? He said in a sing-song voice as he saw her blush a little bit at his teasing. Well, since you are so sweet to me, darling, I would tell you how you can defeat that. How did you call him? Yes, fried chicken. Nice nickname you gave him, by the way. She replayed in her sweet tone. That made Issei's eyes go wide. How did she know that he was about to fight a phoenix? How no one noticed her presence? There were 1 ultimate and 2 high-class devils and even they didn't spot her. How do you know all that? Were you spying on me at a meeting? He asked, feeling a little dread creeping up his spine at this girl. Yup, she said in a happy tone as she took a lollipop from her pocket and put it in her mouth. And he questioned, wanting to know what she was going to tell him. Well, if you want to defeat such a troublesome opponent, dear, you need to have either the power that can with one punch destroy his fighting spirit or stop his regeneration and then beating him senseless. Or of course, use some holy objects to beat him that would make him surrender. She spoke as she patted Issei on the head, seeing his head drop down. Great, and I don't have that much power or magic reserves to make his regeneration stop even for a few seconds. Holy objects are out of the question since I'm a devil and can't even hold them, let alone use them against him, he said in a defeated tone as he felt that all was lost even before he begun. You do have 10 days to train to get to a level where you can at least hold your own for a little while and give the others time to help you overpower him, she instructed, not wanting to see such a handsome man and someone that she thought cute to have a bitter look on his face. Yeah, I guess you are right. Anyway, I think you should leave before you are spotted by the devils, he said as he felt a little bit encouraged by her. You are welcome. Well, talk to you later, my sweetie. See ya. With a kiss on the cheek she left him and again made him froze from the affection she gave him. Even though it was small, Issei still wasn't used to it. This was all new to him and he liked it a lot. Not 10 minutes after Chelsea left, Cadiz and Muryama showed up with their training bags. Here we are, Eyes. What was it that you wanted us to know that was important? Muryama stated as Issei stood up and looked at both of them and find it almost impossible to not look at their bodies. The things is that from tomorrow and for the next 2 weeks, I won't be in Kyo since we, as an orc, need to go training for an upcoming battle against the members of the Phoenix Peerage. That's what I wanted to tell you so that you know why I wouldn't be at school and for you two not to go on a rampage on me when I return. I hope you can understand this, Issei said as he bowed his head down in an apologetic way to show how sorry he was for not starting his training with the girls, but being a pawn of Rias put Rias' priorities up and is down on a list of things to do. The two girls looked at each other and understood that he wasn't in a situation to choose what he wanted to do but was more of a line forced to go to the battle for her. So they decided to, since they couldn't do much, at least show him support in his upcoming struggle. When you put it that way, there isn't much we can do, but when you go to fight, give a few good hits for us, will you? Asked Cadiz as she smiled a little towards Rias' pawn as he looked at the two in shock. You two are all right with this? He questioned, still not believing what he was hearing. Yes, we are, Eyes. We can't force you to stay, and as Rias is your king you have to obey her. But we wish you luck in your upcoming battle and hope that you return in one piece, said Muryama as she hugged him, making his face go full red from all affection he was getting from her. First was a kiss, now hugs. He was seriously thinking that she was in love with him. Thank you, guys, it really means a lot to me, he softly spoke as he returns the hug, much to Muryama's joy. You are welcome, Eyes, and thank you for telling us about that. Now come on, Mur, you can hug and kiss him all you want later when he returns. We need to go training, said Cadiz as she smirked, seeing her best friend turning crimson red with embarrassment. You are the one to talk. You also want to hug and kiss him almost as much as me, Muryama replayed back, making Cadiz now turn pink as her hair. Issei was left for a loop now. His mind couldn't process was falling for him also. He needed to ask Deepening if that had to do anything with him, since he wasn't sure what could make Cadiz change her opinion on him from wanting to kill him to loving him. Muryama, let's go now, yelled the pink-haired teen as she was feeling very embarrassed that her friend told him of all people that she was starting to slowly change her feeling to him. Alright, we are going, sheesh. Well, see you, Eyes, in 2 weeks, Muryama told him as she also, like Chelsea not 10 minutes earlier, kissed him on a cheek as the two kendo girls left the poor boy in a semi-conscious state. What the fuck just happened? Issei asks himself, still not believing what he experienced in the last half an hour. From a surprise visit from Chelsea to a semi-confession of both kendo girls. It was too much for him, so he just went home to pack his stuff for the upcoming training field trip. It was now 8 p.m. and all the members of the orc were present before their king. President, everyone is here, just as you ordered, Aquino informed. Good, now as I said earlier, we are going to my family estate to train. It's a good place to practice, and can you please make a transportation circle, Aquino? Rias explained the whereabouts of the training camp she would be taking them as her queen nodded and started to make transportation spell to take them there. When we get there, you all can get comfortable first, and then we will see just how much your current power is before having a dinner and calling it for the day, and tomorrow we will start real training, Rias added just before the circle was done. Everyone nodded, and a second later the transportation circle came to life as everyone stepped in and teleported to the camp. Well, here we are, Rias spoke to the peerages what they saw blow their minds, well, Issei's and Raynar's at least. What we are training here, Raynare stuttered as she tried to get her bearings but couldn't. All around them were mountains and forests with a stream that could be heard in the background. In front of them was a building that looked to be more like a mansion than a house that would be their base for next week and a half. Wow, this place is perfect to just sit back and relax, stated the pawn of the group as he looked around him and saw that nature was almost too inviting to just relax and lose yourself to it. Yes, it is very beautiful here, my adorable servants, but we are here to train. So go to your rooms, leave your stuff, and meet me here in front of the house in 5 minutes so we can see what we are working with, ordered the king as everyone went to put their belongings in their rooms. 5 minutes later, everyone stood in front of their king waiting to see what she wanted. Alright, now that everyone is here, we still have enough time to see what are we working with. So Rainer and Isay, you two will show us what can you two do, since I know what Aquino, Kiba, and Kaneko can. Rainer, you're up first, so power up as high as you can and try to destroy this rock, Rias said as she pointed to a large rock that was about 30 meters away. If you insist, Princess, Bishop said as she started powering up and releasing her fallen wings. It took Grayfia group by surprise that the once fallen angel now turned devil had this much power in her. It looked like Isay's gambit to recruit her paid off. Well, that is all I can muster, Princess, now. How do you want me to destroy that pebble? With magic or power? Rainer said in an arrogant voice, seeing the surprised look on everyone's faces. First with magic, then with raw power, was the answer she got from the king. As you wish. Rainer formed her trademark spear from light and threw it at the rock as hard as she could. When the spear hit the rock, it blew it to smithereens. With a satisfied nod, Rias made another rock for Rainer to destroy. Rainer took flight and hit it with all her mighty, destroying half of the rock, leaving the bottom part only. That was a good display, Rainer. Now my eyes, your turn. With boost gear or without? Asked the pawn as he stood in the position where Rainer stood only a minute ago. Let's see you without it first and then boost up to the max and then release all. Rias instructed, wanting to see how his month worth of training went and to see its results. Okay, here it goes, said Isay as he started to power up in his base form. After about a minute or two he reached his limit and the results were shocking, to say the least. He was at the level and strength that was even with Kaneko with her rock trait, which was saying a lot since he didn't promote, but on the other side he was extremely weak in terms of magic. Well, I can say that you did a good work during that month, Isay, but you are extremely lacking in a magic department. How many times you can boost? Rias told him, being very impressed with the result of her pawn. Not sure. I think I can boost up to 20 max, but after that wears off I'm left in such a weakened state that I need about an hour to get my strength up to use booster gear again. He answered as he remembered very well how he tried to boost to the max and how it felt after explosion wore off. So what is the max you can use that won't hinder you much? Rias asks. About 10 is optimal, but 15 is the max that I can endure with a short break after it. He replied. Nodding to that, Rias pointed to the rock, which was repaired and looked like it was made even stronger. I do have a new attack that I want to try, so this would be a good place to do it. He spoke to them as the booster gear appeared and started to give its signature boost. After a minute or so, Isay, feeling that it was about enough boost, he called explosion and lifted his left arm in the direction of the rock. Concentrating on the attack, a small sphere formed in front of the gear as it shined in red light. Isay pulled back his armored arm and then hit the sphere of red light as strong as he could, calling the name of the attack. Dragon Shot. When his armored hand hit the orbit, it released an intimidating laser beam attack that completely destroyed the rock and went true to make a trench all the way towards the top of the mountain, where it exploded in a massive explosion that made a small earthquake. That attack blew everyone's minds. If anyone took that attack head on, it would leave the devastating result to almost anyone in a range from low class all the way to weak high class. That was an excellent performance, Isay. We will work on your hand-to-hand combat, swordplay, and speed, also endurance, for you to have a chance to endure your current max boost and for it to increase. Magic is also important, so we will work on that latter during the training. Rainer, we will also increase your magic and combat skills. Your magic is acceptable, but your physical strength is lacking severely. Their king informed the duo as they nodded in acknowledgement. Good, now I think that we could all go and relax for tonight before starting in the morning. With that said, Rias entered the house that would be their home for next 10 days with all of her servants following her. In the next few days, Isay and Rainer were beaten to shit by the members of the peerage. Akino almost regularly left Rainer for death, and Isay was brutally beaten by Kaneko, and embarrassed by Kiba's speed and sword skill. Of course, those punishments in Rainer's and Isay's mind did help in their stamina, and they did learn some techniques and how to handle some situations. But during his magic training with Akino when he was at relative ease, since she didn't focus on hand-to-hand or sword, Isay found that something was pulling him towards Norse and Slavic magic more than toward devil magic. As his reserves of magic slowly build up, he could almost feel another presence in him. Though when he asked Dietrich about it all, he gotten for the answer was that one of his predecessor was slowly awakening, and that is why he knew about those magics but couldn't use them until the person that was awakening has full awaken. But as much as he tried, he couldn't use even the simplest of spells that Akino taught him, which frustrated him a lot. Thought after almost a week into their training it was finally time for Isay and Rainer to duke it out so the others could see how much they improved. After their match, it was Kaneko's and Kiba's turn, and last was King versus Queen. Okay, you two, it's time to see how much you improved, so go full force. Against Phoenix and his peerage, you will need to outpowered or outsmarted them to win. So when the two of you are ready to begin. Also, Isay, you can promote if you want, said Rias as she stood with others to the sideline, giving the two combinations enough space to fight. Well, it's time to show you, weakling, who is the superior here, Rainer spoke in her overly arrogant tone that started to piss off Isay. Yeah, you wish, little crow. If you have forgotten, I was the one that beat the crap out of you when we fought last time. He answered in a confident voice as he thought about what piece to promote to. After a few seconds, he decided and activated his sacred gear that immediately started boosting him. Promotion night, I said, making the heiress think as to why he chose that piece when Queen or a rock would give him overwhelmed power that would easily defeat the bishop. When the fight started, it was made clear to her why he chose knight instead of a rock or queen. When the pawn pieces turned to knight, Isay exploded like a rocket towards Rainer, who had barely enough time to get away from a devastating blow that Isay sent at her. In retaliation, Rainer summoned 2 spears of light and threw it at him, who used his booster gear to block them as he made his way towards her with incredible speed. Seeing that her attempt to pierce him was a futile, she just formed her spears and went into head-on charge. As Isay tried once again to hit her with his armored hand, she used one of her spears to block, which proved to be a wrong move as his fist smacked her spear like it was nothing and embedded deep in her stomach, sending her flying. As she recovered her barring, she was immediately forced to move as another punch went towards her, this time to the head as she dodged it. She could feel the raw power from the punch as the tree that was behind her was hit with the shockwave that destroyed it in an instant, and anything in a 15-meter radius suffered damage from it. And that made her shiver in fear at the thought of what would have happened if that attack went through. Shaking her head, she made 15 spears and sent them towards Isay as he tried to evade them but was hit with a few that left him slightly injured. "What are you, a monster? Where did you get all that power?" Rainer demanded, seeing that her attacks were almost nullified. "While you were sucking dicks and laying around, I was training so that I can become as strong as I can, you little crow," he answered as he dodged a few more attacks sent his way from now fuming fallen devil hybrid. "Why you? I'm going to make you pay for that, you little cockroach," Rainer yelled as she started bombarding him with all she had. Isay was overwhelmed by the sheer number of spears and spells that he had to dodge, and every time he got hit it hurt him a lot. He knew he had to finish this quickly or Rainer would brutalize him with the amount of power she was realizing. As he dodged, he started to gather energy in his armored palm, reading it for a moment where he can spot a presentable sight to him to unleash his dragon shot that would surely secure him enough time to cross the distance between them and make her surrender. After a few more seconds, he found an opening and let loose his ultimate attack. Dragon shot. He fired his attack just in time as more than 15 spears were near him. His attack completely obliterated every single spear that was in its path as it hurled toward Rainer, who, seeing it, put the strongest barrier she could muster. It was all for nothing as the blast ripped through it like a hot knife through butter. Rainer took the attack head-on and was sent again flying, landing 50 meters away from the spot where she stood. She was drained from it as she was left unconscious. Isay was on his knees after that fight that took a lot more out of him, since he made that attack strong enough to destroy her barrier that he would admit was powerful. "Bravo, that was an excellent fight, Isay. Kiba, please wake Rainer up. She also fought well against a power type like Isay." Rias applauded as her knight went to wake Rainer up and help her come back to the group. "Well done, Rainer, you made me proud. You managed to endure and even damage Isay in this fight. You come a long way from when we met," Rias told her gently as she patted Rainer on the head. "Yeah, but still not enough to beat him," Rainer spoke to her. "Well, don't sell yourself short. He did have a head start on you, and from the looks of him, he had to put out a lot of power in his last attack. Get some rest now. We have only a day or two to train before the game." She encourages her bishop, knowing what it's like to have your attack do so little damage. Next was the knight versus rock as they showed a very intensive fight that finished in Kaneko's victory due to Kiba's small durability and her brutal punches that were on par with Isay's with about 2 to 3 boosts. Finally, it was the grand finale as king and queen duck it out. It was a fight full of magic of all kinds. Rias tried to overpower Akino, but every time it looked like she was about to be a victor, Akino managed to pull a quick surprise attack on her king. In the end, it was decided to call it a draw, as no one was able to tell which would be a victor after half an hour of magic battle, leaving both teams tired. This combat practice continued for the last part of the trip, with changing partners for more efficiency. The last day of the trip, it was decided that it would be a day to relax and to return all the stamina and energy that was lost, and to everyone get closer to each other and have fun. That last day was almost torture to Isay, as both Akino and Rainer tested him with their provocative bodies that made it very hard for Isay to not lose all of his self-control to get on both of them, even if he was in a bad relationship with one of them. Rias also joined in fuck Isay's mind fun as she started showing him all her body had to offer, which made his nose bleed and his brain to go offline. The day after his torture pleasure was the day that they were waiting for, the day of the big match. The match that will determine Rias Gremory's fate. As Isay entered the orc building, he privately felt anxiety that was building up. In the clubroom, everyone was doing their own things as they were waiting for the battle to start. Kaneko was strapping her fingerless gloves that had a cat's paw on them. Kiba was polishing his sword. Rainer was making and dispelling her spears of light while his king and queen were casually drinking their tea and talking about some other things. Isay decided to take a seat on one of the sofas that were in the room and have a quick conversation with his pal Deepening. "So do you think, Deepening, do we have a chance in this battle?" Isay mentally asks his partner, which was rearing to have a good battle. "Yes, partner, there is always a way to beat someone. Everyone has a weakness that can be exploited. You just have to find it," answered the mighty Red Dragon Emperor. "Yeah, but what if we are not strong enough to exploit it?" questioned Isay as he felt that even now that he can boost up to 30 times, it was still not enough to beat someone of a Riser's caliber. "You need to believe in yourself, partner. If you wish to go up and free yourself, then you need to start proving to everyone that you're not just someone that got lucky to have me." Deepening spoke as he also hated to be under someone's control as much as his host. But Isay needed to overcome this obstacle in front of him to be able to move up. "Yes, you are right, Pale, as always. Thank you for reminding me of my goal." He thanked the ancient dragon as he was feeling a new fire in him started to burn. "One last thing, partner. I found out who is that presence that was waking up." and from the looks of thing, you will need only a little more power to awaken her," stated Deepening. "Her?" Issei asked as he felt a bit of his perverted nature coming back at the thought of a beauty that might be awakening. Before Deepening could answer, Grayfia appeared still in her maid uniform, formed the magic circular. "My lady, is everyone ready for the battle?" Grayfia asked in her regal voice. "Yes, Grayfia, everyone is here and is ready to go," Issei's master answered as Grayfia nodded and then created a new circular. "Everyone please step onto the magic circular that will take you directly to the battleground." "Good luck," everyone instructed Grayfia as everyone did what was told and vanished in the bright light. When the light died down, they were at the exact spot where they entered a magic circular, making Issei confused. "I thought that we are going to the battleground, not to the orc clubroom," he stated as he looked around. "We are eyes in an artificial dimension and it looks like it's a copy of our school. That Riser sure has some guts for doing this." Aquino answers him as he nodded, satisfied with the information he was given. "Everyone gather around me. It's almost time to start this game. So let's do our best and beat the crap out of this, how Issei call his fried chicken." Rias told them in a mighty voice to bring their spirits up. "Yes, President." All members shouted as all of them made a final quick check of their gears before the match. "Now is showtime," thought Rias as she eagerly awaited Grayfia to start the game. Rating Game Part 1. As they waited for Grayfia to announce the start of the game, Rias took the opportunity to unleash what remained of Issei's sealed powers that his outburst at church didn't unleash. "Eyes, come here and sit in front of me," Rias told her pawn in a calm voice that made him confused. "Sure, but are you sure that we could sit down and chat while the game is about to start?" he questioned as he did what he was told. "Don't worry, rating games were created so that it would prepare devils on how to handle every type of situation. From blitzkrieg to a more objective type, like infiltration or capturing and holding specific strategic points that were represented by flags," informed him Aquino as she just finished brewing tea. "That is correct, and you don't need to be worried, Eyes. I'm just going to unlock the power that was sealed when I revived you." Rias spoke as Eyes did what he was told. As Rias put her hand on his head, he started gloving crimson, and after a moment or two, he could feel the power in him rising as he looked at her with wide eyes. What is this? What is this power I feel?" he asked in shock at the new power that was flowing through his veins and couldn't help but feel awestruck. "That power, my dear cute Eyes, is the power I had to lock up when you were revived. Your power is dangerous, and leaving it Reincarnating wild would harm you even more. At the church you almost unleashed all of your power, and all of us would be dead if you did. However, you were able to regain control over yourself before that could happen," she explained as Issei stood up and started to power up a bit to feel his new powers that were dormant till now. He felt like he could fight anyone and still be at the top. But Deepening decided that it was time for him to get his head back to reality. Deepening stated as he too felt the increase in power of his host that surprised him a little, that if he was a little more powerful then maybe he would get a balance breaker state earlier than most of his host would. "Yeah, you are right, Deepening, I need to focus now," he answered. At that moment all members of the Grayfia and Phoenix household heard Grayfia's announcement. "Hello everyone, I am Grayfia, a maid from the House of Grayfia, and today I will be the arbiter of the rating match between the House of Grayfia and the House of Phoenix. In the name of my master, Sirzech Lucifer, I will be keeping my eye on this match." By using both Rias and Razor opinion, we created this battlefield, which is a replica of the school, Q Academy, which Rias attends to in the human world. The location where both teams were transported will be their base. Rias' base would be the Occult Research Cubs Club room located in the old school building. Razor base would be the Student Council's room located in the new building. For the to use promotion, please head to the enemy's base to do it. You have 5 minutes to strategies. After 5 minutes the game will begin. Your time to strategies begins now. So I need to get to Fried Chicken's base to promote. That would be difficult, Isay said after hearing what Grayfia said. That's why, my adorable little eyes, we are going to make a plan to help us get a victory here, Rias said to her pawn. Kiba, can you please bring me a map of the school? She requested her blonde knight as he nodded and left to look for it. It only took a few seconds before the blonde boy returned with a map with him that he spread in front of Rias. Here it is, President. President, if you would, I can make traps in the forest near our base so that when Riser's pawns make their way through there we can ambush them and put them out of commission, he said as he presented the map of school to Rias and showed her where he was planning to set up his traps for the unwanted guests that would be making their way here. Yes, that looks like a perfect place to set them, Kiba, you go do that, while Aquino will create a mist so that they don't spot the traps. She agreed to his plan as it looked perfect for reducing the manpower gap between them. Yes, President, was the reply from both the blonde knight and priestess of thunder. Meanwhile, Kaneko, I want Issei and you to go to the gym and hold of Riser's pieces that will be there until Aquino finish making her mist, and when she gives you the signal, retreat so that she can blow it up, and hopefully take some of the enemies with it. After that, you will regroup near the track field with Kiba and push forward towards Riser's base. Rias told her group. And what do you want me to do, Princess? Rainer questioned as she noticed that she wasn't mentioned in the plan. I need you to stay here and support me if some of the enemy's piece break through here. Since you have a healing gear, it would be a suicide to send you to the front with others. On that note, if some of you are too injured, retreat so that Rainer can heal you. Even if one of you are to be put out of the game, it could be catastrophic for us. She explained her whole plan to the group as she knows that she would need all of them to beat Riser. Yes, President, came the reply from her group as they went to finish their preparations for the upcoming battle. Issei, Rainer here, Akino said as she gave the duo 2 small transceivers. What are they for? Issei asked as he looked over the small transceiver that he was given. That's for communicating with us during a fight. Everyone has one, and don't worry, each high-class devil gets his set of transceivers so that it can't listen in during the game. So when I finish with the mist I will tell you when to evacuate so you don't get also blown up. Akino snickered as her sadistic side begun to creep up, making both Rainer and Issei back away from her as they shivered in fear. Why, yeah, I will keep that in mind. Thanks, Akino, he said as he composed himself to a task ahead of him. Your 5 minutes to strategies is up. The rating game between the House of Gremory and the House of Phoenix begins now. Grayfia announces as the school bell rings to signalize the start of the battle. Ring, 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 ring. All right, my adorable servants, go out there and make me proud. Yes, they all shouted as they left the orc building to face off against whatever Riser had to offer. Akino immediately took to the skies and started creating a mist to cover Kiba as he started putting traps in the woods just west of the clubroom to ambush and take out any opposition that may come. Isay and Kaneko made their way towards the gym that was a strategic position from where both sides could come into direct contact with one another. In essence, who controlled the gym controlled the field. So instead of controlling it and in fear of losing her pieces, Rias decided to, after getting the opening skirmish with Riser's pieces, to evacuate hers and let her queen blow up those that were left inside. Kaneko, what do you think? Do we have a chance against someone as Riser? Issei questioned as they were closing in on the gym with no opposition. Yes, we have. Issei, watch out, there are 3 enemies that I can sense in the gym. Kaneko answered in her emotionless tone that made Issei wonder does she had any emotions whatsoever. Okay, thanks for the tip. Now how do we go about this? Issei must as he saw Kaneko going to the back door. He decided that it was time to use his sacred gear as it immediately started to power him up. Booster gear, he quietly said as the gear appears on his left arm. Boosty Drake voice was heard as he announced the power up. Well, let's start this party, don't you think, Kaneko? Issei asked her as she just nodded and entered the gym. Well, look what the trash brought, said a voice that Issei thought it belongs to a kid. Come on, you douchebags, we don't have time to play hide and seek with you, spoke another voice. This time it was a lot matured than the last. Oi, stop with the insults, we know that you are all arrogant, but sheesh, this is too much, Issei declared as Kaneko, and he made themself know. So what do we have here, a midget and a wannabe Red Dragon Emperor, said again the mature voice that Issei now saw came from the beautiful, well-endowed young woman of Chinese descent with shoulder-length black hair and blue-green outfit consisted of a navy blue kipao with gold accents, a white sash around her stomach, and black, low-heeled shoes. Her outfit gave Issei an almost perfect view of her breast and legs that were on full display, much to his pleasure. Beside her, there were 3 more girls that in Issei's opinion looked cute. Midget, Kaneko said in a low tone as her eyebrow twitched from that insult about her size. Well, seeing that you girls know who we are, mind introducing yourselves to us? Issei politely questioned as he would love to know those beautiful girls. My name is Zulan, the Rook of Lord Riser, the Chinese beauty answered while getting in battle position. My name is Mira, the blue-haired girl told, making Issei looked at her and he had to question himself as for how in the hell did she make her hair have 4 ponytails, of which 2 also wore red kimono with a white shirt. Our names are Isle and Nell, the twins shouted cheerfully. The look-alike, both girls had turquoise hair with a ribbon on opposing sides of their head, most like so they could distinguish between the war PE clothes, and in their hands they had a chainsaw that made Issei step aback little at seeing that. Pleasure to meet you 4. Kaneko, how are we going to go about this? Issei spoke as he looks at Kaneko, who had an emotionless look in her eyes. I will take the rook, you take the pawns, Issei, she answered as she took a battle stance before lunching at the rock counterpart. Slice, 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 Issei heard as he looked towards the duo voices only to see the twins running at him with their chainsaw ready to chop him to pieces. Fuck, he screams as he started running away from them, only for a blue-haired teen to stand in his way with her staff to block his way. As he saw Mira, she tried to hit him with her staff while the twins swung their chainsaw at him. Issei was forced to jump high into the air over Mira to escape from the massacre that would be if he was left standing. Wow, was all that Mira said as her eyes followed Issei soar high above her before landing behind her. Wow, I didn't know that I can do that, Issei said in shock as he did something that till recently was only in his imagination. Slice, 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 he heard as he looked towards the twin sisters that were again charging at him with their chainsaws ready to chop him into pieces. Alwa, man, can I get a break? Issei asked himself as he started to dodge the twin and Mira who join in. Boosty Drake voice was heard as Issei felt a power surge in his body. That's it, if I can keep them at bay for a few more boosts then I can take them out in one shot, thought Issei as he continued to dodge the attacks that were to close for comfort. Meanwhile, in the other part of the gym, Kaneko was facing Zulana that was said to have the power of the queen. Well, what do you say we start this fight, midget? Zulana said mockingly as Kaneko's eyebrows started twitching from the insults the rook continued to send her way. You will pay for that, Kaneko declared in a low emotionless tone as she charged at the Phoenix rook who entered the defensive stance. Kaneko threw a punch at Zulana who easily dodged it with little movement. As she continues to dodge her attacks, Zulana spotted a good opening and with her fist coated in fire attacked, sending an uppercut to Kaneko, who managed to dodge it barely, but in the process, her school uniform was half destroyed. "You are not that bad, little girl," Zulana said as she started to bombard Kaneko with volley after volley of punches and kicks that she had a hard time dodging, as a few of those kicks and punches hit their target, making a young girl grunt in pain as she felt the full power of those attacks. "You aren't bad yourself," was the reply from Kaneko as she backflips to avoid another punch to the stomach. At that moment, both girls felt some distortion in the air as they both turned to look at their pawns who were fighting on the other side of the gym, only to see Issei generating a small ball of concentrated red energy in front of his armored fist. Konenko, knowing what would happen, quickly moved to the side as Issei launched his special attack at the trio who he was fighting. "Dragon shot." "The dragon," Issei shouted in a union as the small ball of energy quickly transformed into a massive energy beam that headed towards the girls who were not quick enough to dodge it and were caught in the blast. Taking the advantage that her opponent was in shock at the sheer raw power the pawn had unleashed, Kaneko grabbed Issei and started dragging him out of the gym. As the three girls barely survived that attack, started getting up and Zulana out of her shock. "Hey, the battle isn't over. You cowards, come back so we can destroy you in the name of Lord Riser," Nara yelled after the retreating members of the Gremory household. "Akino, do it now." It was all that small white-hair girl said as Issei and her left the gym only a half a second before a massive thunderbolt hit the gym, destroying it in an instant, taking with it 4 members of the Riser's peerage. Lord Riser's 1 rock and 3 pawns retired. Grayfia stated, "Good work, Akino." Issei praised her as she flew above them with her devil wings out. "Nufufufuf. Thank you, Issei, that means a lot coming from you," Akino said as she licked her finger while having a faint blush on her face at the praise. Lord Riser's 3 pawns retired. Grayfia announced again. "Sweet, that means Kiba took care of things." Issei started to cheer at the good start of the battle, with Kaneko giving a small smile as well. Just as they thought that they were in a clear, Kaneko sensed an incoming attack and pushed Issei out of the way as she took the full force of it. As the explosion rips through the area, Issei and Akino were left stunned at what happened. "Kaneko, are you alright?" Issei yelled as he quickly made his way to her just as blue light surrounds her. "Yeah, Issei, I wish I could do more, but this is where it ends for me," Kaneko softly said with tears in her eyes as she vanished. Lady Rias' 1 rock retired. Grayfia announced in her neutral tone. "Queen takes a rook. Now it's time for Queen to take the pawn." Suddenly Yubeluna appeared in all her glory with her devil wings spread wide open. "Bomb Queen, Issei, get out of here and go regroup with Kiba, I will fight her," Akino firmly told him as she was fully intending to duke it out with Yubeluna. "But Akino, yo." Issei started to argue only for Akino to shot some of her lightning at him. "Issei, I said I will fight her. Now get out of here before she takes you also," Akino said. She knew that if Issei were to fall, all was lost. "Fine, you win. Kick her ass, Akino." With a heavy sigh, Issei turned around and started sprinting toward track field. Seeing that her target was running away, Yubeluna started to charge up her attack only to abandon it for an evasive maneuver as Akino shoot her lightning at her. "No, you leave Issei out of this. I'm your opponent, Bomb Queen," Akino sweetly said as her face and eyes showed that she was now in her S mode. "Tesk, fine Thunder Priestess. And don't call me that," Yubeluna said as she took her position waiting for her opponent to attack her. "Good luck, Issei, Kiba," Akino said to herself before unleashing all her might on the Riser Queen. While the battle for the gym was underway, Kiba was hiding in the forest near the Orc building as Akino was casting her illusion and her own traps. "Akino, how much longer?" Kiba asked as he detected something coming his way. "I just finished with traps, Kiba. You are all set to that. After you finish here, regroup with Issei and Kaneko at the track field and move toward Riser's base," Akino informed him as she took flight towards the gym to unleash hell. "Understood, Vice President," Kiba said as he took cover behind a tree to see what would happen. After a few minutes, he heard voices that he knew was the enemy. Walking through the forest were Riser's 3 pawns. 2 were dressed in a manner similar to Grayfia, and the remaining 1 was dressed like an Arabian belly dancer. "That Gremory girl really thinks that she can beat Lord Riser," spoke the busty brown hair maid as she and her companions made their way unknowingly towards Kiba. "Yeah, that virgin heiress thinks that she has what it takes to take our lord out," answered Silver-Head Belly Dancer. As they were walking, they triggered a trap that was set to activate just as they walked to a small clearing in the woods. "Watch out," yelled the silver-hair girl as she noticed a sudden flash of red light that formed a Gremory circle. From it, a torrent of magical arrows shoots at the trio as they in a nick of time managed to dodge it. "That was a clever trap, too bad that it was wasted." Finally, the final member of the raiding party said. She was also dressed like her brown hair friend, but she had dirty blonde hair that was pulling towards brown. As her words left her mouth, Kiba decided to show himself to the girls. "Hello," he said with a wave of his hand as he started approaching them. "Well, what do we have here, a blonde knight? What are you doing here, knight?" arrogantly said the belly dancer as she and her 2 friends took their battle positions. "My name is Kiba Yuguro, Knight of the Lady Rias. And who are you 3 if it isn't a secret?" Kiba introduces himself with a polite bow as he was a gentleman after all. "Well, aren't you a polity knight? Since you are cute, I will tell you. the dirty blonde told him in a sweet tone as she pointed at her two friends. The girl that looks like a French maid is Burant, and the girls that look like an Arabic belly dancer is Shuria. My name is Marion. We are the pawns of Lord Riser. The girl now known as Marion told him as he nodded his head, drawing a sword. So, shall we start, my ladies? Kiba politely asked as he took his position, prepared for any sneak attack that the trio may launch. And his preparation proved dividend as Burant started to shower him with magical attacks. Using his knight speed, he quickly dodged the attacks and started to charge at her, only to quickly evade again as Shuria came to close quarter to engage. Using his evading movement, Marion quickly grabbed Kiba from behind and put him in a headlock. What are you going to do, no Knight of Gremory? Marion questioned, seeing that he had no chance of winning. At that moment they heard something that surprised them. Lord Riser's 1 rock and 3 pawns retired. Grayfia stated, "That's easy, and I apologize in advance," he said as a large Gremory circular appeared under all of them. Sword birth, Kiba shouted as half a dozen swords erupted from the ground, piercing the 3 pawn, making them vanish into thin air. Lord Riser's 3 pawns retired. Grayfia announced again, "Well, looks like my work here is done. Now to regroup with Kaneko and Isay," Kiba said to himself as he started jogging towards their rendezvous point. His jogging turned into a sprint as moments later he heard a disturbing announcement from Grayfia. Lady Rias' 1 rook retired. Grayfia announced in her neutral tone, "That's not good. That leaves us with Akino, Isay and me. And I have a feeling that Akino is fighting Riser's queen. So Isay is vulnerable. I better hurry," he thought as he picked up even more speed to come to his allies' help. Back in the Orc Clubroom, Rias and Raynare were cheering at the news of Isay, Kaneko and Kiba defeating their opponents, but that was short-lived as Grayfia announced Kaneko's defeat, probably to Riser's queen. "Well, Princess, what are we going to do now?" Raynare questioned, since both knew that Riser had plenty more manpower to throw around while they have 3 members to combat them, with both Rias and her still in the clubroom. "I think it's time for the king to move out. Don't you think, Raynare?" Rias answered with her own question. Raynare just nodded in Rias and she started heading towards Riser through the forest that Kiba made clear for them. Rias knew that confronting Riser with only her bishop was dangerous, but she wanted so badly to finish this fight, and her overconfidence in her power made her make a move that would probably be very costly to them. "Well, Princess, let's finish that fried chicken and go home. I need my beauty sleep, you know." Raynare joked to relieve herself from the tension that was building in her as she saw how powerful Riser was. "Yes, let's finish this once and for all, and all of us go home," Rias answered her in a voice full of confidence as she mentally geared herself up. "Just you wait, Riser. I'm coming and I will blow you away," was all that Rias thought as she and her bishop quickly made ground towards his base, ready to finish what she started. As Rias and her bishop Raynare made their through the forest towards Riser's that was cleared by Kiba. Kiba was rushing towards the track field in a hope that he will be on time to help Isay in a case he was attacked. After about a minute or so, Kiba arrived at the field track, only to see Isay barely holding out against his opponents. Quickly Kiba charged towards the members of Riser's peerage and managed to parry the blow from the busty blue-haired girl that wielded his way-hander before she could strike Isay from behind. The girl was wearing a white shirt that showed her cleavage and red shorts with knee-high boots. Now, striking from behind isn't a knightly way of doing things," Kiba said as he still locked his sword against the blue-haired girl. "I may be a knight, but I don't give a shit about the code of honor," the blue knight answered. With one push on both sides, Kiba and Riser's knight backed off and gained some ground, while Isay was finally able to stand with Kiba's little distraction. "Thanks for the save, bro," Isay told the knight as he took a few seconds to catch his breath. "How did you get into this situation in the first place?" the blonde knight asked as he was switching his sword for a new one. "When Kaneko was taken, Akino flew in and ordered me to come here to meet with you so we could continue. But when I arrived I was met with all of them," Isay told him as he gestured his hand at the remaining members of Riser's forces that were led by blonde-haired girl wearing a pink dress. "You peasant don't have a chance against us or my brother. Just give up already," the blonde-haired girl said. "Ah, you must be Ravel Phoenix, younger sister of Riser," Kiba politely said to her, making her puff her chest in pride only to fall face first when Isay spoke the next. "Now I know why you look familiar. You are the younger sister of the fried chicken. Why, you disrespectable peasant." "Girls, finish them both. I don't want to dirty my dress," Ravel spoke in almighty tone that made both boys holding back the urge not to facepalm. "Right away, Lady Ravel," the members of the peerage shouted before they charged at the boys. "Isay, I will take the knights, you take the rook, the pawns and the bishop," Kiba spoke as he heads towards the knights. Isay stood his ground, waiting for the assault and still boosting so he could have a chance against them. After all, he was starting to get exhausted from fighting 2 knights, bishop, rook and 2 pawns for even a minute who made some good hits on him. "Come on, D-Drag, is there anything else you can help me with?" Isay asked in desperation as he started to think that he was fighting a losing fight. "There is one thing that you can do now, partner," the ancient dragon spoke. "And what is that?" Isay asked as he dodged the punch to the face from the rook. D-Drag answered him that Isay somewhat worried. I don't know what to say to that," Isay spoke as he dodged another punch from the rook only to be locked in place with magic chains that paralyzed him. The pawn started to let loose on him with volleys of punches and kicks. "Ugh," Isay screams as he was brutally beaten by the trio. It looks like the fabled Red Dragon Emperor is out. Finish him, girls. Ravel spoke in the arrogant tone as she turns around to observe her brother's knights were doing. She missed Issei's eyes turning from brown to green as a massive aura erupted from his body, blowing all of them away into the distance. As Issei finally stood up, his aura started to flare even more, his anger directed towards the Nobel girl that continued to throw jabs at him. But before Issei could do anything else, they heard a massive explosion that came from the roof. When they looked up, there were mixed emotions on their faces. Ravel and her fellow peerage members were actually smiling, knowing that their master has a checkmate, while Issei and Kiba were in shock that their master had done this very stupid and risky move. What came next made them realize that they needed to get to Rias ASAP. Lady Rias Queen Redyard, Grayfia announced. Akino was defeated, and that meant that another one of Riser's heavy hitters is on the way. Though they knew that Akino didn't leave her without a few scars and bruises and probably exhausted as well. Still, Riser's queen was dangerous for both of them. In the other part of the track field, Issei battled the remaining Riser's pieces whilst Kiba was battling Riser's knights. I must admit, you are pretty good to be able to hold your own against both of us. The blue-haired knight from before spoke as she swings her blade at Kiba. I also must admit that you two are very good swordswomen and I enjoy fighting you. Kiba politely answered as he dodged her swing and parry a sword strike from the other knight. The other knight was light brown hair girl with green eyes and was in an armor that was mixed between European and Japanese. She was wielding a double-handed broadsword. Yes, this is a very good sword fight. I would like to know your name, Knight of Gremory. The broadsword wielder questioned as she again parted her blade with Kiba's. My name is Kiba Uyudo, Knight of Gremory. And yours name's Ladies. He answered them as he backed off to get some distance between them. My name is Carlamine, Knight of Lord Riser. The light brown girl answered as she got into her stance once more. And I'm Cirrus, also the Knight of Lord Riser. This Wayhander wielder told him. It's a pleasure to meet you both, Kiba politely said as he bowed little before taking up his own stance. Now Knights of Riser, come at me. With the trio clash in a speed duel. As both knights tried to slash him, Kiba dodged them and tried anything to take advantage of the situation. However, both knights showed to be very good and crafty. He got a good opening on one of the knights. He would almost immediately be put on defense as the other will try to strike him, which would force him to dodge or block it with his sword. This went on for several minutes, trying to find an opening for using his sacred gear, but he was unable. That's until he heard Issei shouted at him. Returning to Issei, he was starting to get really pissed as he heard Ravel's laugh at the announcement that Grayfia made. At that moment, Issei's sacred gear started to glow bright red before it changes its shape. All the while, D-Drag's voice was heard. Instead of a simple gauntlet that had a green jewel and 2 golden spikes in its place, was now a more dragon-like gauntlet that went from his hand all the way to his elbow. It gained another jewel, and instead of 2 golden spikes, it had 10. Partner, congratulations, your emotion helped you get that little bit of power needed to unlock next level of booster gear. You also unlocked a new ability of gear. Use it with the blonde knight if you want to save your master. D-Drag informed him as he nodded and looked towards Kiba. Kiba, use your sword bird on me now. Issei shouted to the knight, making him look at him in shock before nodding. Alright Issei, here it comes. Sword birth. As soon as Kiba slammed his blade into the ground, it sent a massive energy blast towards Issei, who waited for it to get near him before doing what D-Drag said to him mentally. Just as it was about to hit him, Issei slammed his armored arm into the ground as the blast begun to be poured into the gear. D-Drag, do it no. He yelled. Roger that. Transfer. As soon as those words were spoken by the dragon, the earth began to shake as hundreds of swords erupted from the ground, catching everyone by surprise. As Ravel and her fellow pieces started to evade, they were eventually skewed by half of the dozen swords of all shapes and sizes. They all glowed before disappearing. The only one who survived that assault was Ravel, thanks to her regeneration and her quick maneuvering. Lord Riser's bishop, 2 knights, 2 pawns retired. Huh, Issei said, confused as he was sure that they got all of them. Well done, Issei, look out. Kiba started to congratulate him, only to push him to the side as an explosion erupted near their spot and the dust obstructed the area. As the dust settled, Issei saw Kiba on the ground with his clothes tattered and ruined. Kiba, are you okay? The Red Dragon Emperor rushed to his comrade only to see him glow. I will be fine, Issei, just defeat Riser, he weakly said to Issei as he disappeared in a glow. Lady Rias knight retired. Both Lord Riser and Lady Rias have 2 pieces remaining. The announcement was made. Yufifuff, it looks like Queen takes both queen and a knight. The voice was heard as Issei jerked his head to the direction of the voice to see Ubeluna flying a little bit away with a good chunk of bruises and cussed. No doubt it was from Akino, as she didn't fell down without a good fight. As much as I would love to defeat you, little pawn, I must go to my master. He is expecting you. Please hurry, Ubeluna told him as she headed to the roof where Rias and Raynare are fighting Riser. Might as well get this over with, Issei muttered as he walked towards Riser's base. Lady Rias' pawn is available to promote. Promotion Queen, Issei shouted, feeling more powerful as his piece changed. D-Drag asked his host as he knew that even though he had the power, he was exhausted from the constant battle and the beating he got on the track field. Yeah, I know that, D-Drag, but I still have to try, he responded tiredly. As he was half running to the roof, he was met face to face with the blonde bishop. Peasant, why don't you just retire and finish your suffering? Both of us know that this is over. Ravel spoke as he just looked at her. I came all this way, might as well see it to the end. And for your information, I have a name, it's Isay," he answered as he just walked past her and towards the roof. Idiot, the blonde thought as she just casually walked towards the exit of their base, already knowing how this is going to end up. It took Isay a minute to come to the roof. When he came, he was not surprised. Riser looked as fresh as if he just woke up from a good night's sleep. Rias, on the other hand, looked tired and sweaty. Raynare was the same as her king. "Take this, Riser," Rias shouted as she launched another ball of destruction at Riser, only to calmly take the blast to the head without even flinching. "Is that the best you've got, Rias? If it is, you might as well forfeit now," Riser said calmly as the part where he was hit regenerated instantly. "Never, Lord Riser, it looks like the Red Dragon Emperor has arrived," Ubeluna told him as he turned to look at Isay. "Ah, so peasant has come. It looks like Ravel failed to defeat you. No matter, Riser will do it." "Yeah, I came, you stupid fried chicken," Isay answered him in an exhausted voice. "Why, you disrespecting nobody," he snarled as he sent a ball of fire at him, only for Isay to retaliate with his own attack. Dragon shot. The attacks hit each other as they fought for supremacy. It didn't take long for Isay's attack to go through and hit Riser as he calmly took it. "Not bad, but this is over. If you had a few months of training, that attack would hurt like a bitch. But fortunately for me, you didn't." Riser spoke as he was impressed that even tired and beaten to shit, Isay could still outpower his attack. Thought moderate attack, but nevertheless still powerful. He vanished only to appear in front of Isay as he landed a fist in his gut, then in the face. Isay tried to retaliate but was failing miserably, not having any more stamina to battle the phoenix in front of him. As Riser continued to hit him, Isay tried to get a shot on him with his dragon shoot, but Riser was quicker and stooped any attempt. As the one-sided fight went on, Rias nor Raynare could help Isay as they were in danger that Riser's queen could attack them the moment they made a move, which would be a disaster. And there was also Ravel who could defeat them alone with little trouble, as she was also fresh and they were not. Riser took this opportunity to punish Isay for his bad-mouthing him and insulting him. A being of noble birth. After 5 minutes of brutality, Riser stopped to look at Rias and see her eyes were full of tears, which gave him an idea how to finish this quickly. Lifting Isay's almost unconscious body, he created a massive fireball. "Rias, this is your final warning. Forfeit or Riser will burn into a crisp." Seeing no way out and not wanting to lose Isay, Rias surrendered to her faith. "Fine, you win. Just don't hurt my pawn anymore, Riser." "I surrender," Rias weakly said, her tears freely flowing, not being able to hold them back. "Lady Rias surrendered. The match goes to Lord Riser," Grayfia stated as all of them were transported towards the hospital wing. Upon arriving at the hospital wing, Rias at once rushed over to Isay and hugged him tight and started crying. What kind of a king she was when she was nearly willing to sacrifice him, just for another minute or two of fighting a losing battle. Riser was way beyond her level, and now she knew she could never forgive herself if she let Isay die. "Rias, the wedding will be in 3 days. I will see you then, my lovely wife," Riser stated. He and the rest of his peerage that were healed teleported away. The moment earlier Isay passed out was before he heard that Rias had surrendered, as his wounds were treated and he was teleported back to his room. In his mind, Isay was awakened by Deepening, who was looking down towards his partner laying down on his back to the ground, his head on the lap of the beautiful girl who had a long, curly blonde hair that extends all the way down her back and dark blue eyes. She was wearing a red dress with golden accessories that showed her remarkably large breasts. The first thing that Isay saw when he opened his eyes were 2 dark blue eyes staring at him with a large smile on her face that made Isay wonder if she was an angel. Deepening told him as Isay turned his head to see his partner in his full glory. That immediately told him that he was in his mind, where the red dragon could manifest his form. Now, Deepening, let him rest a little more like this. I'm enjoying seeing his face like this," the blonde said as she started stroking his head gently. "Deepening, am I in my mind? What happened in the match? Who won?" Isay worriedly asked before noticing that his head was on the blonde's lap. "And who are you?" The girl looked at the ancient dragon, waiting for him to answer the boy's questions before she introduces herself to him. "To answer your questions, partner, yes, you are now in your mind. Your king surrendered the match because the phoenix threatened to burn you if she doesn't throw the match. But even so, you put a good fight out there. I'm pleased how far you have gotten." Deepening answered him honestly. He had gotten a good fight, even if his host lost. It was a very good fight that showed the Red Dragon Emperor what could he expect from his host. When Isay heard the news, he just started to shake in anger at the thought of Riser burning him alive. He swore that he will get his revenge on him someday, but at the same time, he was surprised that Rias did what she did. He knew that she was selfish, a spoiled little princess that got everything handed to her on the silver plate. So maybe letting her be with Riser was a blessing in disguise. But then he remembered that there was another person here and that his head was on her lap. Returning his sight on the blonde-haired girl, to him even more beautiful than Rias, Aquino, and Raynare, he saw that she had a warm and soft smile on her face, her dark blue eyes shine in excitement. He blushed at seeing her. "Well, looks like you finally decided to turn your attention to me." The blonde girl spoke in a soft and gentle voice. "Why, yes. May I know who you are?" He stuttered, blushing as he was mesmerized by her beauty. "Of course, my name is Elsha, former booster gear user and the champion of both Norse and Slavic pantheons." Elsha replied with a warm smile on her face. "Nice to meet you, Elsha. My name is Isay Hayaudu." but you can also call me Isay, Issei said with a blush on his face as he stood and bowed to, where she then gave him a little cute pout but later giggle. Elsha spoke as she also stood up, giving Issei a good look at her. His face went crimson red at seeing her. To say that she was like a goddess on earth would be an understatement. Deepening informed him as his eyes widened in shock that the person in front of him was that strong. Yuffie. Yes, that's right, Isay. They called me North Red Dragon, she told him with a smile. Issei was stunned. Before him stood one of the strongest users of the gear he now had. Her presence alone had placed an incredible amount of pressure on him. He was sure that she was suppressing her power a lot. Wow, that's cool. But I have a question, he said in awe. Was it because of me that you have an affinity to Norse and Slavic magic? Why yes, how did you know that I was going to ask that? It's simple, Isay. Since I slowly started to awaken, some of my powers were reaching you. That in turn helped you improve a little at magic. But from what Deepening told me, you are still suffering in that department. So I will help you, train you so that you could be a good magician also, she said with a warm smile on her face, seeing Issei's face turn from shocked into excited in a moment. Really, you are going to train me? He said with excitement, barely containing his joy at getting to train with one of the most powerful people. She replied. Issei was so filled with joy that he started jumping in excitement. That's right, partner, you have now enough strength for us to continue our training. And with Elsha's help, you will be strong enough to beat that Dame Phoenix, Deepening told him in a voice that was full of power and bloodlust. Issei shivered at the voice that his partner used. He still remembered when Deepening trains him, and it was worse than if he was going to beat the fried chicken and get himself free. He needed to endure it. Don't worry, Isay, I'm pretty good in healing magic as well as the others. Whatever damage you take, I can heal it. Though even if you are badly injured, here it won't affect your body in the real world, Elsha told him, seeing him going a little white at what the dragon told him. She knew how fierce Deepening took the training and combat, so she wasn't that surprised at his reaction. That seemed to do a trick as Issei calmed down a little bit. Thank you, Elsha. He blushed and thanked her sincerely. Yufufu, it's no problem, Isay. She giggled at him, seeing that he turned completely red. Partner, it's time for you to awaken in the real world. What I've heard is that the wedding is going to be in 3 days. When you go to sleep, we will then train. With Elsha's help, you will get stronger in no time. Deepening informed him as Issei just nodded and closed his eyes again. Talk to you guys when I wake up. During the talk between the Red Dragon Emperor, Elsha and Issei in his dream, in the real world, Issei was lying down in his bed with Grayfia sitting on his computer chair watching him rest. Rest as much as you can, Issei. What Rias did to you is something that even her brother wouldn't do. I know what you want, and I know you will manage to beat Riser, and hopefully you can free and save my sister from herself, Grayfia sadly thought as she still remembered her little sister. While Issei was busy with his training for the raiding game with Rias and her gang, the kendo duo was also busy training in their swordplay and study in school. Thought they would also from time to time talk about how they would train Issei in suppressing his pervert nature to a more tolerable level. This pattern was going on for a few days as the girls waited for Issei's return. But that all changed one day. XXX. As the girls were walking towards their home from school, they were met with a sight of a very familiar auburn-haired girl that they meet at Issei's place. Chelsea was on the bridge looking into the distance when she felt 2 people approaching her. Turning around, she found the kendo duo walking towards her. While one was looking at her in surprise, the other was glaring at her, which she had a good idea why she was acting that way, which made her smirk. Just seeing her made Muryama immediately glare at auburn-haired girl. She still hated Chelsea for trying to steal her Issei from her. And seeing her here alone and with no one on the site made a perfect opportunity to get to bottom of this. Well, what are you doing here, Chelsea? Issei isn't here if you are looking for him. Muryama spoke first. Her voice was cold and emotionless. I already know that my darling is on a training trip and that he will come back in a day or 2. I talked to him before he left, so I already know what's happening. Chelsea dismisses it with a wave of her hand. Why you talked to him? When? Cadis asked in a shocked voice. She along with Muryama didn't expect that from the girl in front of them. Oh, that. Well, I think it was on a day when he left for a training trip. Chelsea nonchalantly told them with a smirk as she saw Muryama going red with anger and jealousy. And why Issei didn't tell us that? Muryama asked her as her eyebrows twitched. Maybe he didn't tell you because you are an annoying little girl, Chelsea said with her smirk widening as she saw Muryama's face being even redder as she grabbed her kendo sword and took up her battle stance. Ahaha. You really think you can beat me? Even Issei will need at least 4-5 boost to get to my level of power. What makes you think that you have a chance? Chelsea laughed at seeing her attempt to intimidate her. Muryama was now beyond pissed. She was really close to attacking the girl in front of her and chopping her head off. Maybe I'm not stronger than you little flat chest girly, but I can still at least chop your limbs, you piece of shit. Oh, now I remembered your strength is in stealth, but in one-on-one you are weakling, Muryama mocked her, and from the look on Chelsea's face her little jab worked as Chelsea faced her, fully getting into her own stance. You will pay for that insult, you slut, Chelsea told her in a low cold tone that sends shivers down the duo's spine. At that moment Cadis decided to intervene so there won't be any blood lost or limbs lost in the battle that would happen soon. Wait, don't fight each other. Think about what Issei would say about you two fighting, Cadis shouted as she runs and stood in between the two with her hands stretched towards them to keep them away from each other. That did the trick, as both of them a few times before they went red at the thought of Issei scolding them for being so immature and stupid. What do you both say that we go somewhere we can talk this out, without killing each other in the process? Cadis asked in a calm voice at seeing the two girls still red from anger and embarrassed. The duo just nodded and they followed the pink-haired girl as she started walking toward the nearby cafe in total silence. XXX. As they were sat in the cafe with their drinks on the table, Cadis decided to begin the conversation and break the awkward silence that followed them from the bridge accident. So, what are you doing here, Chelsea? Cadis finally said in a soft voice. Chelsea hummed for a moment before sighing sadly and answering her in a tender voice. Honestly, I don't want to be anywhere near my faction since their goals have become messed up so much that sickens me. I would love to stay here near Issei than be there with my faction. What happened to them to change their goals? This time Muryama asked. Her previous aggression disappeared as she looked into Chelsea's sad face. Chelsea sighed again. What happened is not important. What is what I would do from now on. Since I'm pretty sure that they won't give me up that easy, and Issei since he is a Red Dragon Emperor. Both Cadis and Muryama asked in surprise. What I mean by that is, if they can't have us alive then they are going to try and kill us. Now let's say they can't get to us, they will target you too and as parents to get to us. Chelsea elaborated, making the two kendo girls turn white. Why would they do that? Cadis questioned, fearing for her life now. That's simple. Because the power that Issei has is very sought after. It has a potential to kill God and Mao in the right hands. Chelsea answered in a tired voice, clearly not really wanting to talk about it. Seeing that they wanted to say something to her, she raised her hand to stop them. I will tell you about them at a later date, I promise. When both girls nodded, she smiled gratefully at them before it turned into a mischief one. She shot a teasing grin towards the brunette and pink-hair girls, which made them uneasy. Though I'm interested. I know that both of you hate perverts, so how is it possible for both of you to have feelings towards one of the biggest perverts in the school? Chelsea asked, loving the fact that she now had a full rein to tease the girls without Issei here to stop her. That question made both Cadis and Muryama turn as red as Issei's gauntlet. What are you talking about? Muryama stuttered a little, her face becoming redder even more. Why, yeah, we don't have feelings for him. Cadis spoke with a cough into her fist, but her face was changing to the color of her hair, making Chelsea think that if it goes even a little bit more she would have to think that her face was covered by her pink hair. Yeah, right, I saw how Muryama acted the first time we meet and then at the bridge. So you can spare me with that bullshit. Now do tell, I love a good romantic story. Chelsea spoke as she leaned forward to better listen to what the two girls had to say. The two girls looked at each other for a moment, conversing mentally on how to go about this before they nodded and turned to still leaning forward Chelsea. Fine, we will tell you, but if you tell anyone else and especially Issei about this, I'm really going to chop your head off. Muryama told her in a low voice that promised pain. You have my word on that, girlfriend. My lips are sealed. Chelsea spoke as she made a motion to show that her lips are sealed. Ooh, where to begin? Muryama mumbled before she snapped her fingers. Yes, that could work. Fine, Chelsea, here is how it began for me. A 13-year-old Muryama was walking down the halls of the Kyo Middle School going to her first class of the year. As she was about to enter her classroom, she heard a male shout in the background, which prompted her to turn around and see who shouted. The moment she turned around was the moment that the boy collided with her, sending both of them on the floor. Crash. As they found themselves on the floor, Muryama looked up to see who was her assailant, only for her to blush at seeing a brunette boy her age on top of her, his face buried into her still developing chest. She blushed even more when he groaned into her chest as he slowly started lifting his head to show her who he was. As he lifted his face, Muryama's heart stopped for a moment as she saw him. His short light brown hair, light brown eyes, good looks, and above-average body. All of that was making her face even redder. It was like a dream come true for her. He looked perfect in her eyes. Sorry about that. I was late for class, so I sprinted towards it and couldn't stop in time, he apologized as he stood up and gave her a hand to help her up. No, it's fine. I wasn't quick enough to move away, Muryama told him shyly as her face was still red. Sweet. Thought, what's your name? From the looks of things, we are in the same class. The brown-hair boy exclaimed as he saw that both him and the brown-hair girl were going to the same classroom. Muryama was in heaven when she heard that both of them were in the same class. She wondered if he was single, since she wouldn't mind being with him. And my name is Muryama Yamazaki. And yours? She shyly answered his question before asking for his name. The brown boy smiled softly at her, making her knees a little weak at his charming smile that took her breath away. My name is Isay Hayadu. It's nice to meet you, Muryama, he politely said as he bowed a little. And nice to meet you to Isay Hayadu, she replied with a little bow of her own. But before any one of them could say anything more, the bell was heard, prompting the duo to enter the class. From that encounter with him, Muryama was starting to fall for Isay, and from that day she would slowly start to love him. As the time in middle school passed away, Muryama started to notice that Isay was turning to be a big pervert that was more into woman body than anything else day by day, but he still kept being polite and helpful to everyone in need. He was also gentle towards her and tried everything to make her not hate. In her opinion, it was impossible for her to hate him even when he started peeping at her. She was flattered that he did it, and even when she catches him and beats him up, she did it with absolute minimum strength. Muryama didn't mind very much that Issei peeped if it was her. Sure, she hated when other perverts peep on her, but if the one that took her heart did it, she was fine. While Muryama didn't mind him being a pervert, the bad reputation he has gotten was something she didn't like that much. So slowly she started to ignore him in the hopes that he will understand that he needed to change his ways. But unfortunately for her, her crush begun to become even worse, which left her almost emotionally destroyed. What happened to you, Isay? What made you become this way? Muryama sadly thought as she was slowly destroying herself from inside out. She did have feeling for Issei but didn't have the courage to tell him, and she thought that cost her Issei's perverted sight to show up. So when she met Kade Sato, she was relieved that she was almost the same as her. She also hated perverts, and while Muryama still wouldn't hit Issei hard, Kade said no such restraint as she hit him as hard as she can. As Muryama told them both about her past with Issei, she was almost in tears at seeing the one she loves in such state, and she knew that if she confronted him and told him about it, maybe she could have stopped it. And that's what happened between us. Yes, he was a pervert even back then, but anything I asked him to do he would have done it without a second guess. Muryama told them with watery eyes. Wow, I knew that he was a nice person, but that he would do anything for you. Chelsea spoke a little shocked at the revelation. Yeah, he really was nice to me, and I still think that if I asked him for anything he will do it for me, but after what he told us. Muryama wanted to say it but couldn't, so Kade finished her sentence. About what happened at his last date made him fragile, and Kade finished it in a sad tone. What happened on his last date? Chelsea asked, dreading the answer that she might get. Isay was murdered by Raynare, the girl that is now Rias' bishop. Muryama answered, not having any restraint, as she started to sob with her tears freely flowing down her cheeks. He was what? Chelsea asked in pure shock as her face went white. You didn't know about that? Kade questioned in surprise. And no, I didn't know that since I arrived about a month and a half ago. And from what I managed to gather, he was a devil for 2 months, so I didn't know. If I did, I would have killed that fallen bitch. Chelsea told the both of them while her fist went white with rage. Yeah, that what we learned from him, and I know he is afraid of us, not so much from beating he got from us, but from Raynare, who used his good side. Kade sadly spoke, as she also knew that even thought Issei was a colossal pervert, that after talking with Muryama about him and seeing for herself that he still respected and cared those that were close to him, made her change her opinion of him. Though she would never tell him that out loud, she was starting to see past his perverted nature, and dedication action toward those he treasured was something that she admired. After that, all three girls went silent, thinking about their love interest. And little did they know they were all attracted toward him by his kindness and his honesty. What all three didn't know, it was also his dragon aura that made them go to him. They were attracted towards him like flies towards the light. As they were all in their little world, all of them begin to remember their moments with him where they found it cute and funny. Get back here, you perverts! Kade, along with Muryama, yelled as she and members of Kendo Club were giving chase to 3 boys who were running for their lives. Hell no, the bald boy answered as he was in front of his group. Come on, Matsuda ... we can't outrun them ... Katase ... and Muryama ... will catch us. The boy with glasses told Matsuda as he was starting to lose his breath and slightly slow down. Come on guys, we need to get on Madohama, I got you. The brown-haired boy said as he took his friend by the arm and started to pull him to go faster. Yeah, Issei is right, we need to hurry, let's make a distraction. Matsuda said with an evil glint in his eyes that did get unseen by Issei but didn't go unseen by Madohama, who also had an evil glint in his eyes. Matsuda is right, Madohama said as he forcefully stopped, making Issei fall on his back as Madohama sprinted away. Sorry man, but you have to take on for the team. When Issei finally stood up, he found himself surrounded by the Kendo Club. But before he could get beaten to shit, 2 voices intervened. You girls, go and get the other 2. Muryama spoke as she pointed her shinai towards Issei, who gulped. We will take care of him, Kade said as she followed Muryama's suit and pointed her shinai at Issei. Yes, captains, the girls answered before running up to give the other 2 boys their punishment. With the girls gone, the duo captains turned their attention towards the brunette, who paled at seeing them getting closer to him. Now Issei, I promise you that this isn't going to hurt us at all. You, on the other hand, will hurt. A lot, Kade stated before both girls started to beat Issei. Flashback end. Kade giggled a little bit before she remembered and flinched a little because that was the time when Muryama also beat her down when she hit Issei in the family treasure. That was the first time that Muryama took her anger and frustration on her instead on the perverts. And Kade made wove to never temper Muryama in fear of what she would do to her if she hurt Issei that way. That thought brought her out of her daydreaming as she remembered that there was also one more person with them, and from all affection that person gave Issei, it was clear to her that she also had feelings for him. Chelsea, you also have feelings for Eyes? Kade suddenly asked, making both Muryama and Chelsea blink from a sudden question. What are you talking about? Chelsea nervously asked as she stole a quick glance towards Muryama, who narrowed her eyes at her, making Chelsea gulp. I asked, do you have any fi? Kade began to repeat her question before Chelsea stopped her. I heard you the first time, she quickly said before taking a deep breath. Yeah, I do have feelings for him, Chelsea confessed as she saw Muryama and Kade's fist go white. So you do have? Muryama asked, her tone low. Yes, I do have feelings for him, but I started to have them towards him a little before we all started interacting. Hearing the silence from the two, Chelsea decided to continue. Well, it all started when I first saw him. Chelsea told them as she started to tell them. Flashback. Oh, come on, where am I going to find the Red Dragon Emperor? Chelsea muttered as she was making her way through the streets of Kuo. It was as luck would have it that Issei was running toward the abandoned church with Kiba and Kaneko. Chelsea couldn't believe her moment. She was whining about where to find the Emperor only for him to run past her with two others. Well, that was easy. Thought, why are they running towards the church? Chelsea thought as she was wondering why they would go there. Deciding to follow them, she caught the sight of two more devils fighting three fallen angels. From the looks of things, it looks like devils launched a surprise attack on them. What are the fallen doing here in the devil's territory in the first place? Chelsea asked herself that as she continued to watch the two devil girls fight the fallen. It didn't take long for the devils to overpower the fallen as the red-haired girl shot her magic, completely obliterating the opponents she was facing. Akino, let's go see how Issei did on his end. The red-haired girl told her companion as they started walking towards the back entrance of the church. Yes, President, Akino answered as she followed her in. Seeing this, Chelsea masked her presence and activated her sacred gear and transformed into a crow and took off with them. As they entered, Chelsea felt strong dominated aura coming from somewhere, making her stop her pursuit of the devil girls. What's this powerful aura I'm sensing? Chelsea thought as she thought whoever was there, he had to be extremely powerful that even her sacred gear won't be able to help her. That's when she heard a powerful roar accompanied by the whole church shaking. I said, is that UNDERSTOOD? T that aura. T that's the Red Dragon Emperors. Whoever pissed him off better hope that he doesn't enter Juggernaut Drive or we all are good as dead. Chelsea was lost and afraid for her life. She heard how powerful Juggernaut Drive is and what it's capable, and the thought alone made her go white. Luckily, the extremely powerful aura that flooded everywhere was slowly vanishing, while Chelsea could still feel that after effect of it. She felt herself getting dominated, and for some strange feeling she liked it and wanted it even more. So she decided to wait until all the devils left so she could get a better look on the Emperor. It didn't take long for the devils to leave, leaving only Issei in the church. When she made her way, she saw him holding onto the blonde-haired girl with tears in his eyes. That was something that greatly surprised Chelsea. She learned and was told that the Dragon Emperors were cruel, battle-hungry, and merciless without even a slight feeling of remorse or pity. But seeing the great red dragon like this made her realize that what she learned and was told were very far from the truth. That sparked her interest in him even more, and she decided to figure out who he really was and what made him click. You could say that from that day forward, my interest in him increased a lot, even to the point that I don't know what to think. Chelsea told them, as the girls looked at her a little shocked at what they heard about Issei and her little confession. Silence settled between the three girls as all three of them were absorbing what the other two said. Wow, it takes a lot to piss Issei off, that's for sure. Muryama voiced her thoughts to break the silence between them. Yeah, I mean, we beat him down so many times and yet he didn't even snap once at us. Though truth be told, we didn't do anything that cruel to him as letting him die. Cadis agreed with her brunette friend as she understood that it was extremely hard to make Issei angry. Chelsea nodded her head, also knowing that to be the truth. She intruded into his house, and although he did show hostilities, he didn't go and attack her on the spot because of that. Now though, do you girls have any ideas how to make Eyes less perverted? He did ask us to help him after all. Cadis voiced a valid question. Chelsea, hearing that, got a teasing smirk on her face that got the attention of the other girls. Oh, I know a perfect way how to decrease his perverted nature. Please do tell, we are all ears. Cadis said, also starting to have a smirk on her face. Well, I think we should provoke him, and when we see that he starts to go into his pervert mode, we punish him. And also give him some physical training also, Chelsea said with a smirk. She is going to enjoy sucking Eyes' life dry. Cadis and Muryama looked at each other and nodded. It wasn't the best plan, but it was better than nothing. Sure, you got yourself a deal. When Issei returns, we are going to begin training him, Muryama told Chelsea, whose smirk turned even bigger. And I know the perfect places to begin it. The swimming pool, that way we can enjoy ourselves and punish Eyes at the same time, Cadis said in mischief voice. Now that sounds like a plan I would gladly follow. Plus, to make it more interesting, let's make a bikini competition between the three of us to see who is better in Issei's eyes, Chelsea added with a grin at seeing the other two girls turn red. With their little plan for Issei all set, the girls changed subject to some other things as they continued to get to know each other and become friends. Rematch: Dragon vs. Phoenix. It's been a few hours after the game between the houses of Grayfia and Phoenix. While mostly everyone in the Grayfia peerage was healed and rested, only the pawn of the peerage was still unconscious after the beating he has gotten from Riser. With their ace in the hole in bed sleeping, the peerage decided to start preparing for the hated marriage party that they had to attend. Do you think Issei will be alright? Akino asked as she entered Issei's room to bring some food for Grayfia, who was patiently sitting in one of the chairs in the room. Yes, you don't need to be worried about him, Akino. He will be alright. He did take some serious damage and exhausted himself from the fight. Thank you for the food, Grayfia replied as she gracefully took the food and thanked the Queen of Rias for it. It's no problem, Grayfia. Thank you for keeping an eye on him. We appreciate it. Akino spoke as she bowed to the strongest queen and exited the room, leaving both Issei and Grayfia alone. As Grayfia continued to watch over Issei while eating the food she got from Rias' queen, she couldn't help but remembered what she was told by her sister-in-law about the Red Dragon Emperor. She trusted Rias, but the way she acquired him didn't make sense to her. It was as it was all set up too perfectly to be the truth, and she was worried that what might did happen was the worst case. As Rias was reading over some papers related to the devil business, she suddenly felt a magic circle forming in her clubroom. Seeing it belonged to her clan, she expected it to be from either her brother or his wife, which moments later showed that she was right as the latter appeared through it wearing her normal maid outfit. "Grayfia, it's nice to see you. How are you been doing?" Rias asked, not showing her uncomfortableness that she felt at seeing her. "Rias, it's also nice seeing you. I'm good, though I'm here on the orders from your brother to tell you that you have less than 2 months to prepare for Riser. He started to pressure for the marriage." Grayfia explained, seeing Rias flinch and starting to get angry at the message. "I thought that I still had time till that cursed marriage." Rias shouted to no one in particular as she was getting even angrier at the thought of her and Riser. "Yes, you did, but Riser along with the elders are pushing this. Well, I do have someone in my peerage that will force Riser into the raiding game and Riser will lose to him," Rias confidently said to the maid. "And who do you have that can beat him?" Maid asked, not knowing who in the Rias peerage was strong enough to beat Riser. "That's easy. I have found Red Dragon Emperor, and he is now my servant," Rias told her in the voice full of pride and confidence. Grayfia, hearing that Rias has acquired the legendary beast, had her eyes wide for a second before she got her shock under wraps. Though, that begged the question on how she was able to convince the heavenly dragon to become her servant. It was common knowledge that dragons loved their freedom. "And how did you manage to get him to become your servant?" Grayfia questioned her sister-in-law. Rias clearly didn't expect Grayfia to question it. Sweating a little bit, Rias quickly lied in a convincing voice. "When I found him in school, I approached him and asked him to come to my clubroom. After that, I explained to him that I could sense a great power within him and that he would be approached by other supernatural beings and that he would be in danger. After he understood it, I convinced him to join my peerage, which he accepted. And from then on, it's all history." Rias quickly lied to her, hoping that Grayfia will buy it. Grayfia for her part just nodded, but it was something about what Rias said that made her suspicious. She knew that Rias was like a mother to her peerage, but she also knows too well that Rias was too prideful to go out of her way to warn some human being, even if it had a powerful aura around him. She could only hope that she didn't do anything stupid to the Red Dragon Emperor, because that would be catastrophic. But for now, she would accept her words. With all said and done, Grayfia excused herself and left, leaving Rias to sigh in relief at the close bullet that she dodged. As Grayfia was eating her food, she suddenly heard a grunting sound coming from Issei's bed. Lifting her head a little, Grayfia saw Issei sitting up and looking around a little confused. "I see that you have awoken, Issei. That's good," Grayfia told him, making him turn his head around to look at her. "Where am I?" was all Issei could say as he was still confused about his surroundings. "You are in your room, Issei. I brought you here after your injuries were healed at the infirmary," Grayfia answered him as he looked around his room before returning his gaze at the maid. "I see, so what happens now?" "Deepening told me that Rias surrendered to that bastard," Issei spoke, his voice full of hatred. "I was assigned to give you this pamphlet when you woke up, so you could get to the party." Grayfia spoke as she handed him a pamphlet with the Grimory's magic circular. What do you need of me, Grayfia?" Issei asked as he took the paper from the maid. "I'm here more as a messenger, Issei. My master said to tell you this: if you wish to free my sister, crash the party." Those were his words, Issei. "The party is in 3 days." Grayfia told him as she prepared a circle to go, but was stopped when she heard Issei say something that made her widen her eyes. "Hell no, I'm not going to help that murderous bitch that let me die for her own gain," Issei mumbled to himself, but to Grayfia it was loud and clear. Turning around, Grayfia looked at Issei, who was still holding the paper she gave him. However, his eyes were full of hatred, and if you looked closely you would have seen his eyes turning from his brown to Deepening green. She felt pity for the boy as she remembered that her own sister was in serious trouble that might end up terrible for her. So she decided to stay a little longer and see why he said what he said. "Issei, what do you mean about letting you die?" she softly asked him, making him flinch a little at that, since he'd forgotten that Grayfia was still here. Issei looked up from the pamphlet he was given with a sigh and gestured for Grayfia to take a sit, which she did as he started to explain what he meant. "Did Rias ever tell you that I was Red Dragon Emperor before that night?" Issei asked. Nodding her head, she replayed him. "Yes, 2 months before the raiding game she said that she gained a Red Dragon Emperor as her servant." "And did she mention how she had gained him?" Issei questioned, feeling his blood slightly starting to boil from anger. "She told me that she found you at school and she approached you and asked you to come to the clubroom, where she explained everything to you and where you accepted to become her servant." Grayfia told him what Rias said to her about him. Issei was at first shocked, then his shock vanished with it being replaced with extreme rage about the lie she used to tell Grayfia. His eyes started to turn green as his aura flared out, making his house shake from it alone. Even though Grayfia was way stronger than him, she was still in awe at the power that Issei had in him. The moment Issei's aura exploded, she knew that what Rias told her was a lie, and now she knew that she was going to hear the truth and she would like it. It took a few minutes for Issei to calm himself before telling Grayfia the truth of how she gained him. "That bitch, I should kill her now," Issei whispered to himself, but was again heard by Grayfia. "As much as you want to kill her, you can't, Issei. You would become stray and then be hunted down till you're dead," Grayfia told him. She knew that her master and husband would kill Issei in a flash if he hurt her, let alone kill her. I know that, but still. He sighs heavily before taking a deep breath, calming himself. No, this Grayfia, what she told you was a complete lie. What she did, was letting me get killed by my date and then swooping in and reviving me. If she did what she told you, I would have gladly accepted her offer of becoming a devil. But she didn't go down that path, so you can understand why I'm not going to help her, and I don't give a flying fuck about her. I hope she suffers. Issei explained to her in the shortest version he could. He still had nightmares from that date. Grayfia was in complete shock when she heard his story. She now understood why he was completely against helping Rias, and if Surzech did that to her, she would have ripped his head off. Though Issei's next words gave her small hope for both him and her sister. All I ever wanted was to be loved by someone. I know I'm a huge pervert, but still, what I went through on that day was something I wouldn't wish even my worst enemy, the White Dragon. I swore over my friend's dead body that I will not be manipulated ever again. And I still stand to that. The only reason I fought Riser was so that I would be closer to getting to high class and breaking free from her. And I hate guys like him, even if he was like me not too long ago. Grayfia just stood there and listened to him as he let all of his emotions out. Issei was an emotional person, she could see that clearly, so she just stepped closer to him, and before he could do anything, she embraced him in a warm hug. Let it all out, Issei. I can see that you are still hurt from what she did. I know it's hard, but you have to keep going if you ever want to break loose from her. Grayfia told him in a soft and warm voice that made Issei cry. He was emotionally in such mess that he needed to tell someone how he felt and let all of it out of his system. Grayfia understood this, so she put it on herself to be his support until he was ready to move on. Issei cried and her embraced for nearly 10 minutes before managing to get control over himself. Sorry Grayfia for seeing me like this, and for ruining your outfit. Issei apologized to the maid as he tried to get himself out of Grayfia's grip, but she wouldn't let him. Issei, what would you do if I told you that there is one person that is in similar pain that you are in? That the person is so emotionally in chaos that it nearly sent her to insanity? Grayfia softly asked, still holding tightly to Issei, trying to see what would be his reaction to her question. Issei, hearing that, immediately answered her without thinking. He was that kind of the guy. He would always help anyone in need without question. I would do whatever it takes to help that person. When Grayfia heard his reply, causing her to smile at him and tightened her grip on him. Issei, I am going to tell you a story about that person, and I hope that you would truly help her since she desperately needs it. Nodding his head, Grayfia released him and motioned for him to sit as she took the chair she was sitting in not too long ago. What I'm about to tell you, Issei, is the story about my little sister and what made her almost go insane. No one knows us about it, and I hope you will keep what I tell you to yourself. Grayfia told him in a serious tone that made it clear to him that if word about her got out, he would be in unimaginable pain. Issei gulped a little hearing her tone, but he nevertheless nodded, which made Grayfia smile again. Well, this all happened during the Devil's Civil War. Flashback. It was moments before the final battle of the war. Both sides were gathering their troops in position for the showdown that would finally end this needless bloodshed and bring peace to the realm of the devils. On one side of the battlefield was the old Satan faction, which was led by descendants of the original Maus, and on the opposing side was the anti-Satan faction led by the strongest devils alive. The location for the battle was none other than the capital of the devils, Lilith. As the battle started, both sides pushed for supremacy in both land and air. The casualties were horrendous, so much so that even the largest battle in human history, the Battle of Kursk, was like a skirmish in comparison. Millions upon millions dead on both sides. During the Battle of Lilith, as it was called, two siblings were fighting against two other people. One of the two that the siblings fought was none other than their older sister Grayfia, while the other was a red-haired man that looked to be in his late 20s. Grayfia, I didn't know that you could fall so low that you sided with the traitors. Do we mean anything to you, big sis? One of the siblings asked. He was a tall, handsome-looking youth in his early 20s with long silver hair that went to a ponytail and red eyes. He was wearing a silver suit with some accessories. That's not true, Euclid. I realize that if the descendants win, there wouldn't be any of us anymore. They will make the devils go extinct, and that is one thing I don't want, dear brother. Grayfia replied as she blocked an attack from the other sibling that was a girl that looked like she was in her late teen year, with short silver hair with light purple tone to it and dark blue eyes that were full of rage directed towards her sister for abandoning their cause. That doesn't matter, big sis. Our clan gave full loyalty to Lucifer and his clan. And you side with the enemy of his, that makes you our enemy now. The girl told Grayfia as she attacked her again, only for the red-hair man to block it. Now, Lucy, I thought that you were smarter than this. The red-hair man told the girl. You, Surzech, shut up. If it wasn't for you, both my brother and I wouldn't have to battle our own sister. Lucy yelled as she started bombarding the duo with all she had in her. All of her rage went into her attacks that consisted of ice and lightning, her most powerful elements. The attack caught both Grayfia and Surzech by surprise. They knew that Lucy was powerful, and to take her down they would need a bit more power than any ordinary high-class devil. They both put their strongest barriers up to block her bombardment as it was going on. Each hit on the barrier made a small crack in it. Thankfully to both members of the anti-Satan faction, the relentless attack stopped before it could break through their defense. while the attack left Lucy exhausted for overusing her magic powers. Quickly using her exhausted state, Sirzech sent his attack at her, hoping to put her out of commission and then battle Euclid without worrying about Lucy. But to both Grayfia's and Lucy's shock, Euclid positioned himself in front of Lucy and took the attack head-on, which caused a huge explosion to erupt where he stood that sent Lucy flying back a good 20 meters. As the debris was clearing, it left the two girls in horror. Where Euclid stood now was only a 10-meter-wide crater with no trace of Euclid to be found, as if he never existed. Seeing that, Grayfia started crying as Lucy stood there shocked to the core. With the loss of her big brother, she was left broken and just surrendered with no will to fight anymore. After that battle, Lucy was imprisoned as a prisoner of war. Though a few months later she was released, but she is still unwilling to do anything, and she is almost always locked in our clan's estate where she rarely leaves it. She is now like a shell, all life left her that day. Grayfia finished her story with a sad smile. Issei just listened to the story and was shocked at what he heard. He couldn't even imagine how it must have been for both girls to see their brother get killed in front of them. So Issei just stood up and hugged Grayfia tightly, surprising her. "Is there any way to help your sister come out of her shell?" he softly asked her, making Grayfia's eyes widen at his question. "I honestly don't know, Issei. I hope there is," she replied. Nodding, Issei just released her and turned around, looking at the pamphlet he was still holding. "What would you say, Grayfia, if I could help your sister? Would you help me get free from Rias?" he questioned, turning around to look at the mate of the Grimoire. A look of determination in his eyes gave her hope that he just might be able to help her. Without hesitation, she nodded with a smile. "You have my word that I would support and help you in any way I can." That answer made Issei smile. "Then we have a deal, Grayfia. I will help Rias to get out of this marriage and will do whatever I can to help Lucy. And you will help me get away from Rias." "That is acceptable, Issei Hayaudu. Now then, I'll take my leave. Remember, you have only 3 days before the party. Use them well." With that said, Grayfia teleported away. When Grayfia left, Deepening and Elsha decided to speak with Isay. That went better than expected. "If I would say so myself," Deepening voiced his opinion on the deal Isay made with the maid. Elsha added her 2 cents also. "Same here, but from what we heard I wouldn't be surprised at that. I would also seek help for my sibling without a question." As he started to remember what he was told from Grayfia, Elsha told him, making Isay snap back to reality. "You did." "Yes, we did, partner. The schedule is as such. While awake, you will do the following: run for 10 kilometers with weighted clothes, then do a series of exercises and final that would help you increase your stamina and physical strength." Deepening started the training program of thing that Isay would do in the next 3 days. Elsha finished explaining the program that was planned. "Well, that does sound good, and I can't wait to start. So let's go," Isay told both his partners in the voice full of excitement and joy. He was close to getting at that bastard who almost killed him. Oh, he could barely contain himself from excitement at the thought of kicking his butt. "That's the spirit, partner. We will show those little devils not to mess with us dragons." Deepening roared with bloodlust as he was like Isay, barely containing himself for some bird hunting. Seeing this, Elsha just sighed to herself. It looked like she would need to be the one to put the two in line. But being a warrior herself, she could understand their view and their excitement for the battle. But for now, she needed to bring both the dragon and the host to their senses. Now, as much as I would also like to tear that bird to pieces, we need you eyes to train so you could be as strong as possible before kicking his butt. And Deepening, I know that you are battle hungry, but could you wait for it at least a few more days?" Elsha told them both, bringing them back to reality. "Yes, you are right as always, Elsha. Though in my defense I didn't hunt those birds for centuries, so you can understand my bloodlust." Deepening told her, getting a nod of understanding from the second strongest user of booster gear. "Sorry, no problem, you two, but now Isay, go and do what we told you, and when you go to sleep we will train you more." Elsha instructed Isay as he just nodded and run outside to start his training. XXXXXXXXXXX. After the full day of training, Isay was ready to go to sleep. He was surprised to see that no one from Rias' peerage was present all day, not even her. But that only made him feel better, as he was able to train in peace and talk to both Deepening and Elsha without interference from the annoying Rias. As he laid in bed and started to drift off to sleep, he was immediately pulled into the sacred gear by no other than Elsha and Deepening. Opening his eyes, Isay saw that he was on a meadow filled with all kinds of vegetation. It looked like heaven, as the nature and aura around it were peaceful and calm. He was brought back to his senses when he heard a giggle coming from his right. Turning around, he was met with the sight that made him start to blush viciously. Leaning against the tree was Elsha. She was wearing a crimson top with V-cut that showed some of her breasts, with a pink skirt and black shoes. Her long blonde hair was tied up into the ponytail. In Isay's eyes, she looked even more prettier than before. Seeing his face made Elsha giggle even more. She was enjoying the look on his face. She knew from Deepening that he was a massive pervert and that he was trying to suppress it, but getting a reaction from him was priceless to her. "Now, eyes, I know that you are enjoying the view, but I brought you here to train," Elsha told him with a smirk that only grew when his eyes widened before he quickly turned around, still red. "Why, yeah, you did. So what are we going to do?" Isay asked in a shy voice, still too embarrassed to look at her. Now, my little eyes, you don't have to be embarrassed at all. You are doing well in keeping that side in you. Though if you want to take me on a date, you have to work a bit harder, you know," Elsha told him in a sweet voice before winking at him in the end. Why yeah, Issei barely told her as he felt blood dripping from his nose and a little lightheaded that the girl like her that surpassed any model would say that so easily to him. Giggling a bit, Elsha composed herself before becoming serious. Now Issei, first I will show the basics of Norse and Slavic magic. They are known for being really powerful and can be destructive in the right hands, Elsha explained as she created a small orb of magical energy that made Issei a little scared. What is that, Elsha? He asked, scared as he sensed the power in that small orb. You don't have to worry, Isay, this is only a sample of the magic from both sides. While both are powerful individually combined, they are deadly if you know how to use them. She explained to him in a tender voice with a warm smile that made Isay blush a little bit. So how can I do similar things like you? He asked. Yes, though you will need time, I will start expanding your reserves slowly, she said as she sits on the ground and motioned to Isay to also sit. With him complying of what he was told by Elsha, she started expanding his magic reserves and telling him all about magic and how to improve it. XXXXXXX. As they were training in magic, Issei found a lot of interesting things about Elsha. She told him that she was high-class foreign birth, born between Russian boyar that served the emperor and the Norwegian Valkyrie. Her great affinity for magic and her understanding of battle tactics and strategy made her great ally to both pantheons. So to prevent the war over her, it was decided by both leaders of the pantheons that Elsha would become champion of both Odin and Perun. With that decided, she was constantly trained in both Norse and Slavic magic and combat skills. While she was training, she would be given missions by both factions to do, so she could gain battle experience, which later was proven critical as she helped Russians in their struggles against Ottomans and Norse countries against the Holy Roman Empire. Though she also did supernatural missions like assassinations or being an ambassador for both factions. As their time for training was nearing its end, Elsha decided to make Issei do one last thing before ending it. Now Issei, I will show you something that could be useful to you in the future. So close your eyes and concentrate hard and try to manifest your gear here and then enter it. I will help you in this, Elsha told him in her calm and sweet voice. Nodding, Issei did what he was instructed, but even after 5 minutes, he couldn't go past the bringing his gear. So Elsha decided to give him a little magic boost. Taking his hands in hers, ignoring his insecurity, she started concentrating and transferring small bursts of magic to him. Issei would lie if he did say that he didn't enjoy Elsha holding his hands. Her soft and gentle skin, her soft smile and warm voice, her killer body, the big breast was really turning Issei on, and his blush becomes the even more crimson if possible. He was barely controlling himself from groping her or pinning her down. But he also knew that even if he could gain an advantage of surprise, it would only last shorter than a second before Elsha would beat the shit out of him. So for now, until become stronger, he would wait and hope that maybe there is a chance to bring her back to life. But that didn't mean that he couldn't check her out and make a genuine scan of her features. Issei, concentrate. I know that you are a highly hormonal teen, but this for your own good. Elsha scolded him a little, seeing him check her out. Not that she minded at all, she knew what effect she had on him and she knew that he was in puberty, but for now she needed him to focus. Sorry. Issei apologies, bowing his head down, hoping that she wasn't mad at him. Though Elsha just smiled at him. He was way too honest and innocent. Even if he was a perv, he didn't try to lie to her about it. That was one of the things that she started to like about him. His honesty and his will. She saw the game that he fought against Riser and she was genuinely surprised that he was that strong, even though he managed to unlock his gear only 2 months ago. Don't worry, Eyes, I'm not mad, but I need you to focus, and after that, you will take a short break and go to D-Drag for more training. Okay, sweetie, she told him gently as she stroked his cheek, giggling a little as she saw his face turn from red to white at the mention of D-Drag and training in an instant. Calming himself a little bit, he nodded and continued to do what he was again instructed. After a few more attempts, he finally able to enter it. What he saw was all a blur, but before he could continue to focus on it, he was thrown out of it. Opening his eyes, he saw that Elsha had a big grin on her beautiful face. Raising an eyebrow only made Elsha laugh. Yufifuff, that was a good attempt, Eyes. I'm proud of you. You managed to be in it for 10 seconds. I honestly expected you to be there for 2-3 max. Why did you want me to do it anyway? It was hard as hell doing it, Issei said as he felt exhausted. Yufifuff, that's for me to know and you, sweetie, to find out. Elsha replied in a sing-song tone with a wink that made Issei red. Oh, okay, Elsha, he stated nervously, a little bit feeling his blush worsen. Now, Eyes, it's time to go in training with D-Drag. Good luck, you will need it, and have fun, was the last thing Elsha said before snapping her fingers, sending Issei towards D-Drag. Issei saw the mischievous smile she had when she told him that final part, causing him pale, knowing that his partner was a battle maniac. XXXXXXXX. Training with D-Drag proved to be just like Issei had imagination. He would get scorched, bruised, sent flying around, screaming in pain and nearly dead. Though just like Elsha said, when he woke up he didn't feel tired or injured. But he could still felt the pain he felt in the mindscape, and that made him flinch every now and then just from the though. As his remaining days, until the wedding night passed by, he felt that he still needed more power before he was ready to get at that damned phoenix that nearly murdered him in the game. As the time of the party neared closer, Issei decided to ask D-Drag and Elsha if there is anything else that he could do to gain even just a bit more power to defeat that bird. Elsha started to answer him until she trailed of letting Deepening finish. But partner, you will need to sacrifice a part of your body for me to feed you more of my power. But it will also make you even more vulnerable to dragon-slaying items and magic. Deepening finished, making Issei widen his eyes. So ... if I want to beat that damn fired chicken, I need to give you a part of my body. Issei questioned, wanting to confirm what Elsha and his partner told him. Yes, Issei, if you want to beat him, you need to give a part as an offering to Deepening. That will give you enough power to enter Balance Breaker and beat him. But know this, when you do this there is no turning back from it. Think about it carefully, Eyes. Also, note that when you do that you will start getting greater friends and enemies even more and quicker since your dragon aura would strengthen. Elsha explained it to him. Issei started thinking about what both of them told him. Even though he didn't want to do it, to gain more power this way, he knew that it was necessary to win. If he was honest with himself, he would much prefer to win it with his own power, but he knew that at this point in time that it was impossible. But if he won, he would be a step closer to his freedom, and maybe down the line he would be able to help someone else break free from the chains that locked her away. Sure, gaining new even more powerful enemies is very bad, but the extra power could help a lot more in the long run. Seeing more pros than cons, Issei decided to go with it. Deepening, what part of my body you want? Issei asked finally. Eyes, are you 100% sure about this? Elsha questioned. Yes, Elsha. I decided. I thought out all of the pros and cons, and honestly, there is a lot more pros than cons in the long run. He answered her before he again asked his dragon. So partner, have you decided which part? With a heavy sigh, Deepening told him, your left arm, Issei Hayadu. That's the payment. I, Deepening, the Red Dragon Emperor, want for the power I will grant you. Elsha explained the rest of the procedure to him. Nodding his head, Issei repeated what Elsha told him. I, Issei Hayadu, wielder of the booster gear, accept you demand, Deepening, the Red Dragon Emperor. Very well, my power is now at your disposal. When Deepening finished his sentence, Issei felt his power skyrocket. He felt like he could conquer the whole world with. Deepening informed him, getting Issei's attention. Though what Deepening didn't tell him was that he was already at the point where he could enter his balance breaker. Though he hoped that if he pushed hard enough, Issei's emotions will unlock it. Really, Deepening? Can I use it now? Issei asked, stunned that the legendary move was now within hand's reach. Yes, partner. But remember, to beat the bird you need to break his spirit or to exhaust him to the point where his regeneration won't work. Deepening remained him. Elsha suddenly spoke, making Issei and Deepening stunned. You can. Though what is the payment? Issei asked. Elsha told him. I shall keep my promise, Elsha. I will do anything that you ask of me. He answered firmly and honestly, making Elsha smile. Alrighty then, it's time to crash the party, beat the crap out of that fried chicken and save that bitch from him. Issei shouted as he pumps his fist upright. Taking the pamphlet that Grayfia gave him, Issei flared out a little bit of his power, making the magic circular appear under him, teleporting him to the place of the party in a flash of light that made him close his eyes. XXXXXXXXXXX. As soon as he opened his eyes, Issei was speechless at what he saw. In front of him was a huge European castle that had massive stone walls with also massive watchtowers that dominated everything except the castle's main building itself. Wow, look at this place, it's massive, Issei thought as he entered the compounds of the castle. While making his way towards the main building, he realized that he was in the Phoenix territory. They had many sculptures of the legendary bird, all in pure gold with fire coming out of their mouths, pictures of many heads of the House of Phoenix. Though when they were getting closer to the chamber where the wedding was to happen, all three of them saw something that made their blood boil. It was a picture of the Great War from what the trio could tell. But what made their anger skyrocket was that in it was shown a none other than Deepening in his former full glory, fatally stabbed by a spear of fire that went from one side all the way through the other, with his blood all around the ground. If Issei's anger was huge, then Deepening's was extremely massive. Issei was terrified as he felt his partner anger. He could practically feel Deepening fighting himself to control the rage he got from the picture. Issei quickly jumped and tore the picture into pieces, getting a thank you from the heavenly dragon. Heading closer to the chamber, Issei was met with a few dozen guards that were positioned to guard the entrance of the party so no one could interfere. But to Issei, he was all but a nuisance as he manifested his gear and charged at them. XXXXXX. As the little battle for the entrance to the party was underway, in the grand chamber many high-class devils and heads of the remaining pillars, their peerages and maus were seen talking and enjoying the party and what would happen soon. Both Risers and Rias' peerage were present, though while one group was happy, the other was very depressed at the thought of their master marring that pig. Though all of them were unaware that soon they will meet a very pissed off dragon that was in a rage and off for blood. Soon enough, Riser appeared in an elegant and formal clothing with a white suit with red accessories, white paints, and black shoes, getting everyone's attention as he walks a little bit forward before speaking. Hello everyone, I Riser Phoenix, welcome you all to this great marriage between both the House of Phoenix and House of Grayfia. Now I will introduce you to my beautiful future wife. With a snap of his fingers, Rias Grayfia appeared in all her glory in white wedding dressed with white gloves that went all the way to her forearms with crimson high. A huge applaud and cheers from the massive people. But suddenly it stopped as they heard screams coming from the other side of the double doors. Before anyone could question what was happening, the double doors were destroyed in a massive explosion that ripped through the room, making a huge smoke screen. Many were wondering what happened. Elders and heads of the other pillars were demanding an explanation from the Phoenix members, but before they could answer, a cold voice cut them short. "Damn guards, I told them to stay out of my way. Oh well, they won't bother me anymore." The voice spoke. "Who are you? What are you doing here? Can't you see that there is a special event going on?" Riser shouted to the figure, only getting an energy blast to his chest as an answer to his questions, making him grunt a little as he hit the wall behind him from the blast. Riser got to his feet, wiping a small amount of blood from his lip before he regenerated like nothing happened. "You damn fried chicken, shut up, or the next attack is going to your head and I won't go easy on it like previously," Isay yelled as the smoke cleared, letting people in the room see him with his gear out. "You peasant, what are you doing here? How did you come here in the first place?" Riser shouted again, which made Isay create an orb of energy in his hand, readying his attack again. "I'm here to take back Rias' Gremory, and if it means I need to beat your shitty ass, then I will do it. You belong in a KFC anyways," Isay shouted, making some of them gasp and others to get angry at the insult, particularly Riser. Though when Rias saw Isay, she let a lone tear fall at the thought of him coming to her rescue, while all of the members of the orc surrounded Isay to stop any guard that might try and stop him. Seeing them, Isay stopped gathering energy for his attack. "Yuffie fuff Isay, nice of you to come, hope you don't mind our little help," Akino told him in her sadistic tone as lightning was dancing around her fingers. "Nice to see you come also, Isay." Kiba also greeted him as he created two swords in his hands. "You're late," was Kaniko's greeting to him, though he saw that she was grateful that he came to help Rias. "Finally you showed your lazy ass here, you weakling," Rainer told him, making him sweat drop. "Sorry to keep you waiting, guys, I needed to take care of some annoying pets down the hall," Isay replied to them as she scratches his head a little bit. "Everyone stand down," a calm voice full of power and authority told them as everyone stopped and released their weapons and magic. The owner of the voice was a tall and handsome red-haired man with soft blue eyes. He was wearing what Isay could guess a royal armor. He could almost immediately say that he was like Rias, only a male version of her and with a fuck ton more power. "Lord Surzech Lucifer, what is the meaning of this?" One of the elders spoke, not liking the idea of a Mao interfering. "It's really simple actually. I very much enjoyed a rating game between both Riser and my little sister. Though I would say that the finish was a little anticlimactic. It was still a good match though," Surzech told them, simply clearly hiding what his intentions were. "So Lord Lucifer, you say that the match between both Rias and Riser was all for nothing?" Riser questioned. No, the match was for real, Riser, and I applaud you for your power and your extremely good use of it. It would be bad if a Mao said that the result of it wasn't good. It would look bad to the older generation," Surzech smoothly told him. "Then what are you saying, Surzech?" Another red-haired man told him, making Surzech turn to him with a small, barely noticeable smirk. "Like I said, Father, I plan on making this event even more spectacular. Tell me what is better than a battle between a phoenix and dragon?" he asked his father. Seeing his father nod after thinking a little bit made Surzech make a small smile before turning back to Isay and Riser. "You boy, what is your name?" he asked in a voice still full of authority, but it wasn't harsh, it was soft and warm. Nodding Isay replied the man. "My name is Isay Hayaru, a student of the Kyo Academy, the current Red Dragon Emperor, and pawn of Rias' Gremory." Very well, Isay, what are your intentions for coming here?" Surzech asked while faking his curiosity, which little surprised Isay. "He is a good actor, I will give him that," Isay thought as he decided to play this little game. "It's simple, Lord Lucifer. I'm here to bring Rias' Gremory back. It's boring back home without her being there, and I'm sure that she could find a better husband than this fried chicken," Isay replied with a small bow at the end, not missing a small smirk coming from the red-haired man. Riser, what do you say about showing us one last time the beautiful power at your disposal? It would make this evening even more entertaining for both people here and Rias and me," Surzech asked with a little narrowed eyes, daring him to refuse. Seeing that look, Riser's sweat dropped a little bit before nodding. If the great Lord Lucifer asks, then Riser would be more than happy to make his final show of power. Giving him a nod, Surzech turned to Isay and asked something that shocked all the people in the hall. "Isay Hayaru, what would you like if you win this little match? It could be anything you desire. Power, woman, peerage, gold." "Lord, what are you saying? How can you do this?" an elder shouted in rage, seeing what Surzech was doing. "What? I asked him to fight for the entertainment for my little sister's wedding party, so it's only reasonable that we give him something in return," he answered in laid-back voice before returning his attention to Isay. Isay honestly would have liked to just get his freedom back, but that would do more harm than good right now, and he made a deal with Grayfia so he won't turn his back on her now. "While that is all nice and attractive what you told Lord Lucifer, I ask that when I beat him you give Rias' Gremory freedom back and make it so that she won't be thrown into another marriage agreement without her consent," Isay replied, getting a nod of acceptance from the red-haired Mao. "Good, that could be achieved, of course, if you win, Isay Hayaru. Now let's get this battle started," Surzech told him as he snapped his finger, teleporting everyone at the battlefield that resembled a ring with 4 king pieces on 4 corners. XXXXXX. In the middle of the field, Issei and Riser stood glaring at each other. Issei was still in his school uniform while Riser changed in his fighting attire with a long white-sleeved shirt with a V-neck that showed his chest and black pants with also black shoes. "You peasant, you will pay for this. Riser will destroy you," Riser told him in treating tone as he took his stance. Issei, however, completely ignored him as he turned to Rias. "Permission to promote?" he asked, getting a nod from teary-eyed Rias. Nodding, Issei also took his stance as the gear appeared and started boosting him. "You can do this, Isay," was all that members of the orc thought at the same moment, watching what their comrade would do and hoping for the best. Grayfia suddenly appeared in between them, making it clear that she would be a referee in this battle just like in the rating game. "I, Grayfia Lucifuge, will be the referee for this match. If I see anything that goes against the rules, I will intervene, and the one who broke the rules will automatically lose. Is this understood?" Grayfia said to both males, only getting a nod as a response. Nodding back, Grayfia announced something that shocked Issei and orc members. "This will be a one-on-one battle between Lord Riser and Issei Hayaudu, the Red Dragon Emperor. The stakes are as such. Should Riser win, Issei Hayaudu would be immediately transferred to Phoenix family and the marriage would go through without questions. But should Issei Hayaudu win, the marriage would be dissolved and Rias Gremory would be free from any other married agreements in the future." Getting over his shock, Issei steadied himself before the battle of his life. "Now, without any further ado, let the battle begin," Grayfia said as she teleported away. "Promotion Queen," Issei shouted as soon as Grayfia left, feeling power swelling in his blood as he started to get his surprise underway. "Riser would be worried if you were given 3 to 6 months more to train, but in this state, however, Riser will crush you with ease," Riser told him as he stood his ground waiting for Issei to attack him. "You know, you are right about that. I'm not genius with magic like Akino, I'm not expert with a sword like Kiba, nor am I good with pure strength like Kaneko or with healing like Rainer, but you know what? I don't care that I'm not good in any of that. I will show you what happens when you try to kill and insult the Heavenly Dragon. Do it, DDRAIG. Issei spoke. His voice was in the being normal, but it ended in a powerful roar that scared most of the audience. "Riser, this is what you unleashed. Hope you are happy." Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker, Scale Male. Issei roared, full of bloodlust that was enhanced by D-Drag. D-Drag roared as he also started fueling Issei's strength even further. As soon as the devils heard the announcement coming from both D-Drag and Issei, they knew that Riser was fucked. He may be strong, but again it's the titanic powers now at Issei's command. It was like trying to push the mountain. The red flash of light erupted where Issei stood, blocking everyone's sight of him. As the light finally died out, everyone was shocked at what they saw. Issei was in red draconic armor that looked intimidating to look at. There were 6 green gems, 2 on his hands and 1 on each of his knees. His draconic helmet had 2 green eyes that made him even more frightening to anyone that faced him. "That's a forbidden move," one of the elders said in shock. Hearing that, even the 4 Maos paid close attention to the battle, waiting to see what the legendary Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker could do. Now the true battle between the bird and the dragon began. "Partner, remember, you have only 10 seconds to beat that damned bird. After that, your balance breaker would wear off and you won't be able to use it again today." D-Drag smoothly lied to his host, since he with Elsha knew that Issei, with his training with both of them, reached that point was he needed strong emotions to bring it out. Elsha instructed him, also hiding the same fact that D-Drag hidden. Nodding, Issei rocketed towards Riser, reading a punch as Riser quickly released his wing and shot towards skies. Issei couldn't stop in time and he collided into King Peace that was completely destroyed by the impact that occurred. Lifting himself from the rubble, Issei spread out his dragon wings and took to the skies where Riser was waiting for him. Reaching where Riser was waiting for him, he asked in a mocking tone, "What's wrong, you Riser? I thought you would crush me, but all I see is you running away from me. Why, you insolent brat. Riser will show you the power even you filthy dragons are scared of," Riser shouted as he charged at Issei at full speed. When they heard his insult, both D-Drag and Issei were pissed, so Elsha did what was necessary to win this battle. "Issei, quickly inhale air and on my mark relist it. D-Drag, when he attacks you, transfer as much power as you can." Elsha explained a quick plan that would at least wear down Phoenix magic stamina a little. Nodding, Issei did what he was told as he relisted his helmet and took a big gulp of air to prepare to fire breath attack that he training with D-Drag. While D-Drag started boosting Issei as much as possible, D-Drag's voice was heard by everyone, widening their eyes a little bit. As the Phoenix close enough for the attack to hit him point blank, Elsha gave her signal. "Issei, D-Drag, do it now," Elsha shouted in Issei's mind. "Take this, you fucking chicken," Issei shouted as he relisted his helmet and sent a torment of fire that at first didn't do anything to Riser, that is until D-Drag did his part in Elsha's plan. "Transfer," D-Drag roared as he sent all collected boost at the torment of fire that engulfed the Phoenix. The result was spectacular. Riser was seen falling from the skies and Issei was right on his back, reading the punch that he hoped would break his spirit. But Riser quickly regained his bearing and flown to the other side, making Issei hit the ground hard, breaking it. "Damned, we weren't quick enough to damage him more," Issei cursed as he stood up again and charged at the Phoenix. "Riser will admit that was clever and hurt like hell, but now it's my turn," Riser said as he also again charged at Issei with great speed, making both of them disappear only to appear when their fists connected with each other's face. Issei's helmet broke from the impact of Riser's fist, but what shocked Riser was that instead of Issei's brown eyes, they were now green like the jewel in the booster gear. What happened to your eyes, peasant? Why are they green? Riser asked Issei as they disengaged from each other. What are you blabbering about, you damned KFC? Issei asked as he put some distance from Riser. Your eyes are now green, why? Riser again asked, still in shock. Don't know, don't care, now where were we? Issei shouted as he again started to charge at him. But as soon as he took a few steps towards Riser, he heard Deedrag's voice that made him shocked. Deedrag announced as Issei's balance breaker vanished, making Issei face hit the ground. What? How? Deedrag, you said 10 seconds, time hasn't expired yet. Issei shouted at the great red dragon emperor. You used more power and that put your body where it can't balance breaker anymore. Deedrag swiftly lied. Deedrag secretly thought to himself. Damned, Issei mattered to himself as he felt something lifting him by the neck. Now it's time to knock you out and Rias will be my wife finally. You put up a good fight and like Riser told you, if you had 3 more months you would defeat me. So don't feel bad, you did well. Riser told him honestly as he started to suffocate Issei, hoping to cut his airflow so he would pass out. Issei's image began to become murky as he felt his body given up, but at that moment Elsha decided to try and make him snap back to reality and bring out his true balance breaker. Yufifuff, so you are giving up that easily, Eyes. I thought that you would put a much better fight than that. So it looks like what you promised Grayfia about saving her sister and I were all a lie. Elsha sighed as she faked being hurt by him, hoping to force his emotions out. What I tried my best agents him, but it wasn't enough. Issei sadly replied. Elsha decided to give one last shot before giving up and forcefully taking his body and beating that damn phoenix. Hearing that, Issei's eyes widen. How could he forget why he was here in the first place? He was here to win his freedom and to help Grayfia. But what Elsha said made him shocked. Is there a way to bring you back? He asked her. Nodding, Elsha gave him all that he needed to know. Elsha shouted within his mind while Deedrag boosted Issei's emotions and Elsha's voice for Issei to finally break the barrier. Riser suddenly started to feel pain as his arm that was choking Issei started to hurt badly. Releasing him, he saw something that made him pale in fear. Red light again exploded from Issei as he was engulfed in it. As the light died down after a few moments, Issei was in his armor. Deedrag suddenly roared, his voice battle-hungry and out for blood. I thought you said I can't use balance breaker again, Deedrag. Issei asked as he felt his armor back on him. That was a lie to force you to unlock it by your emotions. I will explain later. Now though, we have a chicken that needs to be roasted. I want it with extra sauce, Elsha said, making both males chuckle before Elsha did what she promised. Issei, I will lend you my strength, use it well. With that said, Issei felt his power rising even more to the point that he would easily fight any high-class devil. But what made it strange is that he felt from his left hand it was like a holy energy. Decided to question it later, he charged at Riser quicker than he could dodge, impending his armored fist into his stomach, making the phoenix spit blood. Where did you get this power? Riser questioned as he felt the holy power in his armored fist. Good friend of mine gave it to me, now say your goodbye, Issei told him before sending a punch at his face. Wait this. Riser couldn't finish his sentence because at that moment Issei's fist connected with his face, sending him flying towards the undamaged king's pieces that were destroyed as Riser slammed into it. Issei walked toward the fallen Riser, wanting to finish him off once and for all, but before he could get to him, a small figure teleported in front of him and stood there blocking him from finishing this. You little girl, move aside, I have no business with you, he said to her entreating voice, but to girl's courage, she didn't budge. I won't let you hurt my brother, she quietly told him as he felt him put his hand on her head and pat her slowly, making her blush a little from the gesture. Riser is really lucky to have you as his sister. Don't worry, this battle is done anyway. With that, Issei turned around, missing a huge blush that came over the girl's face. This battle is over, Rainer is Issei Hayadu, Grayfia announced as he felt him being transported back to the hall where he deactivated his armor. A deal is a deal, Rias Gremory is free, Surzech told everyone as Rias and all of the orc hugged Issei tightly with tears in their eyes. Thank you, Issei, Rias softly to him. You welcome, so let's go home, Issei told them as he and the group went outside, where Issei turned the pamphlet around and from it, a beautiful griffon appeared with silver wings and a mighty roar. Well, that's one way of traveling, Issei spoke, making everyone laugh. Come on, Rias, let's go home, guys, talk to you in the morning, he said as she lifted Rias into her seat and getting into his. With one mighty swing of its powerful wing, Griffon took to the skies, leaving the orc members alone on the ground beloved. As they were on their way back, Rias tried everything to get Issei attention, but to her luck, she saw him staring into the distance clearly in thought. Frowning, she lightly shook him, making him turn to her. You need something, Rias? He asked. Nodding, Rias spoke. What would you want for a reward for saving me? That made Issei think for a few moments before he turns around and told her something that she didn't expect. I want to train more, so I can help someone in need. You don't want my virginity or my first kiss? Rias asked, hoping to draw his perverted side out. Nah, I would like to train more, he told her, and after that, the ride to Kuo was in silence. XXXXXX. As they finally got into Kuo, Rias decided to from now on sleep with Issei, so she announced it to him. Eyes, from now on I would move in with you. That way we could expand our bond even more. But to her shock, he just outright refused her. Hell no, I did save you, but that doesn't mean that I will let you do whatever you want with me. I'm off to sleep. Sleep well, princess. Issei told her before she could say anything to stop him. She had forgotten that he was still mad at her for what she did and that he would soon find his way out. But what Issei didn't know is that Rias was falling in love with him, and that would create a whole new set of problems for him. As Rias and Issei were flying back to Qo on the griffin that Grayfia provided, said woman was watching them from the balcony with a small smile on her face. You look happy, Grayfia. What's the occasion? Surzech asked as he neared his wife. I'm happy that Issei Hayatu won the match and that it's time for both of us to do what we agreed. Grayfia answered him, still looking into the direction that the king and pawn flew away. Oh, what is that, dear my beauty? Surzech asked, wanting to know more about this deal that his wife and the young secretary that just fought had made. I will tell you when we get back, though there is also something that you should know about him. Grayfia replied, and seeing that Surzech is about to open his mouth. Later, was the sentence that put this conversation to a hold until later on in the night. Nodding, Surzech just turned his head also in the direction where the duo went and smiled a little, knowing that with this young brown hair boy is a very interesting future. On the other balcony, another conversation was taking place with both heads of the houses that just lost this marriage speaking to each other. I'm terribly sorry, Lord Phoenix, about this, a red-haired man in white tuxedo said. No, my friend, there is nothing to be sorry for. It was our greed that put this event into motion, and personally I'm grateful that Riser finally lost. The ash-blonde hair man in an orange tuxedo with golden accessories told his fellow devil. Blinking in confusion, Lord Phoenix chuckled a little bit before decided to elaborate what he meant. What I mean to say, Zeoticus, is that I'm grateful and wish to thank the Secretary for finally showing Riser that, even though he comes from the House of Phoenix, that he can't always rely on his regeneration to help him through a fight. And I think that the Secretary finally showed him that there is always some opponents that would find a way around an obstacle. This time was regeneration. And at any rate, we both have pure devil grandchildren, so this one isn't that much of a problem. Finally understanding what Lord Phoenix said, Zeoticus gave his 2 cents. While that is true to Migra, now a new question is set in motion. What would happen when the 2 dragon emperors meet? Demigra nodded at that, also wondering what would happen next. Now that Welsh Dragon made his appearance, both devils were sure that the battle between the red and white emperors that raged on for almost millennium will soon continue. XXXXXXXX. As the wedding party ended, both Surzech and Grayfia returned home to discuss what Grayfia said. Making themselves comfortable in their room, Surzech put up a barrier to prevent people from hearing what was discussed. Now, Grayfia, will you tell me? He asked in pleading tone that made his wife giggle a bit before she turned deadly serious, that made Surzech flinch a little bit. He may be the strongest devil alive, but compared to his wife's fury he is weak and hopeless. What I'm about to tell you doesn't go out of this room until Issei or I tell others. Is that understood, Surzech? She questioned in a way too sweet tone that made it crystal clear that if he tells anyone that he would pray for death over the torture that he would experience. Nodding furiously, he saw that his wife smiled a little at his understanding. Issei Hayatu, the pawn of your sister would not have come to save her if it wasn't for me and the deal we made to make sure that he would do what you asked. Grayfia told Surzech as he was in shock that Ria's own pieces wouldn't want to help his master, though that shock lasted for a moment before he becomes angry and started to release his huge magic reserves. Grayfia, seeing this, narrowed her eyes at her husband before she also released her magic, making his stop dead in his track. He could feel that she was starting to get pissed, and that made him pale. Calming down, he asked the oblivious question. And why wouldn't Ria's own piece help her get out of the marriage that made her so angry? That's because the way Rias used to get him into her peerage in the first place, was the reply that he got. And what was the way she used? Surzech asked again, thinking that his sister did what she also told him, that she asked him and that he accepted without questions asked. Though the response he got shocked him again, this time to the core. She let him die by the hands of fallen angel that is now also in her peerage in her own territory. I find it hardly a coincidence. We both know that Azazel always tells us where his fallen are just in case to prevent something happening and starting the war. Grayfia said in bone-chilling tone with the emphasis on the word die. What? Was the only question he could ask in a disbelieving tone. Nodding, Grayfia told him exactly what Isay told her 3 nights before the wedding when she was keeping an eye on him to make sure that he recovers. To say that Surzech was in shock was an understatement. He was sure that Rias would never be able to that to anyone, let alone a weak human that was willing to listen to her and willingly become her servant if only she asked him or told him to stay clear from the fallen. He just can't believe she would let him get killed. Collecting himself, Surzech asked about the deal that was made between the 2 of them. It's very simple, my dear. I would help Isay get to high class as soon as he can, and in exchange, he would help Lucy return to her old self that was destroyed on that fateful day. I think that is reasonable, don't you? Grayfia told him precisely what they would do for each other's help. Surzech just stood there watching his wife with wide eyes. He thought that she would make another deal, but this was crazy. He knew that Lucy was still hostile to anyone that wasn't Grayfia, and that the boy, even in his balance breaker, would have a hard time against Lucy if she attacked him. That's crazy, Grayfia. You know as much as myself that he would get killed if goes near her. Are you sending that boy to his death? Surzech asked, only to regret that a moment later as Grayfia's eyes started shining in silver color that he last saw during the war. Surzech's Gremory, don't tempt me, or I will easily kick your sorry ass. I know what I'm doing. No one besides Euclid and me knew her better. So just do what I asked and keep quiet about this. I will go to collect Issei in a few days. Also, I think you owe him for saving your sister. He could have easily rejected your idea. Grayfia coldly told him with her silver eyes still glowing with power that made Surzech nod in fear. Now with that done, let's go to sleep. We will have a lot of work to do in the next couple of days, Grayfia said, though this time it was her normal sweet tone that made the great Mao take a breather as he just dodged a nuclear explosion that would have happened if he didn't comply to what Grayfia told him. That is acceptable. They'll bring him tomorrow during lunch break here. I want to properly meet with the Secretary and hear it from his own mouth of what happened, Surzech said to his Ice Queen as she just nodded as they both got into bed. As they snuggled close, they told the other goodnight and went to sleep. XXXXX. Back at Kuo, the sun was slowly rising as Issei slowly started opening his eyes. When he got home from his duel with Riser, he barely had any energy to wash up before falling into his bed completely exhausted from the fight and overusing his balance breaker. Waking up, Issei felt something to his right. It was giving a hot signature, making him wonder what it could be. Moving his head to the right, he saw what made his right side feel hot, and the sight made him angry. In his weary bed on his right side peacefully slept the naked form of Rias Gremory, the girl that he now started to hate even more. He remembered last night very well, and he remembered clearly telling her to fuck off and that he didn't want her near him. But it looked like she didn't care for what he said or thought, and that made him even more pissed. Kicking her roughly out of the bed, Issei stood up and called his sacred gear. He heard a painful laugh before seeing Rias looking at what happened, only to look up seeing Issei's pissed off green eyes looking at her full of hatred. Ouch eyes, why did you kick me out of the bed? Rias asked, rubbing the place where Issei kicked her. I thought I told you to piss off and that I don't want to sleep with you in bed, Issei harshly told her, using his draconic side that he learned from Deepening to frighten his enemies. From the looks of Rias' eyes, it was working. But I'm your king, and she started to say, only to be again harshly told by Issei what he thought about her as his king. And I don't give a flying fuck about that. Yes, you are my king and I'm your pawn. But to me that means nothing. I would have much preferred that you didn't save me. That way I wouldn't have to deal with you and your shit all the time, you spoiled princess. That made Rias mad. She felt that her pride got hit hard and that her authority over him was little to none. Starting to flare her power at him to intimidate him, she was met with something far worse as her plan backfired, as he also started to flare his, which unsurprisingly was higher than hers. Rias Gremory, get out of my house before I do more damage to you than what I did to Riser, Issei threatened as he flared his power even more just to make his point. He knew that it was overkill, but he honestly didn't care. Seeing that he just might do what he said, Rias reluctantly collected her stuff and teleported out of the room. Not a moment later, Issei heard his mother shout to him, Issei, did you again fall out of the bed? Wake up already, it's time for school. Issei's attitude went back to normal as he smiled at his mother from his room. Yes, Mom, I'm coming down in a bit, he shouted back, picking his clothes as he started getting ready for school. Going through his normal routine, Issei made his way towards school, only to get a visit from someone he didn't saw in a few days that he was away. It was none other than the auburn-haired girl that loved to tease the shit out of him and Muryama, Chelsea. Though when he looked at her outfit he only raised his eyebrow at her, which she completely ignored. Oh, good morning, darling. How are you on this fine day? Chelsea asked in a loving tone, while taking his arm and hugging it, while her lips were only centimeters away from his ear, making him shiver and blush from her action. Gaining some control over himself, Issei also used the same tone as she did, making it her turn to blush as he tilted his head a little bit, whispering into her ear, oh my, I'm doing very good this morning seeing you here, darling. Though your outfit makes me question why you are wearing the Kuo Academy uniform, making her shiver from his hot breath and his dragon aura that he purposely released, making her want to claim him here and now. His question, however, went unanswered as he looked down at her uniform, as indeed Chelsea wore the girl's uniform of the academy that Issei went. Though while still looking normal, she added her red tie, and instead of the normal girl's long white-sleeved shirt, she wore her short one and without the shoulder cape that made her in Issei's eyes look even more cute and hotter. Though before he could think of anything, Perverted Issei and Chelsea heard two more voices that made both of them turn and see Muryama and Cadis running up to them. Muryama, seeing the way Chelsea was holding Issei, made her face go red with anger at seeing her crush being held by Chelsea like that. Calming herself, Muryama along with Cadis greeted both of them before asking the same question that Issei asked. But to their disappointment and Chelsea's giggling, they didn't get an answer, though they would get it soon enough and they will be shocked. XXXXX. Back in the Orc, Rias was still pissed at Issei, the guy that took her heart and made her fall for her. She completely refused to accept that Issei hated her, and that only made things worse. She thought about calling her brother to set Issei straight, but that would be an even bigger blow to her already beat-down pride that she held in high regards. So she decided to call a meeting to get this thing done, but at that moment, she felt another person with a sacred gear. Moving quickly towards the window, she saw a sight that made her anger rise and her desire to take her Issei back even more. From her window, Rias saw Chelsea, Muryama, Cadiz, and Isay talking and laughing, all the while seeing Chelsea hugging Isay's arm tightly with hers. Rias wanted nothing more than to march down there and slap that auburn-haired girl across the face for holding her Isay. But before that, she would need to figure out who was that auburn girl and what was she doing here. Also to see if she had a sacred gear, because if she did, Rias wanted her in her peerage. So she turned to her bishop that was in the same class as her pawn and ordered her to scout out the girl and report what she saw. XXXX. It was like any usual day when Isay entered his classroom, though something felt as if it was the calm before the storm. Knowing his damned luck, hell was going to break loose soon. As the now known as perverted duo, since Isay stopped with his peeking and vulgar stuff, tried to bring the old Isay back with their shouting about porn and showing him their magazines, which he refused more times than he could count in less than 2 minutes. Thankfully for the duo, the teacher entered the room before Isay could punch them and knocked them out, saving the duo that was getting on his last nerves. Alright, class, today we have a new student that just transferred here all the way from Europe. The teacher told them before turning towards the door and telling that person to enter. You can come in and introduce yourself. As the person walked through the door, it was no other than Chelsea that was now standing in front of Isay's, Muryama's, and Cadiz's class. Though while all of the students sat there stunned at her beauty, the mentioned trio widened their eyes. Isay just put a hand on his forehead, shaking his head, while Muryama looked like she was going to kill someone here and now. Though Cadiz for her part was just in shock that Chelsea was in their class and that the girl that murdered Isay was also there in front of her. Hello everyone, my name is Chelsea Dalton, I come from England. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Chelsea introduced herself with a polite bow that made many males have hearts in their eyes and girls to be in awe at her politeness and manner. Alright, does anyone have a question for Miss Dalton? The teacher asked and had a little sweat drop at a speed that hands were put up. Teacher, please, Chelsea would be alright. I was never one for formalities, Chelsea told him in a polite manner. Nodding, the teacher returned his attention to the class. Okay, Madohama-esque. But if it is a perverted question, you will get dentation for a month. Madohama nodded, asking something that actually made sense. Why did you come all the way here from Europe? Eagling a bit, Chelsea pointed towards Isay, which made him pale as he quickly ducked under the table, but the damage was already done. All students except Muryama and Cadiz, who knew the truth, turned towards him, including Rainer, only to see him hiding under the table, which made the kendo duo and Chelsea want to laugh. As he got out from the table after a moment, he saw all the death glares from the guys for what Chelsea claimed. Isay, you took another 1E. Madohama and Matsuda roared at him before sending their fist at him, only for them in class to be in shock when Isay easily caught their punches and flipped them over him, making the duo land with a hard thud that made a lot of people cringe from the impact. OOOWWW was all they heard as the duo rubbed their butts and had tears in their eyes. This is not fair. How come Isay has a lot of hot girls? First the orc, now Chelsea. This isn't fair, they complained, and while everyone was looking at him, no one except Rainer, Muryama, Cadiz, and Chelsea noticed that Isay's eyes flashed green before returning to their brown at the mention of orc. They decided to question this later as the teacher started again to gain their attention. After a minute or so it worked, as he let a few more questions before telling Chelsea to sit next to Rainer. As the auburn girl sat near the fallen, she purposely stopped suppressing her aura and let the fallen feel that she had sacred gear. And to her expectation, the raven-haired girl widened her eyes only for a moment before returning them to their normal uninterested. But that didn't go without a notice from Chelsea as she ghostly smirked at her. It looks like I was right. Rias did order her to see if I had a gear. Oh, this is going to be fun, I can barely wait. Chelsea thought at the inevitable meeting she was sure was going to happen between her and Rias. She couldn't wait to tease her and make her regret losing such a nice person that she had great respect and had a small affection for him. As the class went on, Chelsea would from time to time feel Rainer looking her way and sizing her up, but she ignored it and went on like she didn't notice. Though when the bell signalized the end of the classes and beginning of lunch, Rainer quickly disappeared, no doubt to inform Rias about her, which she didn't mind at all and was sure that she would be called to talk to the princess after school. But for now, she had a more pressing matter. Turning to her slowly rising love interest, she couldn't be helped but laugh at the scene in front of her. As the bell rang, the perverted duo and some other males quickly closed down on Isay before he could do anything. As the duo grabbed him by the collar, Isay started to feel a little angry at them and their behavior, as he couldn't believe that he was friends with them. That earned 2 laughs coming from his mind. One was of his resident dragon, while other was of the most beautiful girl he saw until now, Elsha. What do you guys want? The secretary asked, wanting to go eat his lunch since he was hungry. How is it possible that you have this much girls around you? Madohama and Matsuda asked in unison as they both started to shake Isay, making him a little sick. Stop shaking me and I will tell you, Isay told them, making them immediately stop their action. Tell us, they shouted, making him sweat drop, causing Muryama and Chelsea to giggle while Cadiz laughed outright. You really want to know? Isay asked, feeling a little mischief, which only Muryama and Chelsea noticed. The boys nodded, and that was all Isay needed before leaning a little forward. He started to talk into the low tone. That's because unlike you guys, I learned how to understand their feelings and respect them. I would also protect them when needed, but from the looks of you guys you will never understand that and you will die like a virgins. Before finishing in a shout that made all the boys get angry at him while the girls that were left in the room to fall down laughing extremely hard. Yes. The boys yelled charging at him, but they were stopped when Chelsea stood in between them. Now guys, while I do like to watch a good fight, I prefer to see my darling here in one piece if you don't mind. Chelsea told them sweetly, but there was a threatening undertone that promised pain if they did anything to him. Nodding in fear, the boys returned to their seats as Chelsea took Issei's hand and rushed out of the room, but not before motioning to the girls to follow them. The girls nodded but waited for about a minute or so before making their way outside and towards Issei and Chelsea, who told them where to find them through a text. XXXXXX. As they finally stopped running, Issei turned towards Chelsea, who was currently holding his arm tightly in between her breast, making him blush at the soft sensation that made its way to him. They are about the same size as Cadas's, Issei thought, with a little nosebleed that made her also blush as she noticed where she put his hand, but she didn't mind it since she was enjoying the moment of peace with him, and that made her want it more. Though after a minute or so of peace, Muryama and Cadis came running up to them. Both were looking at the scene with different thoughts. While Cadis was starting to open up her mind more to Issei, Muryama was in love with the boy and was looking at where Chelsea put Issei's hand made her jealous and angry. They had an agreement that they will help him combat his perverted nature, but what Chelsea was doing made that look like they were talking to themselves instead of helping him. Coughing a little into her hand, Muryama made the two in front of her realize that they were not alone, and it brought Issei out of his pervert state. That really surprised us, Chelsea. How did you manage to get into this school and into our class? Muryama questioned with a sharp glare that would send a shiver down anyone's spine, but Chelsea looked unfazed by it. It was really simple. I finished my enrollment into this school about a week ago while Issei was away, though I forgot to tell you, she replied with a cat-like smirk at her that made Muryama want to punch her. But she quickly composed herself and asked the pawn of Rias about what happened at the game that he went to. Now that she mentioned a week ago, what happened at the game? Did you guys win? Shaking his head made all three girls gasp, though Issei corrected that a second later. At first we didn't. Riser beat us almost at ease. Though I went up against him later and managed to win, though not without a cost and a great deal out of it. He explained to the girls that sighed in relief, only to realize that he said about a cost and deal put together. In their opinion, that was never a good sign. What was the cost in the deal? Cadis asked in a frightened tone, thinking about a worst-case scenario already. The cost was... Issei started to explain, only to be cut off when he heard a voice that made him growl. Issei, there you are. Oh, if it isn't the new girl in the kendo duo, I thought you guys were enemies. Rias spoke as she and Akino got closer to the group. It's none of your business, Rias, Issei said in cold voice that made girls scared, while it made Akino blush, showing that she was slowly turning on at the thought of him being in charge. Rias just stood there in shock of the tone he used, until she remembered what had transpired early this morning at his house, which made her angry as it showed when her eyes turned red. Scaring the duo thought it had no effect on Issei and Chelsea. Chelsea had experienced fighting stronger opponents than herself in comparison to Rias, while Issei knew deep down Rias wouldn't and couldn't do anything to him since he was stronger than her by margins. Seeing that Muryama and Cadis were starting to fear for their lives, Issei decided to stop Rias' poor attempt to scare him by flaring his power and directing it to her. That did the trick, as she instantly stopped, feeling the anger and power he directed at her increase every second. She still couldn't understand why he was angry at her. She saved his life when he was dying. Wasn't that enough for him to love her and have her loyalty? Shaking his thoughts, for now, she decided to bring the four of them to her clubroom where they could discuss in private and in more detail. I think it's better to move this conversation somewhere else. Don't you agree? She asked in her regal tone, seeing that if they refused, Akino would attack them, probably Muryama and Cadis, since they are weakest and can't defend themselves. Issei looked towards the three girls, seeing them nod, causing Issei to just sigh. Fine, we will go to the clubroom, Issei said as Rias nodded and started moving towards her base of operations, with them following. As they walked, Issei quietly asked Akino a question. Would you have attacked us if we refused her offer? Akino was silent for a few moments, before turning her head towards him, since they were walking side by side, behind the others, while Akino had a sad look on her pretty face. If you refused and she ordered, then yes, I would, though both of us know that you would take the hit instead of anyone that I would target. She replied in a sad tone, not really liking to hurt people that she considered friends and comrades. While she wasn't on the best terms with Issei also, she was grateful to the pawn of the group for fighting for Rias even though she didn't deserve it. But if Rias would have married Riser, that would have meant that Kaneko and Raynare, and herself along with Rias, would become his sex toys and would be fucked without stop, and there would be nothing that they would be able to do. And to all the girls, that was worse than death. Nodding and understanding, Issei decided to ease her troubles. Don't worry, Akino. You are right, I would be the one to take your attack head on before it could hit anyone, and don't worry, I'm not mad or angry at you. You are my queen after all, and you are way higher than me at the position. Thank you, Issei, that means a lot. Giving her a thumbs up, he continued to walk in silence towards the clubroom. XXXX. As they entered the club room, Kendo duo gasped at the interior of the room that looked very much like a room you would find in a castle and not in school. Looking around the room, they found another thing that made them gasp. On one of the couches sat none other than their classmate Rainer, who glared at Issei and Chelsea, while on the other they found Kaneko, who was eating sweets, not interested in anything else, and Kiba, who politely made a short bow with a smile. Taking her seat behind her desk, Rias gestured to her guests to make themselves comfortable before the questioning began. Please take a sit. Turning towards her queen that stood at her side, Rias asked, Akino, could you please pour us some of your fine tea? At once, President. Taking their seats, both Muryama and Kade sat near Issei while Chelsea was looking at Kaneko's sweets with watering mouth. Shortly after settling themselves, Akino walked out with a cart that had a tea set on in it. Serving them all the tea that they thanked her for, Rias decided to start this meeting. Now before we begin, eyes, Rias called her pawn, who looked uninterested and was looking at his phone. Yes, my king, he replied in a bored tone, not caring at all. Do you know, how dangerous is it for two normal girls to know about us? She questioned in a harsh tone full of authority, which was followed by a sharp glare, though Issei was unfazed by it. And do you know how cruel it is to let an innocent human boy get killed for you selfish game, princess? He replied with his own question that made her eyes wide. But I didn't. She started to say but was cut off when a Grayfia magic circular appeared, and out of it, Grayfia stepped out, still in her maid clothes that Issei remembered. Gee, Grayfia, what are you doing here and now? Rias questioned in freighted tone, seeing her sister-in-law. Looking around the room, Grayfia spotted Issei that made her make a small smile, but she also noticed 3 more people. Though she raised an eyebrow at sensing that all 3 were human and that one had a sacred gear, she just shrugged it off before addressing Rias. Hello, Lady Rias, and hello, members of the Orc. It's a pleasure to see you all well and healthy. Grayfia replied, ignoring her earlier question. Getting the same greeting from the peerage, she smiled softly before turning to the 3 girls that were situated near Issei. And you 3 are ladies Rias' new pieces? Grayfia asked. No, Grayfia, they are here since Rias invited them here. Though they know about the supernatural, so there is no worry. I can vouch for them to keep this secret. He answered in a pleasant and friendly tone that was completely different to the one he used only moments ago, making the said 3 girls smile at Issei's guarantee of them. Rias was now wondering why her pawn only talked to her sister-in-law in a friendly way, almost without a care in the world. Moving that thought to the back, she decided to find out why was she here. Grayfia, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be by my brother's side? I'm here under orders from your brother to come and collect your pawn. Your brother wants us to speak to him in private. That shocked everyone in the room. Even Issei was shocked that the Mao would want to meet him in private. What does my brother want with my adorable pawn? Rias asked again, not believing that Surzech wanted to talk to her eyes. That is something that I can't tell. My orders were simple. Go to the Orc and collect Issei Hayaudu, the Red Dragon Emperor. Eyes, it's a great honor to be called by my brother. You should go and see him. Rias told him, feeling proud of her servant. One thought, Grayfia. Issei called her, which she acknowledged with a nod. Who guarantees me that Rias wouldn't take advantage of my absence and make my friends her servants? That legit question made the kendo duo gasp in fear while the Orc members looked at him in shock. In particular, Rias, who felt tears going down her cheek. Issei, I would never. Why do you hate me so much? Nodding, Grayfia turned to Rias before extending her arm and flaring a bit of her power, and to the surprise of everyone, taking Rias' pieces from her. What? Grayfia, I demand that you return my pieces to me at once. What is the meaning of this? Rias shouted at the silver hair maid. This is only as insurance to your pawn that his friends would not be turned into devils by accident. Your pieces will be returned shortly, Lady Rias. With that done, the maid turned to the brown-haired boy, who nodded and stood up. Turning to his friends, he sent them a smile, seeing their insecurity rising. Don't worry about me, I will be fine. I will call you guys when I'm back. With that said, Issei entered the circle with Grayfia and teleporting away, leaving a relieved duo and smiling Chelsea behind, while the Orc was still in shock as to what happened, though none as much as Rias. XXXXX. As both Grayfia and Issei appeared in the hallway of the office building of Surzech Lucifer, Issei couldn't help but question why he wanted to see Issei. Issei, do you know why Lord Lucifer wanted to meet you? Grayfia asked him as she turned her head towards him. Issei was shocked that she asked him that question, since he was about to ask himself. Honestly, no, I don't, but something tells me it's about the deal we made. Issei replied, getting a nod from the silver-haired maid. You are correct. Now please follow me. With that, the both of them walked in silence through the hallway, where Issei saw a few statues, no doubt of devil's origin, and some paintings showing some of the influential devils through history. Though what caught his attention was a picture of the current Lord Lucifer and 3 other people with him in Grayfia. There were 2 other males and 1 female on it. One of the males had a bald head that looked like he was in his early 30s, with armor on with a cape that was purple. The next male was a lime-haired man that, similar to Surzech, looked like he was in his late 20s and had a green robe around his shoulders. The last person was the only female besides Grayfia. She looked like a teenage girl no older than Issei and was shorter of all of them in the picture. She had black hair that was split into 2 ponytails that went all the way down to her back and was wearing a green suit. Grayfia, who are they? The other 3 in this picture? He asked as he pointed at the picture. Ah, those are 3 other Maus that govern the underworld along with the current Lord Lucifer. They are Mau Beelzebub, Mau Leviathan, and Mau Asmodeus. She replied after seeing what picture he pointed out to her. I guess they are extremely powerful. Issei asked in slight fear. Immensely, they are powerful enough to destroy Japan several times with just a flick of their wrist. Grayfia answered him, making Issei pale. Now Issei, we must not keep Lord Lucifer waiting, he has also many other things to do. Grayfia told him again as she continued to walk towards his office. Quickly following her, Issei soon found himself in front of double doors that looked like they were made from pure gold with a lot of engravings on them and the crest of what he guessed was Lucifer's. Stopping in front of the door, Grayfia turned around and fixed his collar a little bit while instructing him how to behave and talk to the current Mao of the underworld. Issei nodded in understanding of how he would need to behave. Seeing that his clothes were fixed, Grayfia turned to the door and knocked a few times before she heard her husband telling them to enter. XXXX. Inside of his office, Surzech was filling some documents that he started to wonder if this job was worthy and enough paid. He couldn't understand why he would need to sign even the stupidest of thing. He was sure to get payback on Leviathan for giving him this extra work for her to go and shoot a new episode of her show. Sighing to himself, he heard a knock on the door, which was no doubt Grayfia waiting to enter. Releasing a quick breath, he told them to come in. As soon as the doors opened, it revealed none other than his beautiful wife and the young brown-haired boy that he met during the Riser's wedding party. The same boy that showed great power and can overcome any obstacle. He would have loved to keep him in his sister's peerage, but he knew that the more the boy stayed there, the more the chances of him hurting Rias, and that was something he would try to avoid at all costs. Lifting himself up and walking around his massive wooden desk that held to him his worst enemy towers of paper that needed to be read and signed, Surzech stood in front of them with a smile welcoming them. Welcome back, Grayfia and Issei Hayaudu. It's pleasure to meet you again, he said in a pleasant voice. Bowing respectably, Issei answered him. It's the honor to meet you, Lord Lucifer, and on the better occasion. I hope I didn't stir the pot too much and cause too much trouble for you. No, you didn't do anything as such, and I thank you for helping me there. And please call me Surzech. I am honestly not one for formalities. Now please have a seat. We need to discuss why I called you here. Grayfia, would you mind if you bring us some tea? Surzech waved him off, before gesturing for Issei to take a sit on one of the sofa with him sitting on another, while Grayfia went to prepare tea for them. After a minute, Grayfia returned with a tea, and on Surzech's nod cast a barrier to prevent people from entering or hearing what they would discuss. As they took a sip of Grayfia's tea, Issei couldn't help but comment how good the tea was that she made before going to business. Grayfia, this is the best tea I have ever had in my life. Now Surzech, I was told that you are busy, and by the look of those towers of paperwork I assume that you have a lot of work, so shall we just get to the point? Issei said, making the couple smile at him. Yes, Issei, we should. The reason I called you here is to discuss the deal you made with my wife and what happened to you before you become a devil. And how you became one, Surzech told him in soft voice, knowing that this was a sore point to the Securite. Sighing heavily, Issei nodded before asking him, what would you want to hear first, sir? The deal or what happened? After thinking for a moment, Surzech answered him, how you became a devil, if you don't mind. Nodding again, Issei told him all he knew and what he had figured out with Deepening and Elsha about what happened months prior of him becoming a devil all the way to his death. After Issei finished the story, both Surzech and Grayfia paled at hearing the full story of how the Securite become a devil was unnerving. It explained perfectly why he refused to do anything for Rias until Grayfia intervened. I don't know what to say, Issei. I didn't know that my lovely sister was capable of doing that. Understand this, Issei, that while we are indeed devils, even we are not that cruel to let a human being get killed for our own selfish desire. I hope there is something, anything at all that I can do to make amend this. Surzech told him sincerely, as he could understand that if something like that happened to Rias or Grayfia, hell, even him, he would do anything to free them or himself from that person. I will take a reigning check if you don't mind, sir, he answered and smiled a little, seeing that Surzech nodded in understanding. Now to the deal, Grayfia this time said while drinking her tea. Yes, and the deal, Issei Hayu, Surzech started to say, only to get interrupted by Issei. Please, sir, just Issei or Eyes, whichever you prefer, and Grayfia, the same thing applies to you can call me Issei or Eyes, he told them, making them smile a little before Surzech continued. Yes, now that onto the deal, Eyes, what do you intend to do when you get to Grayfia's sister? Surzech asked the question that made Grayfia look at him as if trying to read his mind, but stopped since she too also wanted to know how he would go about this. Honestly, I don't know yet. I don't know in what state she is and how she will react to me. So any advice you guys could give me I will gladly take, as it would help me. You know her way better than I do, Issei responded honestly, seeing them nod before Surzech turned to Grayfia and with a short nod gestured for her to explain what he should expect. With a heavy sigh, Grayfia told him exactly what to expect when he goes to Lucy and what to watch out for when dealing with her. To say that Issei gulped in fear a few times would be an understatement, though the laughing from both Deepening and Elsha didn't help his case. He was sure that he got two sadists as friends in his mind that pleased that he would get beaten to shit by a girl. Composing himself, Issei asked, so, when do you guys want me to go to her? I will send Grayfia to you tomorrow to send you to the Lucifuge castle where Lucy now resides. Though Grayfia will also give you a pamphlet, so if you are in bad shape or in danger you could retreat, and don't worry, both Grayfia and I wouldn't hold it against you if you did that. Now though, I think it's time you go back to school, and don't worry, I will tell Rias that you are on a mission from me, Surzech told him, as he knew that Lucy was still the powerhouse she used to be. Nodding, Issei stood up along with the couple before bowing. he along with Grayfia started to walk towards the exit to the room but stopped when they heard Surzech's voice. Though if you manage to succeed in this, I will see what I can do about your promotion to a middle-class devil. Call it the making for returning the favor. You saved my sister-in-law and I help you go up the ranks and get yourself free. That made Issei shocked, but he quickly collected himself before nodding in joy and leaving with Grayfia, who escorted him out of the room before teleporting him back to school. As soon as Grayfia teleported Issei back to work, she returned to the office room only to see Surzech holding his head in his hands, clearly still not coming to grips of what his sister had done to the boy. You sure it was a good idea to send Isay so soon to her? Grayfia asked as she saw him lifting his head and nodding. It's better that than seeing my sister in a hospital bed with a full body cast courtesy of the Red Dragon Emperor. I have a feeling that he will break through to the real Lucy and maybe become your future brother-in-law, he said in a serious tone before giving her a sly smirk with a wink at the end. Maybe you are right, though I wouldn't mind if he truly becomes my brother-in-law. Maybe those two can rebuild the Lucifuge clan back up to its former glory, she replied with a soft tone and a smile on her face. With that, both of them returned to their business, with Grayfia sending Rias back her evil pieces through a magic circle. XXXXXX. When Issei returned to work, he was relieved to see that nothing happened to the girls. Seeing him appear, Muryama and Cadis launched at him, tackling him into the floor before he could do anything. They stayed that way for a minute or so before they heard a forced cough that made them look and see Rias flaring her power, a little bit of pure jealousy of the girls hugging her. Issei, come on girls, let's go back to eating lunch, I'm hungry. Oh, and the meeting went perfectly, so don't worry, he said quickly as he got up with the two girls still hanging on to him before heading out with them and Chelsea, who followed them. As they exited the Orc, Issei told them what happened at the meeting and that he would be going on a mission, so they won't need to worry why he was not here. Though he made them promise him that they would stay out of trouble and stay as far away from Rias and her peerage as possible until he returns. With three heads nodding at his words, he and the girls went to eat their lunch and finish their day at school before going home. XXXXX. As the morning came, Issei felt nervous and scared for obvious reason. Today was the day he would try to save Lucy from herself. However, he kept thinking about the deal between him and Grayfia and decided that this one won't be part of the deal. If he would save her, the last thing on his mind would be some deal. Though something was telling him that meeting this girl would change his life for the better. As he went through his usual ritual, Issei soon found himself at the front gate of the school that changed his life so much. Taking a deep breath, he walked through the gates and into his classroom. As the day went by and classes finished, Issei said his goodbye to the three girls he started to like before going to work to wait for Grayfia to come and pick him up. Entering the room, he found everyone talking with each other and Grayfia calmly waiting for him, which made him have a small smile seeing her. Issei, perfect timing. Grayfia just told us that you are to go do some mission for my brother. Do the best you can and make me proud. I have faith in you. So go there and show them why you are my adorable pawn, Rias told him in a voice full of confidence, clearly not knowing why he was going away. Thanks, I will try, Isay replied as he nodded to Grayfia, who flared a little bit of her power to teleport him away. See you guys later, Isay said before teleporting to the Lucifuge estate, leaving his comrades to return to do what they were doing before he showed up. XXXXXXX. Appearing in the underworld right in front of the Lucifuge estate, Isay was in awe at seeing it all. It looked perfect. It was a peaceful place with a castle that was way bigger than the Phoenix Castle and looking more luxurious, though what made him be at awe was the nature around the castle. It was giving the peaceful vibe that made him feel like at home, meadows full of all kinds of flowers, forests of conifers that went from the end of meadows all the way to the mountains in the back that dominated the surrounding area with their heights, a few streams that could be heard in the background, and the air was all making him want to move here and not move anywhere else. Grayfia, seeing Issay's reaction to her former home, made her smile. This was my former home before moving into the Gremory household. All that's left here is Lucy and the nature around this place. Turning his face toward the maid that stood to his right, he nodded. I see. Well, Grayfia, lead the way. I think it's time for me to meet Lucy Lucifuge, he added with a smile that made Grayfia smile also. This way, Eyes, she replied as she walks him through the castle to the living room where Lucy usually spent her days. As they made their way through, Issei couldn't help look around, seeing all the statues, paintings, creatures, and many more things that made this place take his breath away by its beauty alone. Though if he thought that this place took his breath away, he was about to be knocked on his butt by one and only Lucy Lucifuge and her sheer beauty that radiated not only her looks but also her power. Sister, I didn't expect you to come here so soon. Issei heard a voice full of warmth called out. Sister, I didn't come here alone. I would like you to meet someone, Grayfia replied as the owner of the voice showed herself to the duo. What Issei saw was a girl about his height that looked like she was in her late teens and had the looks that easily beat Elsha and Grayfia in the looks department. Seeing her beauty made him blush madly. The girl had long silver hair with a light purple tone to it that went all the way to her back, dark blue-colored eyes that Issei was sure that looked a little dead now, as if all hope and will for living was sucked out of them. The girl was wearing a baby blue dress with a silver color mixed in with it. The dress went down to her knees and had a V-shaped neck opening that showed her perfectly developed chest with a green emerald jewel necklace that was around her neck. She also wore small silver high heels. That somehow made her beauty even more perfect. Lucy was also surprised that her sister had brought this boy to her. She could tell that the boy was powerful and that he wasn't here to fight. Centuries of dealing with people made her able to read body language easily, and his aura was calm and not threatening or challenging. Issei Hayaudu, this is my little sister Lucy Lucifuge, the heir of the Lucifuge clan. Lucy, this is Issei Hayaudu, the Red Dragon Emperor. Grayfia introduced them to each other before she turned to Isay. Lucy's eyes widened at hearing that the boy in front of her was none other than Sekiryute, before returning to normal dull. Though when she looked at him closely she could not deny that the Sekiryute looked cute in her eyes even though he was simply wearing his academy's uniform. Blushing madly, Isay bowed and in a shaky voice introduced himself. Hello, my name is Issei Hayaudu. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lucy Lucifuge. Nodding to herself a little, Lucy introduced herself as well. Hello, my name is Lucy Lucifuge. It's nice to meet you. Isay, I will leave you now. Take as much time as you need to get to know her and help her get out of her shell. Grayfia told him before turning to Lucy, who was looking at Isay and checking him out again, which made her make a sly grin at her. Lucy, she said as the girl turned to her and saw her sly grin before blushing a little, knowing her sister and her mind that hadn't changed from their youth. Yes, dear sister, she asked as she composed herself. Like I told Eyes, I want you to get to know him better. Maybe he will be the one that can finally bring the old lovable Lucy back from her shell. Grayfia said with a slight shrug and sly smile that didn't go unnoticed by Lucy. I understand, though I make no promises, sister. Lucy answered her. Don't worry, Grayfia, I will help her with anything. I will do anything to return your sister back to normal. Issei told Grayfia, making Lucy widen her eyes as a small flash of life was seen in her dead blue eyes. Thank you, Issei. If you need anything, just call me and I will come to help. With that said, Grayfia teleported away, leaving the two alone. After a few moments of silence, Lucy decided to speak. How do you plan on doing what you promised? She said in a low voice that was devoid of any emotions. Issei turned to her with a large grin, making her cheeks tint pink as Issei responded with the complete opposite tone of voice. You just have to wait and see, Lucy. And done. Issei Peerage, King, Eyes Hayaudu, Queen, Lucy Lucifuge, Knight, Bishop, Ravel, Bishop, Rook, Elsha, Pawn, Chelsea, Pawn, Muryama, Pawn, Cadiz. Now before we get to this chapter, I would like to say a few things. Before people start to say that a destroyed person can't act polite in front of someone, that is not true. I personally know people that are destroyed inside, but on the outside, they look normal. The same applies to Lucy. She is in the presence of Grayfia, appears to be okay, but when she leaves she returns to her real state. Next to his harem. His harem would be his peerage, so hell no to Rias and Raynare. They will attempt to be with him, but it will not happen in this story. Asia will appear in the peace arc, and that's when Chelsea's faction will be revealed and some members of it. Keep in mind that there will be a lot of character from different anime and mangas, since I like a lot of characters from other shows that would work great in DxD. I know that DxD Hero is out, but sadly I still can't watch it due to the political side of things, so please don't start saying how the characters are wrong depicted or something along those lines, since I can't see them. Lastly, my friend Draco1127 is writing cool stories, so check him out. You won't be disappointed. Now on to the chapter. I don't own DxD, that right goes to its creator. Divided by talk. Divided by thinking. Elsha, D-Drag, fixing a damaged heart. As soon as he said those words, Lucy turned around and walked back towards the living room with Issei following here. As he entered the room, he could tell that this was something that you could only imagine in your wildest dreams. Everywhere he looked, he found that it was full of all sorts of furniture, a large LCD TV with a fireplace under it. There were also a lot of pictures and statues that made him wonder if all of the high-class devils' homes were filled with these type of things. There were also many games to his surprise, like a pool table, pinball machine, and a lot of other game platforms that he saw in the human world but couldn't afford it. Lucy sneaked a quick look at Issei's figure when he started looking around, once more unknowingly blushing softly at how hot he looked in his casual clothing. While he didn't look like anything special, however, he looked perfect to her. She couldn't explain it, but something was attracting her to him. It was like a magnet pulled her towards him, and it grew stronger with every look she threw at him. As Lucy made her way toward one of the tables in the room, Issei saw that she was looking at a photo. Getting closer to her, he saw that there were 3 kids in it. 2 of the kids had slick silver hair. While one was a boy, the other one was a girl that looked like a younger Grayfia. While the last one was a girl that also had a silver hair but with a purple tone to it that made it obvious to him that that was Lucy in her younger days. She looked even cuter as a little girl. Issei, though, as he looked at the younger Lucy in the picture. Sekiryute, leave now before I hurt you. I know why you are here and I don't care about it. I want to be alone. Lucy suddenly told Issei in cold voice that made him flinch a little, but he gritted his teeth as he saw that Lucy had a few tears running down her face as she turned around to face him. And why would you do that? I'm not here to fight you. If I wanted to fight, I would have entered Balance Breaker the moment that Grayfia left. Issei told her softly, trying to calm her down, but to his disappointment that had a very different result. I will not let my sister do as she pleases. She is more than welcome here, but I don't like being used as some tool to help anyone. I can guess what she said to you and I don't like it. So get out of here. Lucy started in a slow and cold voice before she yelled, releasing a large amount of aura, and her hands started to electrocute with power, making Issei take a few steps away. Lucy's eyes started glowing in dark blue color as if all the fury she held inside of her was about to unleash at the young Secretary in front of her. Lucy, he softly said as his eyes were filled with sadness. He saw the fury in her eyes, but he also saw that underneath all of that rage was deep sadness that showed him she was that much hurt. Issei growled slight, seeing the sadness and loneliness, and stood his ground. I know how you feel, Issei said, watching Lucy clench her fists. What do you know about being used? You never had to fight someone that is your flesh and blood, or watch them getting killed in front of your own eyes. You don't know how it was for me when people first started to try and use me to get close to my sister and her husband. To be manipulated, to be ignored later on when they finish with you, to feel lonely all the time. So I'm telling you now, get out, Secretary, or I will kill you. Lucy yelled again as she shot a powerful lighting at Issei, who barely dodged it in time. Lucy, I know how it is being used a tool and watch someone close to me die right in front of me. And you are right, I won't lie to you. At first, it was because she told me to help you, but seeing you now, that has changed. I will help you all on my own. Issei shouted at her in a determined voice as he summoned his gear and started boosting his power. Sorry, Grayfia, Sirzech, but if this is the only way to bring her back, then so be it. Issei thought as he yelled, Do it, Deepening. Deepening roared as Issei's armor appeared in a bright flash or red light as Issei entered into a battle stance with his dragon aura swirling all around him. Lucy, if this is what will take it to break through you, then so be it. Now come on. I never gave up on anything, and I'm sure as hell won't start now, Issei said as both Lucy and he charged at each other at full speed. XXXXXX. Meanwhile, at the nearby cliff, Grayfia stood with Sirzech looking at the castle that towered the surrounding area. As they watched the Lucifuge estate, Sirzech turned to his wife. He saw her looking at the estate with interest, as if waiting for something to happen. Grayfia, what are we waiting for? He asked her, wanting to know why they didn't go home yet. Turning her head a little, she smiled. You will see in a moment. If what I think is going to happen, then we may soon have a new house head. Sirzech was staring at her with a dumb look. He still couldn't understand what his wife meant with that. That was until he felt two strong auras shooting through the roof. Quickly turning around toward the castle, he saw and heard massive explosions going on as the attacks were coming from every which way. Grayfia, seeing this, just giggled as she knew what was happening, which forced Sirzech to tear his gaze from the castle towards her. What is happening down there, Grayfia? Sirzech asked, a little scared for the young Red Dragon Emperor, as he could tell that both Lucy and he started to clash. After giggling for a bit more, Grayfia told him, that my dear is what Lucy needed. Whoever approached her was weaker than her and only tried to use her. After what needed to be done was done, they would leave her never to return. If Issei can somehow manage to be on par with her or overcome her, then that would show her for the first time in her life that he is there to help her, not use her. You know that people don't think clearly when in rage. Well, that is Lucy in a nutshell. She is filled with rage, and if Issei could weather the storm that is Lucy, she would slowly open up to him. Seeing the logic, Sirzech just nodded his head, turning his attention to the battle that was going on in the castle with the hope that Issei would be able to do impossible again. Good luck, Issei. Hayatu Lucifuge. Lucy may be rough on the edges, but she is soft inside. Treat her well, Issei. I know you can. With that thought, Grayfia tapped Sirzech on the shoulder and motioned him that it was time to go. With a nod, Sirzech made a magic circle and left with Grayfia, leaving a young emperor to fight a battle that will change his life forever. XXXXXXX. As the battle of will and power continued, Issei felt that he was slowly breaking through the barrier that Lucy put around her heart. He knew that sometimes the best way to know the person is to fight them, and if that was what it took to help Lucy, he would do. As he was in thought, he fell into her trap. As Lucy charged for another attack, Issei prepared to block it or dodge it, but he didn't expect for Lucy to miss on purpose to create a smoke screen that she used to get around him and send a powerful kick that sent Issei flying into the wall on the opposite side. Lifting up, he couldn't felt but have a little smile as he was starting to enjoy this battle. Lucy was a very skillful opponent, and a powerful one at that. She knew how to use and exploit his weakness, and he found that thrilling to see how much she could back him up against the wall. Is this the best you can do, Secretary? If it is, then you better get out of here before it's too late, Lucy said as she looked at the young boy that was clad in red armor. She would admit that while she had an advantage in both experience and power, the boy in front of her was a quick learner and was, with the help from the gear, quickly neutralizing her advantage in power. Though as she continued to pummel him down, his will was something she was fascinated by. Normal beings would run away 10 times by now, but this boy in front of her was not giving up. He would stand up and without a fear charge directly at her. Thought not to say that he also managed to land a few powerful hits on her. No, why would I do that, Lucy? I never had a fight this good, and my spirit and will are something that is not going to let me back down now when this is getting good. I'll admit you are the strongest opponent that I fought, way stronger than that fried chicken. But that doesn't mean that I will kick the bucket now. So let's continue. He answered her honestly, making her eyes widen as she heard him. Very well, don't say I didn't warn you, Sekiryu. Lucy started, only for her to be interrupted by Issei. No, none of those stupid titles. I'm fighting you as Issei Hayatu, not the Red Dragon Emperor. So just call me Issei or Eyes, Lucy. He told her as his helmet disappeared, and he smiled softly at her, which made her blush a little bit. This guy is interesting, that's for sure, but if he can't at least equal with me in power, he is not worthy. Though what he said is true, I'm enjoying fighting him. It's been a long time since I had to go almost full power, Lucy thought as a small smile started to show on her face that made Issei's widen even more, seeing that she was also enjoying this. Now Lucy, I think it's time for me to go full power, don't you think? It would be bad of me to lag behind when you are also going almost full, Issei told her with a smile that made her look at him in shock. What? You are not at full power, and how do you know how much I'm using? You never saw me until today, she asked in pure shock. Simple, I can tell from the way your hits and aura are getting stronger by the second. Now shall we, my lady? Issei answered with a smirk and a little hand signal to show her to come at him. Why you? Lucy growled as she flared her full power and charged at Issei at her fastest speed that he was barely able to keep up. Now this is more like it, he mumbled to himself as he also powered to the as Deedrag's voice was heard yelling boost repeatedly. As Lucy closed in on him, she sent a powerful right hook at his face, but to her horror, Issei blurred out of sight the moment her fist was to connect with his face. As she looked around her, she continued to hear Deedrag roaring boost, but she couldn't see him or sense him. It was like he disappeared completely. Putting her guard up, she decided to flush him out by a barrage of magic attacks everywhere that would hopefully show his position for her to attack him. But just as she was about to attack, she heard Deedrag roar. She felt something with a hell of a lot of power was just released. The power alone started to make her start to shake for the first time in almost 50 years. Lucy felt an almost foreign feeling that she thought that she had forgotten about, but she felt it before. It was fear. Fear of this massive power that was coming from somewhere and was about to hit her full force. Feeling something coming from behind her, she quickly turned around and put her arms up to block the attack. But she was met with nothing, and as she realized a moment later, it was a feint attack from Issei to make her think that he was coming from behind when in truth he was coming for the side. Hitting her on the side with a powerful kick, she was sent flying to the same wall that he crashed into not moments ago. Lifting herself up slowly, she was met with a sight that made her pale a little bit. Issei was standing in front of her with a small orb of red energy that she could tell was very powerful. Seeing that she was pinned by Issei with her back to the wall, giving her no room to maneuver to evade the attack, she decreased her power, knowing that she had finally lost to someone that was her equal in power. Someone that would not use her and would treat her like a person and not a tool. Well, looks like you beat me, Issei. I can tell that attack of yours is powerful and will leave me in no position to continue. Congratulations, she said in a defeated tone while panting exhaustedly with her head low as she sat down with her back against the wall that she landed against. That made Issei cringe a little bit as he released his armor while panting a little bit. Hey, Lucy, he called her, making her look up to see him, heaving a smile on his face as he got closer to her, making her blush. Why yes, she answered, her voice stuttering a little bit. That was fun. We could do it later again if you are up, but now I think it's time we clean up and have a little talk to get to know each other. Don't you think? I have all the time in this world for you, Issei told her as he put a hand on her shoulder, making her blush a little bit more this time at his touch. Not trusting her voice, Lucy just nodded and she started to show him where the bathroom was and where he would be staying. XXXXXXXXX. After cleaning up and refreshing a bit, both Lucy and Issei met in the living room that was a battleground not 15 minutes ago. Lucy gestured for him to take a seat while she goes and brings something for them to eat and drink, while Issei started reflecting on Lucy's behavior while she was off. Deedrag, Elsha, do you know why Lucy was like that? He asked his resident dragon and blonde beauty. That during the battle stayed quiet and didn't interfere much, to his gratefulness. He wanted to show both of his residents and himself that he could stand against someone who was stronger and more experienced without their help. There is a lot that could have made her do what she did. I think it's best to ask the source directly, Eyes. But now that you weathered the storm, things will be easier, trust me on that one. Elsha answered honestly, knowing that it could be million and one things that made her be like that. Honestly, partner, it's like Elsha said. It could be many things, so it's better to ask her directly. Deedrag said as he was just as lost as Issei was. Well, it's like both of you said. It's best to hear it from the source, Issei said just as Lucy returned bringing a tray of food and some juice. She gently placed the tray on the table that was between them with a small smile on her face as she sat down across from him. Eat up. I know that you are hungry, that left you exhausted just like me, Lucy told him in a soft voice as a little pink was seen on her beautiful face. Thank you, Lucy, I'm famished from it, though it was fun like I said. You are pretty strong and clever. Issei thanked her in a tender voice with his face also adoring a little pink on his cheeks. As they started to eat, they slowly made small conversation about what he knew about the devil and supernatural. Before Lucy's face turned from a ghostly smile to serious. Issei, tell me, why did you come here to me honestly? I know it has to be something big, Lucy told him in a voice that left no room for argument. Nodding, Issei answered her honestly. Like I told you before the fight, I know how it is to be devastated and to be used as a tool. I was once a normal human boy that was only, and I might regret saying this, interested in porn and perverted stuff. That made Lucy started laughing for the first time in a century as she found it funny to be only interested in porn and perverted stuff. She was laughing so hard that she literally fell from her chair, rolled on the floor laughing. It took a few minutes for her to get her breath back before sitting up, but she was almost sent into another laughing rage as she saw Issei's face that was red from embarrassment and had a pout which she found extremely cute. Sorry I didn't laugh that way in almost decade. Sorry, eyes, she said, still collecting her breath as she was now red from the laughing with a beautiful smile that made Isay's blush even worse. It's fine, as long as you have that smile you can laugh at me all you want. He told her sincerely as it was her turn to become red from his words. As I was saying, I was only interested in porn and perverted stuff before I was asked out on a date that would change my life. As that date was ending, the girl that asked me out turned out to be a fallen angel that was on a mission to murder me. After she did just that, Rias Grayfia swooped up and revived me, turning me into her pawn. Though later when we raided the church, I found out from the fallen angel that killed me no less that Rias knew her plans of it, and she let me die so that she can use me to get free from a marriage agreement with Riser Phoenix. Thought after me raiding the engagement party I was able to beat him and free Rias. But at first, I was against it as we lost a game against him. Though when Grayfia told me about you I knew that there was something about you that felt similar to me. We lost something important to us, you with your brother, while I lost my freedom and humanity. So I made a deal with Grayfia. I will help you break free from your depression and your sadness. In exchange she will help me go up the ranks and I would finally be free from Rias. Isay said, getting Lucy to look down, thinking he was just like everyone else. Though when I saw you, and how you behaved when Grayfia left, I could tell that what you did in her presence was a very good mask and that you were also hurting even more inside. That's what gave me resolve to help you no matter the cost. Can't have that beautiful face not having a real smile on. Isay told her honestly with a sad face as he lowered his head looking at the floor, as he knew that there was nothing wrong in telling her, though he was surprised at what she did. Lucy, hearing his story, had a sad look on her face that was replaced with the look of pure rage as she heard what Rias did. Though how he finished it made her have a bright red blush that he thankfully didn't see. She could understand what it was to lose something important. Though Isay didn't lose his family, he lost something also very important. He lost a big part of himself. He lost his freedom and his humanity that from the looks of it he really held in high regard, so to make him feel a little better she did what she thought would cheer him up. She stood up and walked around the table towards him while Isay was looking down. He didn't see her getting closer to him and eventually hugging him from behind, making him go red as his armor and her warm breath that he felt only made him even more redder. Isay, I can somewhat understand how you feel. You cherished your humanity and what Rias did. If it happened to me I would have killed her 10 times over by now. It looks like you have an incredible will to suppress your hatred and work up the ladder. She softly told him as he slowly turned around to look at her eyes that finally showed some emotions. Lucy, was all that Isay could say as he was mesmerized by her beauty, and being this near her was like he was contempt. Now then Isay, I think it's time you heard my story. It's only fair since you told me yours. Lucy told him as she released the hug that made Isay want to protest, but he kept that inside of him. As Lucy returned back in her seat, she took a moment collecting herself before looking directly into Isay's eyes. Isay could practically feel that what she was about to tell him was something that was a very, very sour subject, and that it was still something that was hurting her a lot. Lucy, if you are not ready to tell me, I can wait. Like I said, I have all the time of this world and I will be here with you until you are ready. Okay, he told her gently. It was his turn to hug her, getting her eyes to go wide at his words. Lucy slowly turned around in his hug and hugged him back while putting her head on his shoulder as she started to sob uncontrollably. As it turned out, her emotions were hitting an all-time high. She thought she had cried all the tears she had on that day when Euclid died. She was now proven wrong. As Lucy was crying into his shoulder, Isay did the only thing he could in this situation. He just caressed her long silver hair that was as soft as silk and was smelling like fresh flowers that made him hug her a little more tightly as her tears were soaking his shirt even more, but he didn't care at all. All that was important to him was to let Lucy release all that pent-up emotions that were inside of her. After more than 10 minutes, Lucy finally stopped crying as she weakly lifted her face from his shoulder to see him looking at her with a smile that made her heart skip a bit and her face to adore a beautiful red color as she felt his hand run down her hair. She would admit later that seeing him hold her like this made her secure and made her want to be held by him even more. She could tell by his firm and yet soft hold on her that he was holding her like she was his treasure. Just how a dragon would protect what was his with all his might. She smiled softly as she remembered that the boy who was holding her was also a part dragon, as he was a red dragon emperor. As she slowly, almost reluctantly, removed herself from his embrace, she could see that he was almost protesting that he couldn't hold her, which made her smile softly at him with a blush on her face. Thank you, Eyes. I needed that, Lucy answered before she yawned as she felt herself getting extremely tired. The fight and her emotions were enough to make her needing sleep. Smiling, Isay just nodded before he chuckled at her yawn, which her made go full red this time as she playfully hit him in the arm as he started laughing. Jerk, she mumbled to herself with a pout, but when she heard him laughing, even more, she was red like his balance breaker. Sorry, your face was just too cute to resist. Anyway, you go to bed. I assume that you have a free room here for me to use while staying here with you. Isay asked her as she just nodded with steam coming out her ears as she heard what he said about her. Yeah, there are plenty of rooms here for you to use. I will show you where is mine and you can take the one next to me, so if you need anything you will know where I am. She answered as she collected herself. Sweet. Though one question. Where are all the servants? I figured there would be a lot of them here. When Grayfia comes, they are getting their day off since they all agreed that they would leave both of us to have a day for ourselves. I'm actually grateful for that. They kept me sane all this time, Lucy said as she started to make her way towards her room while showing Issei where were other stuff in the castle. As the day was slowly coming to a close and sun was slowly setting and was replaced by a moon, Issei decided to take a walk to recap what happened today while Lucy was asleep resting from the eventful day that she had. He was rewinding the events of this day, however he was brought out of his thoughts the moment he saw a magic circle that had a Grimoire symbol a little away from him appear. Stepping out of it was none other than Grayfia that was dressed in a black shirt with silver straps and light blue jeans with black sneakers. Seeing him, Grayfia showed him a smile that was similar to Lucy's but unlike hers, it showed more of a family smile like a big sister's one. As they both neared each other, Grayfia brought Issei into a tight hug that made him go red for what seemed like the 100th time today. I'm glad that you are all right. Lucy can be ballistic when dealing with anyone that isn't me, she told him in a soft tone as she released him and looked at him to see if there are any injuries on him. Yeah, I saw. Though you don't need to worry, I'm alright as is Lucy, she is sleeping right now. Looks like the fight and her emotions exhausted her way too much. Issei answered as he saw Grayfia widen her eyes a little. As she showed emotions, she asked in disbelief. Nodding, Issei explained to her what happened after the fight. Grayfia was at first shocked that Lucy did what she did but later smiled widely at seeing that her baby sister was finally recovering. Issei, let's go back to the castle. I talked with Surzech and he told me it's okay for me to take a few days off to see how both of you are doing. Sure, I was finished with my walk anyway, Issei replied with a small smile. With that, both of them started walking back towards the castle that was Grayfia's and Lucy's home. Issei asked about the things that transpired back home during his time here with a silvered-haired heiress. To say that Issei was laughing at what he was told would be an understatement. He along with Grayfia were laughing while Deepening and Elsha were both roaring in his head at what they heard from the strongest queen. Apparently, Rias was demanding to know where Issei was, while the rest of Orc was also in the agreement with her. Though while Rias was fuming at Grayfia for not wanting to answer her about his whereabouts, Chelsea, who got tired of hearing her annoying voice, decided to use her gear and stealthily come behind Rias and with a chop to the neck knock her out while saying finally peace and quiet. That made all the members of Orc about to charge her but were frozen in place by Grayfia, who let a bit of her power leak out, stopping them in their place. As Rias recovered after about 5 minutes, she was furious, but before she could attack, Grayfia froze her completely to let her cool down, making the three girls laugh at Rias' misfortune. XXXXX. After coming inside the living room, Grayfia told them to find a sit and relax while she makes some tea for the three of them as she felt that Lucy was waking up from her sleep. She knew that Lucy was never a sleepy person and that she would sleep for an hour or two max if she was tired. As soon as Grayfia returned and poured 3 cups of tea, Lucy entered the room wearing a simple purple top with gray shorts and slippers, making Issei blush madly at seeing her. Seeing his face become bright red made Lucy show off her real smile that made him have steam come out of his ears seeing it. Her smile is so amazing, Issei thought as he followed her form. As Grayfia watched them, she couldn't help but not smile seeing the silent interaction between the two youths. She remembered that it was almost the same thing with her. She at first hated Surzech, but after fighting him almost all the time during the war, her hatred slowly turned into love, the same she now saw in both Issei and Lucy. Only difference is their progress was far quicker than what she had. Well, that is something I didn't see in a long time, Lucy. You are smiling again, it's nice compared to your fake one, Grayfia told her as she had taken a sit opposite of Issei. Thank you, sis, it's nice to be free from those thoughts, Lucy answered as she sat herself beside Issei, making both of them blush. Not that both of them minded that they were close. In contrary, it made Issei relax while it made Lucy feel secured. Nodding with a smile, Grayfia suddenly turned serious, making both of them gulp with a little fear. They both knew that Grayfia won't do anything to them. It was still unnerving to see her serious side. Now I assume that Issei told you about his story, correct, Lucy? Grayfia asked her little sister. Nodding, Lucy answered her. Yeah, he did, and I can understand why you sent him to help me. You both have my gratitude. Issei just shook his head at that. You don't need to thank me. I would do anything to help someone in trouble, no matter how much it took. Lucy turned to look at him and again smiled, making him mentally swear to protect that beautiful smile that she had and to keep her safe from anything that would endanger it. Nodding, Grayfia turned to Issei and told him why she has come here. Eyes, there is a reason why I came here. I know that Lucy most likely tried to tell you why she was in that state but couldn't, so I will tell you. Keep in mind, you too, what I tell you doesn't leave this room. Understood? Grayfia questioned. Steadying himself, Issei nodded at her, feeling ready to hear what happened to Lucy, as Lucy also steadied herself to hear it from Grayfia's point. It all started after the Great War, as 3 sides were left decimated without their leaders. The descendants of the original Maus wanted to continue what their father started, seeing that it would lead to the complete annihilation of the Devil's race. At first, I was like you, Lucy, though, that we are the strongest, but as the anti-Satan faction formed, I started to realize that even if we marched with our full force and somehow managed to win, it would be the worst kind of Pyrrhic victory, with a completely destroyed race and with nothing to gain out of it. The other factions would pick off the scraps that were left and there would be nothing of us left. Completely forgotten by the history, though that was after I meet on a field of battle Surzech, and after battling him for hours and hours I finally understood why he was against the next great war. Grayfia stopped a little to let it settle into their minds, and after a minute or so Lucy's and Issei's eyes went wide as he understood it crystal clear. If they went to war, it would be the end of devil kind. Clear and simple. Now, after I understood it, I tried to make you both, Lucy and Euclid, understand it also, but you were too blinded by the words of those bastards to hear it clearly. So on that fateful day when the final battle was taking place, Surzech did what he did. Though he didn't want to kill him, he was aiming at you to make you unconscious so he could fight Euclid without you jumping in between. But somehow he underestimated Euclid and unleashed more power than he should have, killing him. Grayfia told her sadly as both her and Issei saw that Lucy had tears in her eyes. Issei quickly pulled her into a hug to let her know that he was now here for her. After a few moments, Lucy collected herself enough for Grayfia to continue. Lucy nodded a little too. Grayfia made her continue the story. After that event, as you remember, Lucy, you were in prison as a pal, but on both of Surzech's and mine intervention you were released. Though after that he tried to apologize several times, but you would just attack him, which would force him to leave, not wanting to hurt you even more than he already did. Though now that Issei managed to break through your defenses and make you open up a little, it looks like it all went good. Yes, it all ended up good. You don't have to worry, Grayfia. I will do whatever is in my power to keep Lucy safe and sound, even if it kills me, Issei told them with passion as the fire was burning in his eyes that made Grayfia have a big smile, while Lucy was bright red with steam coming from her ears at his passionate words. What is happening with me? Lucy thought as she looked at Issei before quickly looking away as he turned to her. This reaction made Grayfia giggle a little. That is nice to hear, Issei, and like both Surzech and I told you, your path to freedom is now on a right track. If you manage to surpass your own abilities and keep doing what is thought impossible, you will be very soon on becoming a high-class devil. Grayfia answered him, making his eyes go wide with a big smile on his face at the thought of being free. Lucy, hearing that her sister was helping Issei, also smiled a little, as she knew that he deserved it after fighting 2 high-class devils and coming out on top. She would only hope that when Issei became a high-class that he wouldn't forget her and move on. Though Issei was thinking of asking Lucy to become his queen when he got his pieces, since he would love to have her with him all the time, as he felt that she was the one that made him feel at peace and relaxed in her presence. She so far has been the only one out of all the girls to make him feel this way. As the two of them were in their thoughts, Grayfia decided it was time to leave and give them some time for them, as she could see the love forming in them. Grayfia would love to have Issei as a brother-in-law. It would be a lot of fun teasing him in the future over this. Now it's time for me to leave. Enjoy your stay here, Issei. This is now your home also, and I don't think that Lucy will argue with me on this one. Grayfia told them, breaking their thoughts as both looked at her and nodded. Well, I will come later for you, Eyes, but for now take care, both of you lovebirds. Grayfia told them her goodbye with a sly smirk before teleporting away, leaving a steaming red duo glued to their seats. Without turning to face him, Lucy spoke. So what do you say we both call it a night and talk about more things in the morning? Why, yeah, let's do that, Issei dumbly answered as both of them stood up and departed towards their room. XXXXXX. As Issei was in his bed, he started to have a little conversation with Deepening and Elsha about what to do next, since he was fairly sure that from this point on things are going to get even more difficult for him. So guy, what do you think the future holds for us? Eyes, that is a hard question to answer, but I suggest that you keep training and getting stronger so you can continue to protect those who you love and care for. Elsha answered him in a soft tone that made him nod. Yeah, you are right, though that begs the question, when are going to cash in on the deal that we made before the fight with that chicken? He questioned, making Elsha hum for a moment. I think when you receive your pieces, then I will tell you. That way we can be for certain that you can do what is tasked from you. Fair. She answered him in a sly voice that made him blush a little. Fair, though you know that I will do it even at the cost of my life to bring you back right. He asked, only to receive a giggle from her as an answer. I know, but there isn't a rush for it, so you don't have to worry. At that moment, Deepening decided to make his voice heard also, as he was pleased with his host for battling an opponent of Lucy caliber and on his own no less. Partner, I must say you surprised me with how you handled Lucy. I remember that she gave quite a grief to those that battled her, but looks like you are growing at an abnormal speed. He praised his host. Thank you, Deepening, that means a lot coming from you, though I'm worried about what would happen next, Issei said in a worried voice. Before Elsha or Deepening could answer, they heard a knock on the door that made Issei lift himself a little up in his king-size bed. The blanket fell down into his lap, revealing his bare chest and abs that would make any girl crazy over them. It's open, he said loudly so it could be heard from the other side. As soon as he said that, the door opened up to reveal Lucy in her purple PJ with her hair tied up into a ponytail with a nervous smile on her face. Lucy, what are you doing here? I thought that you were asleep, Issei asked as Lucy moved closer to his bed before sitting on the edge with her back turned towards him. I was asleep, but I was awakened up by the nightmares that I had of that day. The one my sister mentioned, she answered him sadly. As he lifted himself completely forward, he turned Lucy around to face him, which made her blush madly, seeing his naked upper body that was well built and had 6 packs, before hugging her tight and whispering into her ear, making her blush red even more from his bare touch. It's all right, Lucy, what I told Grayfia was true. I will make sure that you are safe and sound. I will protect you with all of my might, even if it would spell the end for me, he softly whispered, making Lucy hug him back even tighter than he was her. Thank you, You are the first person to do this much for me," she answered honestly as she felt him loosening his embrace of her. "Lucy, is there any way I can help you?" he softly asked her with a smile. Nodding, she replied in a shy voice that Issei found irresistible. Would you let me sleep with you? Just for tonight, I would feel much better than sleeping alone." Smiling brightly, Issei nodded and moved to the side, lifting his blanket to let the lucifuge heiress enter. As soon as Lucy was in the bed, she quickly hugged him, feeling his well-built body and heat coming from him. He was like the best pillow she could imagine. "If it helps tonight, then we can do this every night. I will do anything to help you," Issei responded truthfully, getting a soft nod from Lucy. Issei unknowingly started to hum and sing "My Demons" to help him fall asleep, since he started doing this after the recent events. However, it also helped Lucy since she found his voice soothing, and within a few moments, Lucy was asleep with a smile on her face. That made Issei smile as well as he gently stroked her hair softly, hearing a few soft moans coming from the sleeping beauty that was next to him. With that, Issei also closed his eyes, falling to sleep after his song, "Newly Formed Love." As Issei was opening his eyes in the morning, he felt a weight on top of him. Looking down, he saw Lucy using him as a pillow with her head on his chest while snuggling into his chin, her warm breath that he felt on his neck making him blush. Her big and firm breasts that were soft to the touch were hard pressed to his side. She had her left arm over him while she had her left leg found its way over and under his leg. Her right hand was under his left arm while her right leg was close to his left leg with a bend. As Issei looked at Lucy, he started smiling, seeing her have a content smile on her face that made him blush lightly until he felt where his hand was. Blushing a darker shade of red with a tiny nosebleed, he noticed his hand was right above Lucy's ass, and when he moved his hand slightly, he heard a soft moan come from Lucy, making his nose bleed bigger as he felt her firm and soft ass that was making his down twin be wide awake and ready. Though before Issei could do anything, he felt Lucy slowly stir and open her eyes that were now full of life and shinier. As Lucy opened her eyes and let out a yawn, she felt that she was on top of something firm and warm. Looking around her a little, her dark blue eyes met chocolate brown ones. Staring at them for a few more seconds, her brain finally started working as her face started to turn from porcelain white to dark red as she finally felt and understood why she was seeing those brown eyes. As the two of them stared at each other, both having their faces colored in dark red, Issei was completely overrun by his perverted side. He wanted to touch her ass, her big and soft breasts that were so close to his hands, and he honestly wanted to turn her around and take her there for himself. But his self-control that he was working so hard on somehow stopped him from doing that. But that didn't stop his twin from becoming rock hard as he looked at her breasts that were perfect. Not too small or too big, they were perfect in size and shape, they were firm but also soft to the touch. That's what could cause him trouble from the heiress, as from the look on her face and steam coming from her ears felt it, and he hoped that he won't get killed. But to his shock and relieving, Lucy just smiled brightly, her face still dark red as it was, but she felt glad that he didn't try anything to her without her consent. Though she was secretly glad that she had this much of an effect on him, since she felt his erection, and that thought alone made her have steam coming out of her ears. "Morning, Lucy," Issei said in a stuttered voice while his nosebleed worsened as he saw her lifting her upper body, giving him a quick view of her cleavage that made his eyes go a little wide. "Morning, Eyes," Lucy told him while untangling herself, but not leaving his side as she again lowered her head to his chest, welcoming the warmth that it provided her. She would personally love to never get up, but she knew she would need to do it soon, though that didn't mean that she couldn't enjoy the moment with Issei. "So how are you feeling now, Lucy?" Issei asked, not knowing how to start a conversation with her as the silence entered as she again laid her head on his chest. Giggling a bit, Lucy turned her head a little and sent him the most beautiful smile he ever saw. "I feel better than ever, Eyes. I never slept this good in my whole life." "That's great, I'm glad that you are feeling better, Lucy," Issei answered her in a soft and gentle voice, making her giggle again. "And I thank you for being the one to make me feel better and staying here," she told him. "I will stay here as long as you will like me to stay. And when and if I need to return home, you are more than welcome to come with me," Issei told her, making her eyes go wide and a smile to widen on her face. "You would really bring me with you to the human world?" Lucy asked, just to make sure that she heard it right. She felt something deep inside of her starting to burn when she saw Issei smiled. Nodding his head, he answered her with a smile that grew. "Of course, I told you that I will always be there for you, so if that means you coming to the human world, then so be it. And you can stay at my place. I'm sure my parents would love to have you as a daughter." Hearing his answer, Lucy couldn't help herself as she quickly hugged him with all of her might while yelling, "Thank you, Issei. Thank you, thank you, thank you." That answer erased all doubts and frightening thoughts that Lucy had. She even in her wildest dreams couldn't dream of this. Someone actually caring for her, someone willing to be close and genuinely nice to her. It was like she finally found her reason to live and love. Even though her hug hurt him, Issei refused to let her happiness die down because of it. He would endure it as much as needed so that he could see that beautiful smile more and feel her soft and gentle body even more. This solidifies his word to protect her and to make her always have that smile on her face that he was falling in love with. "You are more than welcome, Lucy. Like I said yesterday, I will do everything in my power to protect you and to make you feel happy. And if you coming with me makes you feel happy, then I'm all up for it." he said with a smile that made Lucy want to kiss him, but she refrained from doing it, as she felt it would be way too soon for them. Eyes, you are the nicest person that I ever meet, Lucy said in a sweet tone that made him blush. Thank you. So what are your plans for today, Lucy? He asked as he slowly stood up, much to her protest. Well, honestly, I didn't plan anything, so we could do whatever you want, she answered as she also stood up and sat on the edge of the bed. What do you say about you showing me around the castle some more, and then we could take a walk through the forest and maybe have a picnic on the meadows that I saw when I was having a walk before Grayfia showed up? Issei asked her, seeing her have a thinking face for a moment before she nodded furiously with a smile. That's perfect, Eyes, I love it. Though let's make breakfast first and then I will show you some more around. Works for me, I'm pretty hungry, Issei said, and to reinforce his words, his stomach rumbled, making him blush from embarrassment. Giggling a bit, Lucy excused herself as she went to get changed and to give Issei time to do the same. XXXXXX. As the both of them finished their breakfast and Issei's tour around the place he would be staying from now on, since he planned on being here a lot more. He couldn't help but be in awe at the things he saw. Every room that Lucy showed him was as big as his house back in the human world. There were at least 4 or 5 swimming pools and at least the same number of game rooms full with every type of games you could imagine. There was also a library, a recreation room with a theater in it, servants' rooms, and a training room that Lucy told him could handle Grayfia at full power with ease. Issei though that meeting the servants that kept the place clean and tidy would be a freighting thing, but he was pleasantly surprised when he saw that they were very grateful to him for breaking through Lucy's barriers and making her smile like she used to. Though that, of course, didn't stop them from teasing them a little at seeing that Lucy was holding Issei's arm tightly and her head was on his shoulder all the time, making both of them blush profoundly at that. Though none of them could be angry at them since both of them enjoyed it and secretly hoped to be with other. As the tour ended, they made their way to explore the nature that was calming and inviting to them. As Issei suggested, they packed for a picnic, though Lucy made sure that she was the one that made all of the food and prepared everything for it, as she was trying to impress Issei at her cooking skills and for it to be a thank you to him for his hard work and for helping her. After walking through the forest for about half an hour where they were talking and getting to know each other, they made it to one of the meadows that was on a small hill that wasn't too far from the castle. Making themselves comfortable on the picnic blanket, Lucy brought out the food that she made and some drinks. Looking at what was made Issei's mouth water. It looked like Lucy went all out on this one and he was sure as hell that he was going to eat all of it. Wow, Lucy, this looks delicious. You really went all out, haven't you? He asked the silver-haired beauty that was leaning on his shoulder with a smile. Yes, I tried my hardest to make it. I hope it's good and that you like it, she answered, closing her eyes as she was still leaning on Issei's arm while letting herself enjoy the nature and his presence to the fullest. Until only a day before today, she would have never imagined herself being here and doing this with anyone. Though after yesterday and doing this now, she couldn't imagine doing this with anyone other than Issei, and she would be damned if she let Issei go and going back to her old self. If it tastes as good as it looks and smells, then I have no doubt in my mind that it would be perfect, Issei told her as he took a bite of the food and widened his eyes. Issei tasted all kinds of food and has experienced some of the best and worst foods out there. But this, what Lucy made, just blew his mind. It was perfect. It was almost melting in his mouth and made him want even more. This is the best food I ever tasted. Lucy, you are a fantastic cook, Issei praised her, getting a blush in response. Thank you. Like I said, I tried my best as thanks for all of your hard work and helping me, she shyly answered him, that made him smile. Smiling, Issei patted her head, causing the poor girl to have steam coming out of her ears from his gesture. As Lucy opened her eyes, she couldn't help but hug Issei and start eating the food that she made with him while watching the nature in front of them that made both of them at awe. XXXXXXX. Returning from their picnic date, both of them found Grayfia and Surzech were waiting for them, with latter finally managing to apologize for that incident that made her desolate, much to his joy. After that, all of them sat down with a servant bringing the tea and leaving them to have a chat in private. So why are you here, sister? Lucy asked, but unlike her usual hollow voice, this one was full of emotion, making the silver-haired woman smile. I'm here to inform Issei that he is due to return home. He has missed school and he still has obligations to Rias as much as he hates it, Grayfia answered her, making Lucy tense at the thought of Issei leaving her. But to her relief, Issei was planning on keeping his promise to her. Grayfia, Surzech, is there a possibility for Lucy to come and live at my place and go to Kyo Academy with me? That question made both adults widen their eyes. They didn't think that Issei and Lucy will become this close in such a short amount of time, and honestly, they were glad that they did. Because now they were certain that Lucy will be happy, and that was all that mattered to them. I see no problem in that, don't you, Grayfia? Surzech said, turning to his wife, who shook her head, having a smile. None. You have our permission. Though I do wonder how Rias is going to react to this turn of events, she questioned with a mischievous smile that made Surzech pale as he sensed a rise in Lucy's power at the mention of his sister name. That reminds me, I will need to have a little chat with her and that crow that murdered Eyes in cold blood. Lucy spoke in a voice that promised certain death with an overly sweet smile on her face. That made Issei and Surzech pray to everyone they knew Lucy would kill Rias, but also to not destroy Japan in the process. Oh, Lucy, I think that Issei has that base covered. Now could you please lower your aura? It's kind of scary, Surzech said quickly, seeing something that he wouldn't want even his worst enemy to see. Lucy's eyes were glowing ominous dark blue at the rage she was feeling at the thought of Issei being a victim to not only that crow but also Rias. Issei softly put his hand on her shoulder and it was like someone pressed a switch. Lucy's rising aura quickly vanished as she felt her crush's soft hand making her realize that he was there, and that thought alone calmed her down. Seeing that Lucy calmed down by Issei's touch, Surzech sighed in relief. He couldn't believe that he again dodged another nuclear explosion that would happen if Issei wasn't there. Thanking him in his head, Surzech collected himself before going into detail about Lucy's coming to the human world. Now Lucy, while we allow you to do as you please, try and not antagonize Rias and her peerage too much. Try to be as nice as possible to them. I know Rias can be a handful, but please, for the sake of the country of Japan and their inhabitants, try not blow it up if you would, Surzech told her, hoping that Lucy will contain her rage when she sees his sister. Also Lucy, we will arrange for you to be in Issei's class so the two of you could be together more, Grayfia told them before gaining a sly smirk on her face. Though try and keep a mushy stuff to the minimum if you will, while in school at least. That made both Lucy and Issei go wide-eyed and have an atomic blush that made the adults start laughing hard at them. As all four of them contained themselves, Lucy and Issei with their blush and Grayfia and Surzech with their laughter, there was only one thing to figure out before concluding the talks, and that was where Lucy will sleep. Though that was easily solved when Issei told them that she could stay in his home and that his parents always wanted a daughter, making Lucy blush again while Grayfia just smiled. Well, that was all we wanted to tell you, and now we will take our leave. Keep her safe, Issei, Grayfia told them as she created a magic circular to depart with Surzech. Oh, one more thing, Issei. I received word from the angels that some trouble may be on the horizon, so keep a lookout. If what I think is coming, then that would be your chance to get promoted to middle class even sooner, Surzech told them before teleporting away, with Grayfia leaving the duo confused at what he meant by trouble. Turning to face each other, they both stood up before Lucy tackled him to the ground and kissing him hard on the lips, making his eyes going wide with shock and pleasure as he felt how soft her lips are. After a moment or two, Lucy lifted her head a little bit, showing him a smile that was so beautiful that he wondered if goddesses had this much beauty behind a smile. But Lucy's smile made him blush and his heart to stop for a moment. Where did that come from? Issei asked slowly, still in shock at what Lucy did. Replying in a shy tone with her face red and having a smile, Lucy answered him. You did so much for me in 2 days than some people did in over 10 years. I can't express how much happy I am to be here with you. You broke all of my shields and made me realize that for the first time in my life I'm not going to be used as a tool. And you showed me how much you care for me, and even after that fight we had, you were still here for me, showing me kindness and beauty that lies beyond this castle doors. So when you get to become high class, you can rely on me to be there by your side. And if you ever want to have me in your peerage, then I would be more than happy to accept your offer. As she said those words, it was Issei's turn to kiss her, making her eyes wide before she relaxed and gave herself unconditionally to him. As they continued to make out, Issei licked her soft lips with his tongue, asking for entry. Lucy immediately led him as their tongues started a battle for dominance. Feeling a little bit of his old pervertedness coming back, Issei softly lowered his arm down her back all the way to her ass, softly squeezing it, making her moan in response. They continued to kiss until they felt the need for air. As their lips parted, Issei put her head on his shoulder, whispering to her ears words that made her even happier. I would be honored to have you by my side, Lucy. And when I get my pieces, I will give you the pieces that truly represent you in every sense of it. I love you, Issei, Lucy told him, her head still on his shoulder, her face having atomic blush and her ears letting loose his steam from them, making it painfully oblivious that she used a lot of her courage to confess to him. Hearing this, Issei couldn't be happier, because in this short 2 days where he was by her side made him realize that he had fallen for her the moment he saw her. And the more time he spent with her, the more he wanted to have her closer to him and hold her tightly and securely in his arms, never wanting to let go of her. I love you too, Lucy, Issei told her with a huge smile that made her cry out of happiness that she finally found someone to love her and for her to love back. Though that was also Issei's thought as he was able to find someone to love and be loved. With that, both of them lifted themselves up, and as soon as both of them were on their feet, Lucy grabbed his hand into her and intervened their fingers while putting her head on his shoulder while having a content smile. You know, Isay, that was my first kiss, Lucy said with a small blush as Issei smiled. Why do I have a feeling that won't be the only first I take? Issei said perversely, that made Lucy's blush worsen at what he was implying. Let's go to sleep, Lucy, we have a lot to do tomorrow. Okay, he softly asked her, getting a tired nod as an answer. With that, the two of them departed to Issei's room to get some rest before departing to the human world, where one pissed-off red-haired heiress was waiting for her love interest to return to her. XXXXX. It was the morning of a new day as both Lucy and Issei prepared for Grayfia to come and to take them to the human world. Though when Grayfia arrived to take them to it, she was beyond happy at what she saw and heard. She immediately hugged both of them and wished them happiness and luck. Now that that's sorted, we will teleport to the Orc building, so Issei expects to be questioned. Oh, and before I forget, your 3 friends that you introduced to me are also there. It looks like Rias demanded that they come there always after school. Grayfia informed them, getting a low growl from Isay, but before he could continue to get angrier, Lucy tightened her squeeze on his hand a little, calming him a little bit as he remembered that he now had her beside him. Sister, when we get there, I trust there won't be a need to introduce myself in a way I don't like, Lucy asked as her eyes glowed for a fraction of a second, getting a mischief smile from her sibling. Maybe, maybe not, honestly hard to tell, but I won't stop you unless you go overboard, Grayfia told her, getting a nod as an answer. After she got a response from her sister, Grayfia flared her power, teleporting them to Orc. XXXXXX. In Orc, Rias tried to get Chelsea to accept her offer of joining her peerage. She didn't want a repeat of what happened when she angered the Auburn girl. Last time she was knocked out not knowing what happened for a few hours, and it still made her wince every now and then. And why won't accept my offer, even of everything? Rias demanded to know why she was refused time and time again. Sighing heavily, Chelsea stood up from her position on one of the couches that Muryama and Cadiz were sitting on and walked in front of Rias' desk and glared at her, making Rias flinch from her position in the chair behind her desk. I thought I told you like a million times. I'm not interested in what you have to offer. I'm only here because of Isay, and if it wasn't for him, all three of us would be on our way, probably shopping or practicing by now, Chelsea told her in a cold voice. And what makes you think I would let you see my pawn if you don't accept my offer? Rias asked in a smug tone, as she was not going to be declined this time. Chelsea just smirked at her and told her in a sweet tone, "Oh my, what am I going to do now? I know I will just hang out with him at school, after school, and when he is in training." Yeah, I think that's good. Girls, what do you say? Chelsea turned around to the kendo duo, seeing them start laughing and winking at them to play along. Why yeah, what would we do now that we can't see Isay more than 15 hours a day? How are we going to survive, Cadiz? Muryama laughingly asked her best friend as she started having fake tears. Sob, I don't know where. Cadiz fake cried as both Muryama and Chelsea started rolling on the floor from laughing hard, making Rias furious. Turning away from the trio that was currently making fun of her, she saw that her peerage was doing what they did after their victory over Riser. That being nothing. Kiba was relaxing while reading some novel and drinking tea, while Raynare and Kaneko were eating sweets and having a staring contest, while Akino was giggling at Rias' yet again failed attempt to recruit members. Though the laughing was cut a little short when all of them noticed a magic circle appearing in the middle of the room. Everyone stopped what they were doing and focused their attention on it. Seeing that it belonged to her clan, Rias was smiling from ear to ear, eagerly awaiting for her love interest that she still hasn't given up on. While Muryama and Cadiz and a little bit of Chelsea were still at awe at seeing it. But they were all surprised as from it emerged three people. Two were girls that looked a lot alike, though they immediately identified Grayfia, while another girl was mystery, though the third person was none other than Isay Hayaudu. But what made all girls mad was seeing their love interest holding hands with a girl that was a mystery to all of them except to Grayfia and Isay. Eyes, Isay, Hayaudu, weakling, pervert. Those were the shouts that he was greeted with, making him sweat a little, while the girl that was holding his hand giggled a little bit at their outburst. I figured that you were popular with ladies, but this much, Yufifuff, I didn't know. Looks like I have competition them, Lucy said as he put her head on his shoulder, making a lot of girls get angry at what she was doing. And who are you? And what do you think you are doing to my eyes? Rias asked as she flared her power, making her baby blue eyes turn pink as her hair started to weigh in all direction and her aura to disintegrate papers in a small part of her desk. Isay just glared at Rias in her stupid attempt at being possessive over him, but before he could do anything, Lucy tightened her hand into his and let him know that she would do the talking. Grayfia, for her part, just went to make some tea for all of them since she knew what would happen. She just didn't want to witness what was about to happen. Ah, yes, I thought you looked familiar from somewhere. Now I know, Yufifuff, you are that Surzech's little sister. Should have guessed. Isay dear, didn't you say that she would be your soon ex-master? Lucy used in a mocking tone, wanting to see Rias' reaction, and boy was it priceless. Hearing the way this mystery girl talked about her and her brother made Rias beyond furious, but she was soon put in her place when Isay stood in between the two girls while releasing his aura, making them both a little stiff. Lucy, as much as I would enjoy for you to put her in her place, that would need to wait. Why don't you introduce to other before you let hell loose? Isay softly spoke to her as he put a hand on her shoulder, making her relaxed. Nodding, she stepped to the side of Isay and properly introduced herself, making all of them in shock, even Isay. Hello, and sorry for that, heiress of Gremory House. My name is Lucy Lucifuge Hayaudu, heiress of the House of Lucifuge. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Lucy introduced herself with a smirk on her face, seeing that their reaction that was priceless again. All of them were in shock at what she told them. The only one that was not in shock was Grayfia. She was giggling at what her sister was doing. What? Was all that they could ask at hearing her statement. It's like I said. My name is Lucy Lucifuge Hayaudu, younger sister of Grayfia Lucifuge, now Gremory, and lover of Isay Hayaudu. Rias couldn't believe what she just heard. Isay had a lover now, and it was none other than Grayfia's sister, who she didn't know even existed. The trio, consisting of Muryama, Cadiz, and Chelsea, were also in shock. They would never have imagined that Isay would find a lover, and that said lover would be so much beautiful. They all knew that they had lost this war, as the girl in front of them outmatched them in all aspects. Lucy was without a doubt as very beautiful. Her figure and her porcelain white skin along with her curves gave them a clear message that they had no chance in hell or heaven at winning Isay's heart. though they were surprised when Lucy saw their looks at her and gave them a wink before returning to stare at Rias, who was now beyond furious. "What do you mean, Grayfia's sister? I never heard about you," Rias shouted at her, feeling a strong urge to disintegrate the silver-haired girl in front of her. "It's like I said, I'm her sister, and I would be grateful if you lower your tone before I make you do it, little spoiled princess," Lucy said in a cold voice that made them all flinch a little. "Why?" Rias started to say, but Grayfia cut her short before Lucy will freeze her for good. "What Lucy says is true. She is my little sister. And you don't know because until only yesterday, Lucy was almost unreachable to everyone that wasn't me, and after yesterday, Issei. Though I would like to remind you, Rias, that Lucy is way beyond your level of power, as she managed to fight and survive during the Civil War, so I would watch what I say if I were you." Grayfia instructed Rias, but to her luck, she didn't listen. "I don't care what or who you are. Hands off my eyes or I will blow you away, you fucking slut," Rias yelled, but little that she knew that she just released a demon that was sleeping deep inside of Lucy for a long time. Instead of getting furious, Lucy just started laughing hard, holding her stomach at her insult. She is going to enjoy this, and now that Rias made the first move, she knew that Grayfia won't get between them. "Ha ha ha ... now that's funny, I'm a slut because I'm with a man I love and he loves me back. Ha ha oh, this is going to be fun. Issei love, please don't stop us, I would rather not hurt you in the process. That goes to your 3 friends also," Lucy said as her eyes started shining dark blue, making Grayfia sigh and move to stand near Issei, with the trio moving close to Issei for their safety. "Get behind me, ladies, and watch the show," Issei instructed the 3 girls as Grayfia giggled softly at Issei's comment. The show was about to begin and they weren't going to miss it. Lucy winked at them with a smile and turned back to Rias and her peerage, smiling darkly. "And you honestly intend to fight all of us?" Rias asked in a mock tone as her peerage formed a defensive formation with Kiba and Kaneko in front, Raynare and Akino got behind them protecting Rias, all of them flaring their power to the max in an attempt to scare her, which had the opposite effect. Seeing their attempt to scare her, Lucy started laughing again at how weak they were. "Ha, really, that is the best you can do? Oh, I'm going to enjoy ripping you apart, Rias, and that fallen angel Rainer, for hurting Issei the way you did," Lucy told them in a voice that made all of them pale, even Grayfia, as she only once heard it, and that was when Lucy annihilated entire battalions of high-class and ultimate-class devils when they killed their father. Grayfia may be a devil, but that didn't stop her from praying for the survival of Japan. "We are not scared of you," Rias said in a complete confidence, until she saw Lucy unleashing her power that made the whole building shake. "You were saying, you whiny little bitch?" Lucy asked in a sweet tone that was clear to everyone that there will be a lot of blood soon to clean up. "Kiba, Kaneko, attack her," Rias ordered quickly as both of her pieces charged at Lucy, only for her to vanish from the spot where she stood as Kiba brought his blade down on her. Everyone except Issei and Grayfia was looking everywhere to see Lucy, but they found where she was moments later as they all heard Akino scream as she was sent flying at the wooden doors that were on the other side of the room. Quickly reacting, Rainer formed a spear of light and threw it at Lucy, only for her to take a hold of it and break it in half. But before she could do anything to the fallen angel she wanted to hurt the most, she was forced to move as Kiba charged at her in full speed, only for her to again vanish and appear near Kaneko, sending a powerful kick to the side, sending her through the wall. With 2 members out of the way, Lucy turned her attention to the troublesome knight that was getting on her last nerves. Quickly using her advantage in speed, Lucy appeared near Kiba, sending a powerful punch to his gut, making him spit a blob of blood and kneeling down, having no strength to continue. Seeing that the only member of her peerage that was left was Rainer, Rias started to sweat and shake a little in fear at the power Lucy had. She never thought that someone this strong existed. She thought that the 4 Maos, Grayfia, and her cousin were the strongest she knew. She was greatly mistaken. As Lucy turned her attention to the last remaining opposition, she let a dark chuckle at what was left. She expected them to be at least as strong as Issei was without his booster gear, but she was mistaken. "I thought this is going to be a challenge. They are weak as shit," Lucy thought, but to everyone's surprise, Issei appeared just before Lucy could start demolishing the 2 girls that were left. Grabbing her hand, Issei spun Lucy around and kissed her on the lips, making her dark thought vanish in a flash. As she continued to enjoy the kiss, moving her arms around his neck, Rias and Rainer were left speechless at what was happening, while Grayfia and the trio of girls sighed in relief that Lucy didn't dismantle them piece by piece in the most painful way. Though relief quickly changed in jealousy at the thought that she was making out with a guy they all loved. Seeing that Lucy was calmer, Issei slapped her ass hard, making the girls blush and Lucy to let a moan at what he did. "Now that you proved your point, I think it's time for us to leave. Don't you think?" Issei asked her, getting a shy nod of her head as a response. With a nod, he turned to the trio and Grayfia and with his eyes told them to follow him. But before he could leave, Rias decided to speak. "Wait, where do you think you are going, Eyes? I would not allow you to be in that bitch's presence," Rias told him with authority that was short-lived as Issei let go of Lucy and stood in front of Rias with his booster gear at the ready. "Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker," he softly said as the gear started to shine brightly and D-Drag's voice was heard. "Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker," D-Drag's voice roared. As soon as D-Drag roared, Issei was consumed in a bright red light that made everyone speechless except Lucy, who was one of the 2 people who fought him in it. She smiled softly, seeing him in his red dragonic armor. Where Issei stood now was a red warrior clad from head to toe in armor plating that looked as strong as diamonds. The mere presence of the armor sent shivers of fear down Rias and Rainer's spine, as they were now facing something well above their league. They were facing something that was a reincarnation of a being of pure domination. Isay, seeing them all start to shake in fear, removed his helmet and lifted his armored arm as a red orb of energy started to generate in it. Rias Grimory, this is your final warning. Stop ordering me around, or I swear to God, Satan, Dragon God, or any other god there is, I will obliterate you without a second thought. I only fought Riser for the sole purpose of getting closer to being free and helping Grayfia and bringing Lucy back. If it wasn't for that, you would be getting fucked senseless by Riser, so thank Grayfia and Lucy for me helping you. With that said, Isay released his armor and took Lucy's hand, much to her happiness, and left with Chelsea, Muryama, and Cadiz following him, while Grayfia waited for a moment before she turned around, but not before telling Rias something that made her a crying mess. If I were you, I would watch what you say. You were lucky that Isay was here to stop her, because Lucy would have torn you apart piece by piece. You had your chance to get his love, but the moment he learned the truth, you lost everything, and he is now on highway to high class, and getting a strong peerage. With that said, Grayfia left to where Isay and Lucy were waiting for her.